Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was the god protector of Horcruxes? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry thought he'd finally destroyed the Horcrux he was missing, but he's been wrong again. Now the Horcrux is in a far more dangerous place, and Harry and his family must face Voldemort's threat once more, the beginning of a new terror. Hey there! I'm back to greet you all with the continuation of my novel, The Last Horcrux. The title isn't exactly original. I know, sorry. But hey, I hope you'll enjoy it as much as you loved the previous installment. Check out the first chapter and let me know what you think in the comments below. By the way, J.K. Rowling is the best or something like that. The beginning of a new terror. It was a quiet, still night. The Potter house was peaceful, with everyone asleep, or at least that seemed to be the case. Silence. If we're heard, our plan will fail, a voice from the shadows declared. 2 more shadows followed, crouching like seasoned intruders. Their movements suggested they'd been preparing for this attack for ages. This is your 4th room, one voice announced as it opened the door, letting the other 2 shadows step in. Inside the room lay a 17-year-old girl sleeping with a pillow labeled Princess. She was sprawled out on the bed, her hair disheveled. The 3 shadows approached the bed and gathered around her. They drew their wands and aimed them at the girl. Ready? I asked the shadow standing right in front of the girl's bed. The other 2 nodded and prepared to cast the spell. Harry said, "Ginny," turning her husband around. "Ephraim," was the response the red-haired girl managed to get. "Harry, honey," Ginny kept insisting, turning Harry over again. "Yes, I love you too, Ginny," Harry said, turning around to hug her and fall asleep again. "Harry James Potter wakes up right now," exclaimed Ginny, gently nudging her husband. What happened?" Harry asked, slamming down onto the bed. "I sense something's off," said Ginny, glancing at the door that was shut at that moment. "Something's not right? What do you mean?" I asked Harry, glancing at his wife. "I don't know," Ginny replied, her eyes glued to the door. "Yay, don't worry, it's just your imagination. Go back to sleep," Harry said, grabbing his wife's face and forcing her to look at him. "Yes, maybe you're right," said Ginny, relaxing and kissing Harry. "I like to be right," Harry said, pausing briefly before continuing to kiss Ginny. Their kisses were perfect, and when things started going well, aha! A scream of terror sent them apart instantly. "What happened?" I exclaimed, but Harry had already leaped off the bed, waving his wand toward the door. Something had happened to his daughter, his princess. He could already picture all sorts of terrifying scenarios. Every terrible thing that was happening to his poor child, and all those... Wait a second. Those cries for help weren't from his own daughter. But what's the point? "It can't be," Harry said as he entered Annie's room, where his twin children and their best friend were glued to the wall motionless. Annie was throwing their stuffed animals at them. There were plenty of them and they didn't hurt, but some had plastic noses and eyes. That was the real pain point. "They're fools," Annie shouted, flinging the stuffed animals in a rage. "Mom!" I cried, staring at my dad and begging him to help us. "Lord Potter, show some mercy," shouted Exo this time before a hippopotamus stomped its foot on his stomach. "Dad, this is crazy," Siri shouted, shaking her head to stop the panda from getting a reaction. "Annie, honey, that's enough," Harry said as he stepped closer to his daughter. "Oh no, of course not. They'll pay me for these," Annie shouted while throwing the stuffed animals. The boys kept screaming for help. At that moment, Ginny entered the room with her wand ready to attack. But seeing the scene, her muscles relaxed and she leaned against the door frame to watch Harry control those monsters. His kids. "Enough, Annie. Let that elephant go," Harry said as he moved toward his daughter, but she ignored him and threw it at the target. "Annie, stop this. Don't dare to touch that bull anymore." "Dad, get away from them. I won't let those 3 in," Annie said, trying to keep her arm from touching Harry. But Harry kept moving in the same direction as Annie's arm. Lillian Potter, get off that elk right now, her father warned with a threatening stare. Annie quickly dropped the elk and turned to Harry with her signature sorry. Dad, look. The one that always softened him even during his worst mischief, and this time was no exception. Well, what did you three do to her? Well, let me tell you, I was completely comfortable sleeping when suddenly, even if you don't let us make a joke, just attack us because that's how it is. Siri shouted as Ginny pushed him away from the wall. Because trust me, it would have been worse if I'd pulled that prank on you. Annie said, her voice threatening as she edged closer. Yay, stop fighting, Harry said as he carefully descended to EXO. And the three of you will tell me what prank you were going to pull on Annie. He was a classic dad. Joe said just some whipped cream, a dash of water, and a Levi Corpus to buy us time to escape. But no, said Siri, looking at her sister with irritation. Miss Potter had to ruin everything. It's not my fault they can't pull pranks, Annie replied, crossing her arms. We don't know how to plan pranks, right? EXO asked skeptically. Exactly, he said, like last year when you pulled that prank on the Slytherins during the game? The joke we played on Uncle Remus at Christmas? Yo chimed in. I'll give them a taste of their own medicine if they don't shut up. Siri gritted her teeth and spat out. What? The other two asked, but seeing Harry's face, they realized they'd made a huge mistake. 3 of them are punished, Harry said, looking at them with a serious expression. Well, but Mr. Potter, I need to return to Spain with my parents. We're visiting my grandparents, and I only came here for the flu season. No, EXO, don't worry. You'll be in my custody with your father this summer. Harry interrupted with a touch of feigned cruelty. EXO merely nodded. Now tell me what happened, because these idiots, Annie warned Harry. Dago. My brothers and EXO sneaked into my room while I was half asleep. When the 3 of them stopped near my bed, I woke up. The first thing I saw was someone dressed in full black with a matching mask, pointing a wand at me. What could I do? I screamed. The trio got scared, and I managed to cast a spell to keep them at bay, Annie recounted. Well, I know what punishment you'll get, Harry said. The boys, who already knew the cruel punishment was coming, rushed to Harry's feet, pleading with him not to do it. Even Annie knelt down before him. Please no, Dad. Don't do this. You'll regret it. Mr. Potter, I swear we won't do it again. Papa is to blame for them, not me. Enough drama. Harry shook the boys, but they clung to him like bedbugs. Let me go, he repeated, yet the more he shook them, the tighter they clung. They clung to him, and Harry lost his balance with every shake he gave. Guys, Harry, exclaimed Ginny as she saw her husband fall backward, and the boys sprang to their feet immediately. Mom, we're sorry, said the 3 little Pottercillos. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, said EXO. Harry, love, are you okay? Asked Ginny. I think I got hurt, Harry said, his voice hoarse. Señora Potter. See, Ginny answered as she stood up. She, her children, and EXO were in the waiting room at San Mungo Hospital. They had to take Harry there because he couldn't get up after taking a terrible fall. Don't worry, your husband is fine. He just got a minor back injury, but we'll take care of it right away, said the healer assigned to Harry. You can go check on him now. Thank you so much. Come on, guys, said Ginny as she walked into Harry's room. When they entered, they found him lounging on the bed, sipping pumpkin juice while chatting with a rather attractive healer who was slightly older than him. Mom, shouted the 3 young Potters and ran toward their father. Hello, Harry said, hugging his children. We're so sorry, Papa. Yes, I promise it won't happen again. I'll take care of you until you're fully healed. Thank you so much, Harry said, smiling at them, and I hope you'll keep that promise. Excuse me, Mr. Potter, said EXO, who was standing right next to Ginny near the door. Don't worry, EXO. I've been through worse things, Harry said with a smile. EXO returned the smile, but it vanished in seconds. Harry. The door to Harry's room slammed open, slamming into EXO's back so hard that the boy shot out and landed on the sofa. The whole commotion started when Sirius, Ron, Hermione, Remus, Tonks, Henry, Raven, and Era barged in like a herd of elephants. Harry, Are you okay? What happened to you? Hermione asked as she approached her friend, checking him over to make sure nothing had happened. Yeah, Hermione, I'm fine. I just fell down, Harry said, looking at Hermione and the others in confusion. What? They didn't attack you? Remus asked, glancing at Harry. Not his one didn't answer. But why does this note sound so urgent? I asked, holding up the document he was clutching in his hand. Score? What score? I asked Harry. We won't let them off scot-free. Sirius, John. Ginny snapped, turning to glare at her children. We were all asleep and didn't want to disturb them. Joe apologized, stepping back in front of his mother's gaze. She had sent them to every household to inform everyone that Harry had been involved in a minor accident. Yes, and we had no choice but to leave a note so they could see it when they woke UPI help Siri with her brother. Well, maybe they left a note that sounded less deadly. Ron shouted, interrupting Hermione. We're sorry, we wanted them to come as soon as they got up, said Joe, slamming his head against the wall. That's why we made the news sound like an emergency, said Siri, clinging to the wall just like her brother. They had nowhere to run. All the newcomers, his mother, and even Exo, who'd suffered the consequences of the Potter family's foolishness, were advancing toward them with murderous intent. Listen, we can negotiate this. There's no way we're going to get to violence, said Joe as he ducked under Siri. Just as everyone was about to attack, a couple of chuckles pulled them all out of their murderous world. Can you tell what they're laughing about? Tonks asked, glancing at Harry and Annie. Los notes, Harry managed to say with laughter. He and Annie had taken the notes left by Siri and Joe, along with those from Ron, Sirius, and Remus' houses. Now they were laughing at the twins' brilliant ideas. Let me see, said Ginny, taking the notes from Harry's hand. Reading them, she couldn't help but laugh. The 3 notes said the same thing, just with different names written for whom they were intended. Uncle, name of the uncle, please come to San Mungo. My dad had an accident and is in critical condition. It's our fault, we can't stay here. We're heartbroken and desperate, and Mom's totally over the moon. Please come as soon as you can. Sirius and Joe. It's not funny, said Remus, glancing at the Potters who were laughing with their eyes half closed. Mooney's got a point. Do you have any idea what time he woke me up to come over? That was pure torture, Sirius exclaimed, sending even more laughter through the Potter family. For about half a day, Harry could leave the hospital on the condition he didn't exert himself. So Ginny forbade him from going downstairs, but he was free to wander around the upper floor. Annie kept her promise by staying with Harry all day. She had excellent healing skills, and since Ginny had already spoken with Exo's father, the boy, much to Annie's horror, would stay there for the rest of the vacation. Thank you, Princess, Harry said once Annie brought him a tray of dinner. There's no problem, Dad, Annie said, leaving a small bottle in the charola. The healer said you should take this potion with every meal. All right then, I'll take it, Harry smiled. My daughter will be a great healer someday. Hey Annie, call your brothers and Exo. They still owe the punishment, and this time they better not try to deny it or get their backs ripped off by me. His father, Annie replied listlessly. The girl dragged her feet out of the room. When she reached the ground floor, her brothers and Exo, they were watching a movie in the theater, and they were super excited. But Annie didn't care. She just unplugged the TV. Hey, Siri snapped angrily. What's wrong with Annie? This time it was Joe. Exo shouted. Frodo was about to throw the ring into the lava. Stop yelling at me, Annie shouted back. Dad says we need to climb up because he'll tell us the punishment. The 3 boys' faces instantly changed. They knew exactly what punishment awaited them. The 4 of them climbed the stairs with astonishing slowness. When they reached Harry's bedroom door, they all let out a collective sigh and stepped inside. Hey Dad, want to see us? Siri asked as she walked toward her father's bed, while Ginny was folding t-shirts in a corner of the room. Yeah, exactly. I think I couldn't deliver the punishment yesterday, so you don't have to worry, Dad. We already know the punishment, interrupted. Do you know that? I asked Harry. Yes, we know you'll say that, Annie said this time. Well, what else could I say? Harry said, crossing his arms and staring intently at the boys. Kids, what they did last night was bad, Joe started off. It's not good that they're making fun of your sister, Siri continued. Annie stops answering your brother's jokes because they'll just tell you the same thing. That's what Annie was like. EXO, I know I can't scold you because you're not my son, but I'm really disappointed with you, Kid EXO said. Now his punishment will be, said Joe. Don't use magic for the rest of the vacation, everyone chimed in together. Good, Harry said with surprise, that's exactly what I was going to say. Well, they understood the conversation. No magic, he added. I'll see if they actually do it. Then, they can go now. The boys left the room, leaving Harry stunned. Love, I know you well, said Ginny as she approached him. Yeah, I think it's way too good, Harry said as he turned to kiss Ginny. When his hand dangerously approached her clothes beneath the blouse, she stopped him. Should you rest, remember? The red-haired woman said with a smile. Oh, come on, Harry. But Ginny was walking out of the room, shaking her head in refusal. Annie, Raven, after all these years of knowing each other and seeing each other almost every day, they can't stop screaming whenever they see each other, Siri said, pretending to be deaf to her sister's and cousin's shouts. I haven't seen her in 4 days, Annie said while hugging Raven. That was true. Ron and his family had gone on a trip to Russia, and the girls hadn't seen each other for 4 days. Well, in that case, Henry, Siri screamed with all her might. Sirius, shut up. The girls screamed, as he had practically shouted right in their ears. What? I haven't seen him in 4 days. Siri apologized as she lunged toward Henry to give him a hug. Hey, stop that, Henry snapped, flinging Siri to the side. Henry, how's Russia going? Joe asked. Awesome. The weather's still cool even in summer, Henry remarked. The boys quickly made their way to the twins' room while the girls called out to Era to join the gathering. She didn't take long to appear by the fireplace, and soon all 3 of them disappeared up the stairs. These girls never tire of gossiping, said Ginny as she sat down beside Tonks and Hermione in the living room. I know. I think it's hereditary, Ron said as he rushed out of the room to avoid being hit by the cushions the 3 women hurled at him. Idiot! I hear my sister shout as she walks into the dining room and sits down with Sirius, Remus, and Harry. The 3 of them are laughing hysterically at the red-haired boy's brilliant idea. I just told the truth, Ron said, shrugging his shoulders and taking a butter beer that Sirius had offered him. Tell me, how's Hogwarts doing? Harry asked Sirius and Remus. It had been 3 years since Remus became the headmaster of the prestigious school, while Sirius had stayed on as professor of defense against the dark arts. Why ask? If you live there yourself? Sirius asked. And it was true Harry visited Hogwarts at least once a week, whether it was because Remus had called him overdue to his kids' pranks, or simply to visit Sirius and Remus. Well, I just want to ask, what happens when I'm not there? Harry said, shrugging his shoulders and smiling. Your kids are total bastards. Remus and Sirius chimed in simultaneously, the 4 adults bursting into laughter. I admit they're not exactly angels, but it shouldn't be this bad, Harry said, taking a swig of his beer. Think again, Potter, Sirius said. If Sirius isn't dating a girl, it's Joe who's after Hogwarts skirts. Even EXO's living a girl-to-girl life. Poor Merlin. Sirius, you've bitten your tongue out. You bit your tongue like that terrible thing, Remus exclaimed, making Harry and Ron burst into laughter. Quite amusing, Moony, Sirius replied, half closing his eyes. You know, I really need this right now, Harry said, changing the subject, hanging out together, sipping on buttery beer, and chatting nonstop. Without women, Ron said, raising his bottle in a toast. Everyone clinked their bottles and took a sip. They were over the moon happy these past 2 years. Things had improved significantly both at Hogwarts and in their daily lives. No more Horcruxes, though they knew it still stayed inside Harry. Remus was happier than ever in his new role as headmaster, with Tonks and Era giving him their full support. This marked the first time in Hogwarts history that the headmaster's wife had lived at. Hogwarts was also awesome, though they didn't stay there during summer break. Tonk had been assigned to the ministry security, a pretty cool position she took pride in. Era remained top of her class. Her dad being the headmaster didn't change that at all. She kept helping the boys with pranks and was totally happy, even though she had to admit the full moon was starting to cause trouble. Not because of the werewolf transformation itself, not because she couldn't hang out with others all the time before that, They rarely went out to parties, being kids, or so their parents said. But now it was a different story. She had to stay home the night before the full moon, the night of the full moon, and naturally the night after. This was to avoid accidents from low energy levels and such. But when there was a good party in town and it happened to be the full moon, it was truly a hassle. Ron, Hermione, and Harry were immensely proud of their son. Not only had he graduated with honors from school, but for the past year and a half, he had secured a position at the Ministry of Magic. Though not particularly special, just reviewing documents for the OR department, mainly in the Criminal Investigation Division, was exceptionally good at uncovering clues. He had been a tremendous help to Ron, who had recently been promoted and now oversaw the Criminal Investigation Department. That was the part of his job Henry disliked most, his father being his boss. As for Raven, she felt proud of convincing Henry to let his hair grow out. Now he carried it over his shoulder, always holding onto a small ponytail. Raven and Sumi kept their silent war going, not wanting Henry to know about their arguments. Hermione knew this and tried to keep things in check, though she admitted that girl wasn't exactly her favorite. Sirius was a lost cause. Harry simply didn't know how he did it, but Sirius had become the Hugh Hefner of the wizarding world. Note, Hugh Hefner is the owner of Playboy magazine, which is essentially a men's magazine. If you don't know this, do you not watch TV? It wasn't as if he had turned into. He ran a porn magazine business but dated young witches in their mid-20s. Though he never married, though family wasn't really his thing, was content. His job at Hogwarts made him the most beloved professor among students, though he occasionally got scolded by Remus for helping Junior with his pranks. Harry was happy. Happiness was the perfect word to describe him. He and Ginny were absolutely content. Harry had quit his Quidditch job to focus on his career as an Auror, while Ginny had become a full-time homemaker. It wasn't that she hadn't been before, but now she looked more like a young Mrs. Weasley, which started to worry Harry a bit. But it didn't matter. They were truly happy. The boys, the twins, were the rowdy troublemakers and notorious troublemakers known throughout Hogwarts that I know. They were carrying it on the wound. Annie, who was single for 4 major reasons, 3 of which had names. Siri, Joe, Harry, and, well, they were just pure idiots at Hogwarts. But hey, things would change, or so I thought. Life was fantastic, and they hoped it would stay that way for a very, very long time. Did the idiots say that to you? Annie asked. Believe it or not, Raven replied. She and Era were in Annie's room, chatting about the redhead's vacation plans while getting ready to leave. Apparently, she'd met a guy at the hotel where they were staying. There can't be any boys who are so idiots, ended the sentence with Era. Yeah, that's right, but what else happened to you in Russia, Rav? Era asked. There's nothing interesting, though it's freezing cold, Raven replied. At that moment, a cat owl entered through the window and perched on the nightstand, waiting for someone to remove the letter. Look at that owl from Cleo, Era exclaimed as he spotted the stunning pearl necklace on the gray owl's neck. Annie sprang up and snatched the letter. After giving the owl some treats, she took off into the sky. Open it quickly, what's the message? Raven asked. It had been 2 years since they last saw Cleo, exactly 2 years since the girl's disappearance. Why? Because our dear Cleo's parents had moved to France, where her father was offered a great job. During those 2 years, Cleo attended Bohar's school and they exchanged millions of letters, but never received one like the one they were about to read. Annie took the letter and read it aloud. Hey there. What do you think? I'm in the best situation I've ever imagined. Guess what? While you're trying to guess, let me tell you about what happened this week. It's actually nothing special. But I met this guy who's, well, just amazing. It's a shame I can't be with him, you know why? Anyway, I had a blast. Remember my friend Annabelle Baudelaire? I just broke up with my boyfriend. I didn't know why at first, but now I get it. And the reason isn't just that he's a jerk. There's another crucial reason too, the same one that's making me never have a boyfriend here again. Can you guess what it is? Let me tell you. I'm going back to England, back to Hogwarts, and Annabelle's coming with me. Isn't that awesome? I can't wait to see you all girls. I miss you like crazy. I'll arrive on September 1st, and I'll meet you at platform. I adore you all and want you all. Reply ASAP. As soon as Annie finished reading the letter, the 3 girls exchanged glances before Ha ha aha. 5 seconds later, Siri, Joe, Exo, and Henry rushed into the room to see who was dying, but they found themselves in a scene completely different from what they'd imagined. The girls were jumping on the bed, hugging each other and celebrating something. Hey folks, what's up with you? We thought one of them was about to die, Siri said, joining the commotion. Cleo's back. Cleo's back! Annie shouted, grabbing her brother's hands and starting to spin around the room. What? How did Cleo come back? I asked, somewhat confused. Sip, Cleo's coming back from France and will be entering Hogwarts, Era replied, jumping up every now and then. Brilliant! The four boys exclaimed. Kids, ready? Harry shouted upstairs. Henry, Siri, Joe, and Exo immediately came down the stairs. They were all dressed to the nines. Not exactly fashionable, but perfectly presentable. Wow, what a bunch of hotties, said Ginny, eyeing the boys. The red-haired girl, like Hermione and Tonks, wore a gorgeous evening gown. They were heading to a special dinner at the ministry, but the boys would stay alone for a while before going out on their own. Girls, hurry up, Harry shouted again. We're going. Annie exclaimed as she descended the stairs. When the three girls came down, they all looked at her in surprise. Especially the parents, they couldn't believe those were their little princesses. They had all grown into young ladies, looking absolutely stunning. Era, just look at you. It feels like it was only yesterday when I took your hand to go to Diagon Alley, Remus said, gazing at his beautiful daughter. Dad, if it was yesterday, remember I lost that potion to make things blurry and you took my hand to buy the cure? Era said, raising an eyebrow as he looked at his father. Oh right, said Remus, but let's be real, I just can't believe they're that big. Come on, Uncle Remus, we're adults now, Raven said as he walked toward his father. After a quick, improvised fashion show, everyone went out to the garden to pose. Each adult took a boy and disappeared. About 2 hours later, the boys were almost eaten by vultures due to their boredom. But they had to wait until 10 a.m. That was the deal. After 10 a.m. it would be free time. How are you kids? Harry asked as he approached them. Everyone shot him a knowing look, and Harry immediately understood the message. All right, just one more hour, boys. I promise they can leave after this. I don't know if I'll make it another hour, Dad. This party is for throwing myself in, Siri said, looking at her father with pleading eyes. Calm down, it's almost... Harry, can you spare a second for me? Of course, Mr. Venator. I'll be back soon, Harry said to the boys as he walked away. The kids scattered back into their seats, thoroughly fed up with being there. Only their parents had the idea to take them to a youth party for those over 100 years old. How much is left?
Yes, cara.
Enough to kill him, Exo replied. He couldn't make sense of what was happening there, and his father wasn't even there. They couldn't remember when Sirius had joined them. In the blink of an eye, they saw the Animagus sitting beside them, sipping wine with the same bored expression they wore. Soon Ron joined them, followed by Tonks, Ginny, Remus, and Hermione. Had Harry not been so busy snapping photos with the party's most important guests, he probably would have joined them too. Good, Harry said as he walked to the table where everyone was seated. It's exactly 10 o'clock. Kids, you're free. The boys didn't even take a second to stand up and disappear through the main door, though no other guest noticed. Harry, we don't have to stay here, you know? Sirius said, as if he didn't want to get involved. Of course you should stay with us. Hermione said Harry is a very important guest and, Herms, I don't think anyone realizes we're not. Ron interrupted. Look around. The only ones who seem to get what fun means are us. Without giving it much thought, Hermione stopped arguing. Just like the boys, the adults quickly left the place. I love big butts and I can't lie. Siri sang along to the music while dancing closely with a girl she'd just met. She was stunning brown hair, a killer body, and a massive booty that perfectly matched the song's vibe. Note: to those who don't understand English, this means I love big butts. No denying it. The guys had hit up a muggle club that had the best vibe in town. The music, the crowd, the drinks, everything was wild. Even Era, the group's most laid-back one, was rocking the tables with her feet. The girls had ditched their dresses' elegance, now kicking off their heels for a better dance move. The guys were completely unshackled and a bit messy, while the twins and EXO were already holding girls in their arms. Henry seemed to be searching for someone amidst the crowd. "What are you waiting for, Henry? Dance," Raven said, taking his brother's hand to get him moving. "'Kay, sure, Rav. Just wait here, I'll go to the bathroom," Henry said. He needed to keep his distance from his sister if he wanted things to go smoothly that night. It was a shame luck wasn't on his side that day. "Henry, finally you're here." Raven stared at the girl who'd called out to her brother and then vanished. There couldn't be Henry bringing in that one. "What the hell are you doing here?" Raven snapped at Sumi, her tone sharp. She was wearing just jeans and a basic polo shirt, nothing special, and she looked completely out of place in the room. "Vine with Henry, not with you, little one, so go to hell," Sumi shouted as she lunged toward Henry, but Raven blocked her path. Both the girls exchanged glances, their eyes seeming to fire a laser beam that could kill their opponent. "Girls, please don't start," Henry stepped between the two of them. "Tell your dear sister to leave me alone and stop scolding me. You're the one who shouldn't be here at all. This is a family gathering." "Then I see it," Sumi said sarcastically, watching Era and Annie dance across the table to the beat of Welcome to the Jungle. "Enough," Henry said, pulling the girls apart. "Annie, Era, please help me." The two girls answered Henry's call for help and grabbed Raven by the arms. As they walked away, they dragged her to the table and forced a tequila drink down her throat, making her leave Henry alone with his girlfriend. Eventually they took that, Sumi warned Henry while glancing at her. Di said, "Hey, your sister finally lets us be quiet." The girl quickly corrected. "Yes, I hope it stays that way and you don't provoke her. Okay?" Henry said as he placed his hands on the girl's waist. "I won't do anything," Sumi replied, kissing Henry. "You know, I have no idea how the hell you convinced me to come here." "Come on, it's fun," Henry said. "Fun? Well, yeah, it's fun to watch people get drunk and do stupid things," Sumi said. "But look around here, not in my world." Then he noticed a couple on the bar doing inappropriate things. "Sip, definitely not my scene here. We'll be right there, just a moment, then we're off. Okay? Do it for me," Henry said, putting on his little angel face. "All right, that's fine, but don't put on that face," Sumi said. The two headed to the table where the boys were seated. Siri had vanished with the girl she'd met, while EXO was standing apart from the group, kissing a brainless blonde Annie called him. Joe was still dancing with his chestnut-colored partner, though to the girls it looked like a fake blonde attempt. The party kept going, and the guys kept drinking without realizing how much alcohol they'd consumed. At exactly 12 o'clock sharp, the DJ dropped a hilarious announcement. "Attention, everyone!" A loud shout echoed through the crowd. "Listen up. We've got a little contest that's totally for those with tables. If you don't have one, grab one now." A crowd surged forward. The boys were guarding the two tables they occupied, crouching and stretching as far as they could. EXO decided to climb onto the tables and lie down along them, blocking anyone from climbing up. All right, those without tables, head to the dance floor," the DJ announced. Most people returned to the dance floor, while others celebrated securing a table. "Great, this is the contest. We'll play a song, and only the girls, those on the tables who know the song, should come up to the table, sing it, and dance to it." Several men whistled and some women screamed with excitement. The four girls at the juniors table exchanged glances. They weren't tipsy enough to put on a show. "The ones who sing and dance best will be the winners of—" "Girls, you gotta win," said Sirius, glancing at Era, Raven, Annie, and Sumi. "Crazy, I don't want to be the laughingstock or show off just for free drinks for the rest of the night." The DJ cut off Annie's whining, and the girls' eyes except Sumi sparkled. "We gotta win," Annie exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement over the free drinks she'd scored. The DJ started playing the song Wine Up, and the girls got hyped. Did they even know this track? Some nearby tables were left speechless. Though the music was catchy, none of the girls recognized it. Annie quickly climbed onto the table, followed by Era and Raven. Sumi stayed below, showing no interest in joining the dance. "We'll do it," Sue Henry said, glancing at his girlfriend. "You're crazy. To climb up there, I'd need to get over my fear of making a fool of myself. Tahasumi said, looking at her boyfriend. The guy stopped insisting when he saw his girlfriend's dangerous gaze. Alright, we've got some girls here who need to prove they know the song, said the DJ, so I'll cut the music for you all to enjoy. He pointed at tables where girls were singing their hearts out under the loud music. Sense is telling me you're looking, I can feel it on my skin, the girls sang, and that was enough to convince the DJ. Alright, now let's dance. After the song ends, we'll vote to see who wins, DJ said, letting the music flow freely. The girls danced on the table, being careful not to fall while Siri, Joe, EXO, and Henry chased away all the boys who I had approached to take a closer look, but Sumi still refused to get up and dance, while the girls were having a blast. Okay, we're done. The DJ's voice cut in, followed by a chorus of shouts, let's see who's the winner. The giant screen near the track displayed images of all the girls on the tables. With only a few participants, they stood a strong chance of winning. Alright, now who thinks this is the winning table? The DJ announced. A group of girls appeared on stage, and the crowd erupted in cheers, gasps, and flattery. The tables were checked off one by one until they reached the junioress table. Those who support these girls with such class? They're rocking those elegant dresses and the leftover elaborate hairstyles from Era, Annie, and Raven, the DJ said, gesturing at the outfits and the remaining hairstyles. The boys made quite a splash, and Sumi, at Henry's request and with her angelic pout, also screamed loudly. Incredibly, many of the attendees were cheering them on, and it was the table that received the most shouts and applause. Later, they realized that those who had cheered and applauded were wizards who knew Harry Potter's children inside out. We've got the winning table, shouted the DJ, gesturing at Era, Annie, and Raven. The trio jumped up in excitement as the guys toasted their free drinks. How many people are on your table? He asked. We'll send out some necklaces to identify who's from that table. Annie raised her 8 fingers toward the DJ, who nodded in approval. Immediately, a waiter arrived with 8 eye-catching necklaces. The guys put them on and got ready for a night of pure joy, completely free of charge. While the boys were having a wild night out, the adults went to a muggle pub. The men started playing billiards, with Remus and Sirius taking on Ron and Harry. Remus wasn't very good at it though. While playing, Sirius was a master at billiards, so the teams were evenly matched. The women sat at a nearby table chatting away. It was a quiet yet fun night. Absolutely perfect. Are you sure you're doing this, guys? Harry asked as he prepared to smash the white ball. Probably dancing, said Remus. Just having fun and doing what every teenager does, Sirius said, watching Harry's move. Yeah, the good thing is we can stay here a bit longer. I don't think the guys will arrive until around 3 o'clock, said Ron. What these poor deluded parents didn't know was that their children weren't planning to stay until 3 a.m. or any time close to that. Around 3:30 a.m., everyone said goodbye and headed home, Sirius to his apartment. But Harry was absolutely certain he wouldn't be alone. When they got home, Harry and Ginny noticed something strange about Hershey was unusually quiet, completely silent. Do you think he's already asleep? I asked Ginny. I was really worried they'd be at the gin house, Harry said as he climbed the stairs. Sure enough, the boys still hadn't arrived. Harry grabbed his phone and called Annie, but she didn't answer. Her phone was probably in the bag. He tried Siri instead, but when he saw the boy's phone charging on his desk, that idea went out the window. Finally, he dialed Joe's number. I had to bring it in the pants so he'd notice, he thought. A few seconds later, someone answered the phone. Hello? Are you listening? Harry called out, but all he could hear was blaring music. It seemed Joe wasn't listening either, as he was busy at a club. Within seconds, Joe hung up the phone. Harry grew furious as the guys kept partying on. At least she knew they were okay. But when they got home, she was skeptical about whether anything would stay okay with them. That's when the phone rang. Hello, John? No, it's me, Hermione, came the voice from the other end of the speaker. The boys haven't arrived yet? No, not yet. And Henry and Raven? Harry asked. Raven hasn't arrived yet, Hermione said. Henry's in his room, but he looks completely exhausted. He won't answer any questions and just lies there on the bed. Well, Raven should be with my kids. I'll call Remus. I hope Era stays with them. She's the most responsible one, Harry said. Okay. If you have any news, just call me Harry. Please, Hermione said. Yeah. Don't worry. The boys are fine, Harry replied, glancing at the wall where a room resembling Madrigera's stood, presumably housing family members. He pulled Hermione aside and called Remus. Harry, I was about to call you, Remus said as I answered. Harley, hasn't Aruna arrived yet? He asked. No, he said, not answering the phone. Remus, don't worry, it must be in his bag. The boys are fine, Joe replies, but apparently he wasn't listening. Harry calms him down. Okay, I'll call you when your kids arrive. I hope Era will come too, Remus said.
Claro, yo te llamo.
Ginny and Harry changed into their clothes and went to the living room to wait for their kids, though the wait was long, pretty long. The guys kept hanging out at the club, drinking non-stop without counting their drinks. Since everything was free, they didn't have to worry about the bill. So they just kept asking and asking and asking and asking. Chicas, you know, View, said Raven, looking around in confusion. Era said to Rav, open your eyes. The two girls burst into laughter like fools. Annie, what are you doing? I asked Joe when I saw her sister being hugged by a guy they didn't know.
Nada. Solo me di bielesai danie.
They're here to have fun with us, Joe said, pulling her arm. Bye-bye, dude. They're taking me away, said Annie to the guy she was dancing with. Siri and EXO had vanished about an hour ago, each with a girl in tow. They weren't the same playful dancers they used to be. These ones were even more mindless. After bringing Annie back to the watching zone, Joe kept chatting with another woman who was at least 25 years old, but let's face it, she was pretty hot. Within minutes, Siri arrived, hair disheveled and wearing an idiotic grin. After EXO arrived, just like his friend, he was saying goodbye to someone in the distance. The guys kept drinking until Raven nearly fell off the chair where she was dancing. It was then that they finally decided to leave before something bad happened. But with Era asleep from all the previous drinks, they weren't exactly safe outside the club. Without much thought and with enough alcohol in their systems to disinfect an entire hospital, the guys left the club each carrying a large tequila glass courtesy of the bartender who had been impressed by the crew. After leaving, they decided to walk to Era's house first, then Raven's, before the three Potters and EXO would head to the first group's home. They strolled leisurely while sipping tequila happily, completely oblivious to the time. By the time they reached Era's house, dawn was breaking. As soon as she said goodbye, everyone left before she could enter. Inside, a furious Tonks and a fuming Remus were waiting to reprimand her. They continued walking another stretch. Around 6:30 a.m., they arrived at Raven's house, left her there, and left before the girl could enter. Ron was completely asleep, but Hermione was a fierce warrior waiting for her daughter. At around 7 a.m., EXO and the young Potter siblings arrived at their home. Ginny and Harry were sound asleep on the living room sofa, maintaining complete silence despite being thoroughly drunk. The boys climbed into their rooms, while the twins and EXO threw themselves onto their beds, falling asleep completely covered in clothes. Annie had the decency to put on her pajamas and remove her makeup before collapsing, utterly surrendering. Harry, Ginny's voice came faintly, as if she wasn't there with him. She was comfortably hugging that giant, cozy pillow beneath. Wait a second, there were no sheets. Harry slowly opened his eyes. When he could focus, he saw a strand of red hair beside him. It wasn't a giant pillow, it was Ginny. He stretched out his arm and grabbed her glasses. They'd fallen asleep waiting for their children. Their children. Ginny, the kids. Got it, they're up there, Ginny interrupted. Harry felt a wave of relief that quickly turned to anger. He stood to scold them, but Ginny stopped him. Wait, I want them to suffer. Let them get up and face this. They'll have the worst hangover anyone has ever had. That's when we'll teach them a lesson. It looks good to me, Harry said. Meanwhile, Ginny went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her and Harry, while her husband climbed the stairs into his daughter's bedroom. The girl was sound asleep, hugging her stuffed dog tightly. Harry approached her and sat down on the bed. Annie smelled of alcohol, too much, Harry thought. Then he noticed where she had thrown all her clothes from the previous day, along with some eye-catching necklaces. When I approached them and noticed the phrase free night repeated over and over across the necklace, I could picture it. The moment I saw the large teacup in Annie's office, still holding remnants of tequila, I knew her princess was like that. If even she couldn't imagine what the princes would be like, then I certainly couldn't. He stepped out of Annie's room and entered the twins' bedroom. The moment he opened the door, a pungent cloud of alcohol hit him. He had to pinch his nose shut. Inside, all three boys were sleeping soundly with their legs spread wide open, snoring loudly. They still wore yesterday's clothes, looking utterly disgusting. Harry couldn't wait for them to wake up and make them suffer for what they'd done. The light that bothered her was just a tiny beam sneaking through the curtains of her room. She couldn't believe this sliver of light could make her so uncomfortable. Light was unbelievable. After another round of tossing and turning, Annie sat up frustrated, unable to fall back asleep. Checking her watch, it was 3 p.m., the perfect time to wake up after a party. Her stomach growled fiercely. She was starving and had an intense urge to vomit. She quickly got out of bed, but no sooner than she did, everything started spinning around her. He lay down again, hoping his headache would ease a bit, but it didn't even come close. When he finally stood up carefully, everything spun around him. Instantly, he felt dizzy and something stuck in his throat. He rushed to the bathroom, emptied his stomach, rinsed his mouth, then exited. As he waited for everything to settle, he approached the door. Just as he stepped out, he ran into his brothers and Exo. They couldn't find anyone better than her, the four of them. They descended the stairs, only to find themselves in the worst scene they'd ever witnessed. Not only were their furious parents there, but also Remus, Tonks, Ron, and Hermione equally enraged alongside Aru and Raven. The whole group looked utterly miserable, exhausted and grumpy, with Sirius and Henry standing back from the fray. Though Henry appeared slightly disoriented, he kept rubbing his right shoulder above his shoulder. "Good afternoon," Harry said coldly, glancing at the four newcomers. "Dad, please don't scream," said Siri, clutching her head with both hands. "No, I'm not yelling, Ronald," Harry said. Siri was slightly startled. Her father only called him Ronald when he was truly in trouble. "Sit down." Harry gestured for the boys to the armchair where Raven and Era sat facing all the parents. The boys immediately complied and settled into their seats, their heads nearly popping out of their heads at the sight. "All right, now you can tell us what the hell they did last night," Tonk said, arms crossed. The boys exchanged glances before turning to the adults, all of them staring with dangerous eyes. "Well," he finally spoke up after leaving the ministry, "we went to a club and, well, we didn't realize how much we'd been drinking. I don't think the money they had would have been enough for all night with drinks, or so what?" I asked Ginny. "Well, no, but we won a contest and, why?" After roaring at Ron at Exo, "We won free drinks all night long," Annie said. "Free drinks?" I asked Hermione. The boys nodded, but then they regretted it. Their heads hurt so badly that even the slightest movement made them dizzy. "Can you tell how much they drank?"
No.
"I don't remember," Raven replied. Truth be told, after the competition, he couldn't recall anything that had happened. He didn't even remember when his brother left or when he got home. It was only when he heard Hermione's hysterical screams that he finally collapsed on the floor, completely unconscious. "Well, we'll tell them it happened," said Remus in a calm voice, though the boys thought he was screaming. "They're not feeling well today, right?" "The truth is that no," Era said. "Well, that's fine. Everyone has tasks to do today and won't accept excuses," Remus said as he saw the boys trying to make excuses. "Sirius, you, your brother, and Exo are going to tend the back garden, including all the trees and shrubs, using Muggle pruning shears," said Ginny. The three boys were desperate. The back garden was enormous, and those Muggle shears made a loud clattering sound. "Raven, you'll help your grandma in the kitchen. They need to bake cookies. You'll assist her with mixing everything in a blender, all in Muggle style," Hermione said. Raven was desperate. His grandma, despite not knowing he'd get the worst hangover ever, would give him orders to die. All Muggle-style tasks were too exhausting, and those blenders were downright scandalous. Finally, Era and Annie will do Sirius a favor by volunteering to handle Grimmauld Place with Muggle vacuum cleaners, said Tonks. The two girls exchanged glances and acted terrified. Muggle vacuum cleaners were the noisiest things in the world, and Grimmauld Place was enormous. After these punishments, I seriously doubt they'll want to take anything again, right? Harry asked maliciously as he stepped out of the room. The boys huddled in the armchair. With all that work, all that noise, and them in this state, they couldn't survive. If they were already dying from headaches and the urge to vomit, who knew how they'd manage with so much work? Kids, I won't do it again, Siri declared. Turning to the crowd that nodded in agreement, I swear this time it's for real. Far from that place, far from the notion of it being the worst torture chamber for the junior, a girl was animatedly chatting with her father. They had a perfectly planned scheme. They'd let enough time pass so the Potter family would be completely unfazed, never suspecting anything like what was about to unfold. Eli, we're ready. Snape's voice echoed through Azkaban's cells. The Aurors weren't keeping such close watch anymore, since the prison was completely impregnable. Note: I love it when Snape's evil. Perfect. We just need to wait a bit longer. We have to wait until the boys enter Hogwarts first. Then we'll start the plan, Eli said, playing with his little snake between his fingers. Just remember to move each action slowly and carefully. We don't want that same thing happening again as it did 2 years ago. Well, don't worry, Princess, everything will work out perfectly, Draco said as he sat on the floor of his cell. Having been there for some time, little had changed in the Malfoy dormitory. They were only allowed to meet occasionally, but usually Eli spent her time alone in her cell. Well, she and her little Hebe, Draco and Pansy, were right across the room from each other. If everything is perfect, that's not true, Hebe, Eli said, glancing at the serpent. You Potter fool. Think that by placing security in. Is there really no one else coming out of here? But what a pipe dream. Eli's laughter echoed through Azkaban. Now Parcel could speak freely and escape the prison effortlessly, having obtained a fragment of the Horcrux. The worst part was that her fragment held the most potent power between the two. Hey folks! Hope you enjoyed it. Took ages to make this, so I'm super excited about the next one coming soon. Looking forward to your reviews. Stay tuned. Unless I get scolded this time, it'll be exposed. You'll see soon enough. Hope you like it. Lord Zoller. It's finally here. Short note. Sorry, I'm not really in the mood right now, and you're asking me to study math. I know I'm not doing anything productive right now, just gonna parties and that, but hey, I'm sinking in. Read on. Broken Heart Roa. Hey there. I'm so thrilled you enjoyed my previous story. And this one too. I haven't read your other works yet, but I'll definitely check them out. You can count on that. Here's my latest chapter for you. Hope you like it. Anagal. Don't forget, I'm still here. XD. Well, good news you liked the Cappy. And yes, there's some irresponsible guys, but I feel bad for them. XD. Ha 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 ha. Elisa GM. Well, I hope you read it, XD, and that you enjoyed it. Here's another Cappy for you to tell me how it goes. Hope you like it too. 13. If I vomit from there? Ha 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 ha, how scary. But hey, the second chapter's here already. Cleo hasn't come out yet, but she'll be here soon.
Love ya.
Annie, help me, Harry said, clutching his chest with one hand as he fell to his knees. Mom, Annie shouted, then dashed off to help her dad. Annie, please. Harry kept shouting and suffering. Annie ran as fast as she could, but the harder she ran, the farther she seemed to be from him. Or at least that was what it looked like. Harry kept retreating while she kept desperately chasing. Dad, please wait. Annie screamed, forcing herself to run faster. Dad! But she couldn't catch up with him. You can't save him, you stupid girl. A cold, terrifying voice echoed everywhere. Yet Annie didn't stop. She had to reach her father. But the voice's owner appeared before her. Annie froze at the sight of a tall, thin man with grayish skin and a nose resembling a snake's. You'll never make it, the voice declared. Leave me alone, Dad. Annie screamed, rushing forward again. Voldemort just laughed at her. A rainstorm erupted from somewhere unknown, drenching her in seconds. Harry lay motionless on the ground. Annie was terrified, her tears mingling with the rainwater. "Dad!" "Idiot girl," Voldemort said, circling Annie. Annie stopped running for her father and instead tried to escape from Voldemort. Her father had vanished. At that moment, Voldemort grabbed her arm and yanked her away. "Let me go!" Annie screamed, struggling against Voldemort's grip, but he wouldn't budge. "But how foolish you are. Do you think you can escape Lord Voldemort? Your father will die, and there's nothing you or your brothers can do about it," Voldemort said maliciously. Annie let out more tears. Couldn't be true, she hadn't been. Annie was terrified. "I had nightmares like that," she said. "It's impossible," horrified Annie. Voldemort mocked her, grabbing the girl by the shoulders and shaking her violently. "Annie, Annie, Annie." Voldemort kept repeating the girl's name over and over as he shook her violently. Annie screamed in terror, and he began pounding her to make her let go, but she wouldn't budge. "Enough! Let me go!" Annie screamed, slapping Voldemort as she clutched her eyes. "Annie, Annie, Annie is enough!" Voldemort's voice was shifting, sounding younger and less cold. The rattle of the storm grew weaker, though the rain still lingered. "Let me, what?" Annie opened her eyes in confusion. Someone was holding her tightly. She looked around. She was standing in the middle of the street, drenched by torrential rain. She and "Annie, are you okay?" I asked the boy who was hugging her. Annie lifted her gaze and met Exo's gray eyes, which were filled with worry. Yo. Annie lost herself in the boy's eyes. Though he hadn't admitted it yet, Exo melted her like chocolate to fire. Being so close to him made her feel out of place. Exo hugged her tightly, shielding her from the rain, though Annie was still soaked through. Wait a second. She was completely drenched, and her pajamas were all white. Annie glanced down for a second. Exo followed her gaze, a grave mistake. The girl was checking if her pajamas were slightly translucent, and sure enough they were. Exo blushed instantly.
Yo, Anielo.
Ouch! Exo couldn't finish his sentence. Annie had given him a brutal, not a slap, but a punch to the cheek. Now the boy was on the ground, trying to get up. "What's wrong with you? Perverted!" Annie shouted as she stepped away from him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. "He was helping you," Exo shouted back after waking her from her nightmare and shielding her from the rain. "He gave that punch. He was completely out of his mind." Annie was at a loss for words. Her face flushed crimson. Yet she couldn't recall how they'd ended up here outside. "How did we end up out here in the middle of nowhere?" "I went to the bathroom, and when I came out, I saw you descending the stairs of the house, but you were blindfolded. So I followed you," Exo said. "But when he got down, you'd already left the house and were running through the rain. He chased after you until he finally caught up. You screamed and hit me, then woke up. That's all. I swear I didn't mean to. Exo fell silent. Truth be told, he never intended to see Annie's now transparent shirt. But honestly, it didn't bother him at all if she had liked it. Her expression must have been visible on her face. Annie pulled herself tighter into her arms and turned away. "We'd better go back," Annie said, blushing. He had been staring at her. Under normal circumstances, the boy would have collapsed on the ground writhing in pain. But Annie felt restrained. The boy looked simply perfect, just wearing a pajama pants, completely soaked through, his blue hair clinging to his face. Add to that the boy's gaze, and he looked utterly sexy. Annie hurried home, having run about 3 or 4 blocks. Exo quickly caught up with her. Neither of them spoke until they reached the Potter house. They entered and went upstairs. "Wait. Let me help you with your clothes." Annie went to her room with her wand, but first she checked if her father was okay. She opened the door to their parents' room and peered in carefully. Harry was hugging Ginny and sleeping soundly. Feeling relieved, she went to check for her wand. Exo didn't have his wand either because Harry had confiscated the items from him and the twins for 2 weeks. Annie looked slightly drier now. At least her pajama shirt was dry. She approached Exo and used the wand to mark his pants. Warm air began flowing from the wand, drying the pants. "Thanks," he said, turning around to dry off faster. "There's no such thing," Annie said, Thank you for helping me. There's no problem, said EXO. They remained silent for a few seconds. It wasn't the usual awkward silence between them this time, it felt different. As if both wanted to relive that moment. And tell me, what did you dream about? Why? Nothing, it was just a terrible nightmare, Annie said. She had genuinely been scared and didn't want anything bad to happen to her father. I heard some hissing near their parents' room. I quickly looked around, it was just the door. She'd forgotten to close it. Are you okay? I asked. EXO looking at the girl who looked visibly worried and agitated. See? It's just… Annie looked down, her eyes welling up with tears as she remembered the anguish etched on her father's face. All right, I know we don't get along well, but you can trust me, he said, brushing his chin against the girl's cheek and making her look at him. Me? The girl said, her gaze locked with his. They'd been lost in each other's eyes countless times before, yet their stubbornness refused to acknowledge their feelings. Annie stopped focusing on her wand, which kept emitting warm breath. EXO slowly moved toward Annie's face. She let herself go, closing her eyes. EXO brushed his hand across Annie's waist and pulled her closer. One of the twins suddenly opened his bedroom door and struck EXO on the back. The boy fell onto Annie, while Siri slowly opened her eyes to witness a bizarre scene. EXO was straddling Annie with one arm around her waist. Both boys stared at Siri in shock and reproach. Red sparks were flying from Annie's wand, but the most peculiar thing was that both were drenched. Then Siri noticed where EXO's free hand was resting. Can you tell what you're doing with your hand there? I asked Siri, gritting my teeth. I glanced at her right hand and it turned red instantly. Like Annie. She quickly stood up and moved away from the guy. Annie. I'm sorry. It was an accident, said EXO as he stood up in front of Annie, noticing she was crossing her arms for protection. Yeah, that's good. I'm leaving, Annie said as she quickly turned and entered his room. EXO turned to his friend, and Siri shot him a killing gaze. Serious? I swear it was an accident, said to Siri, looking at her. You know what? Try not to have those accidents again while you're at our place, Siri said, patting EXO's shoulder before turning to go to the bathroom. When Siri closed the door, EXO put her hand on his shoulder. She had been tough, but it really hurt. She knew her twin sister was extremely aggressive towards any boy who approached her, no matter who it was. Still putting her hand on his shoulder, EXO entered the twins' room, where she already had her own bed. Annie paused for a moment, almost kissing him. She felt like she was floating. Memories flooded back of everything he'd done last semester, those pranks, insults, and endless words she'd said. It just didn't make sense why she liked him so much. It was completely illogical. As she scolded herself, a noise came from the hallway. She sprang up quickly. It still felt, but still haunted by the nightmare she'd had. Annie remained trembling. She grabbed her wand and peered through the door of her parents' room. The door was locked, though she hadn't closed it herself. A soft rustle came from the hallway, followed by Siri entering her room. Perhaps Siri had locked the door for her parents. Annie resigned herself to the night's sleepless hours. If every sound meant another trip to check their room, she'd just go back to bed. I grabbed a pillow and his stuffed animal, then went straight to his parents' room. Harry was sleeping nestled in his mother's arms with Ginny, feeling completely at ease. He slept like a baby until he felt a hand moving him. This wasn't Ginny. She was lying on her back, and he was holding her. Half opening his eyes, Harry saw a blurry figure standing beside the bed. Dad, said Annie's voice. Annie? What's going on? I asked Harry as he turned to get a better look at his daughter. Meanwhile, Ginny had also woken up. Can I sleep here? The girl asks. What's going on, Annie? I asked Ginny, looking at her daughter. Oh, I had a nightmare and it scared me so much. Can I? Annie repeated, looking at her parents with an angelic smile. Of course, if you're a princess, Harry said. Annie hurriedly nestled between her parents, not having slept with them in ages. Feeling like a little girl again, she remembered the nightmare and clung tightly to her father. What's going on, Annie? I had a nightmare. You were dying and I couldn't help you, Annie sobbed. Princess, Harry said, hugging her. Don't worry. But that wasn't all, Annie said, her voice breaking into tears. In my nightmare, the one who killed you, it was Voldemort. Harry and Ginny exchanged worried glances. This couldn't be if Horcrux had been destroyed, or at least a crucial part of it. Sky, what's wearing you in that nightmare? I asked, stroking my daughter Annie's hair. I explained what had happened, of course omitting the part about Exo helping her. Harry, don't you think? I'm not here. Harry, the Horcrux is destroyed. This tiny fragment I have can't take control. If it couldn't do that with Sirius, it certainly won't be able to with me. Ginny simply nodded. Harry hadn't slept all night. Annie had fallen asleep hugging him, and Ginny had been half asleep for a few minutes before the alarm went off. She got up to make breakfast. Harry kept thinking about what was happening, why Annie was having nightmares with Voldemort again. It made no sense. Ginny called everyone to breakfast, and they all came down. Annie and Exo exchanged strange glances, while Siri kept watching them both as if warning of something. Jo was asleep when I awoke, and Harry was lost in his thoughts. Family breakfast, Ginny whispered as she served the dishes to everyone. Hey Harry, are the boys here? Henry asked as he entered the house through the back door. Hey Henry, come up. They're in their room, Harry replied while continuing to read the prophecy. He had summoned Ron, Hermione, Remus, Sirius, and Tonks to share Annie's dream. Though slightly shaken, he kept his composure in front of the group. Henry, hello. Annie greets me as she walks into the kitchen. Henry greeted Annie back. After exchanging greetings, he climbed the stairs to the twins' room. He knocked twice and opened the door. The three boys were seated on Joe's bed playing a new video game. Exo versus Joe. Siri jumped up excitedly, cheering for the boys while shouting, "What are they doing?" Henry, this game is awesome. Siri blurted out, eyes glued to the screen. Come on. Take that, Zoller. Joe shouted as he jumped onto the bed. Exo kept bumping into a cushion nearby. Demons, lamented Exo. It looks like a good game, Henry said, sitting down beside Siri. Not exactly, Exo said. Well, not quite. Yes, of course you say that because you lost, said Joe. Not true. Shut up, shouted Exo. Joe was about to retort when a cat owl suddenly flew in through the window, leaving an envelope on Henry's lap. To everyone's surprise, the letter was addressed to everyone, including the Potters, Weasleys, Lupins, and Sirius. Cardo, shouted the twins as they lunged at Henry to grab it, but Henry was quicker. He stood up, sending the twins crashing into each other. Don't be fools. I'll read it aloud. It's an invitation, said Henry as he unrolled the letter. Well, what's the deal? I urged him as I saw Henry froze mid-sentence. Party at the pool? He whispered, and only Siri could hear him since she was right beside him. Awesome, a swimming pool, the boy shouted, raising his arms. Yay, shouted Joe and Exo, celebrating as well. No, that's not good. Henry interrupted them with a stern tone. What are you talking about? That would be awesome. Of course we don't even know who they are, Siri said, shrugging her shoulders. No. I've been trying to hide from Mom all these weeks, Henry said, burying his head in his hands. And by the way, this party's for Brittany Hadelfield, the Muggle Rights Deputy Director's daughter. That makes it even worse. My parents are coming. Hide yourself? I asked Joe. Yes, and pure luck he didn't see it, Henry continued, his hands hidden behind them. What's the deal? I asked Exo. Well, you see, Henry began hesitantly. I haven't told anyone yet, not even Raven. What's that? The other three rushed him. Remember that day when we put on our backs? Henry asks. How could I forget? Siri said, still remembering the headache that had given the gardener a hard time. I still have lingering effects from the punishment. I can hear the chainsaw engine miles away, said Exo. Well, so that day you and I left early, remember? I asked Henry. Oh hey, Henry's got a twisted streak, said Joe, his brother, and Exo started laughing. Come on, Henry exclaimed. After we left, I didn't really know what we did until I woke up the next day. Yeah, of course. Like you didn't know what you were doing in your room with Sumi, Siri said, rolling her eyes. Well, that's true, but aside from that, I don't know how it happened. Henry paused for a moment. Then after staring intently at the boys, He turned his back on them and lifted his shirt. The boys didn't quite get what was going on until, "You got me a tattoo," the three boys shouted when they saw Henry's gray and black design on his upper back. The lines formed a dragon-like shape encircling the name Sumi. Though it looked sharp and stylish, Hermione would probably slice off that piece of skin if she saw it. "Come on," Henry shouted, lunging at the boys. "If my mom finds out, she'll make a stake with the tattooed part." "Via Henry. And you're the one in charge, genius." "Calm down," Joe said, glancing at the tattoo up close. "Did it hurt you?" I asked Siri. "I don't remember," Henry said. "In fact, I can't even recall where I got it." "You look awesome," said EXO. "Yeah, I'm planning to get one myself," Siri said, "but I need to prepare my mom first to tell her I don't want her to have a meltdown." "Exactly. If my mom sees me in the pool with that tattoo, she'll definitely go nuts. Or worse, she'll actually attack me," Henry said, sounding desperate. "Take it easy, Henry. Just don't take off your shirt," said EXO. "Better pretend you're sick," Joe said. "That way you won't have to go." "Yes, of course. And since I didn't attend the last 3 festivals of the ministry members, they'll let me skip this one too," said Henry. "Well, who's telling you to ditch your girlfriend for those parties?" Siri asks, sprawled out on her bed. "Everyone would rather be with their girlfriend than at those boring parties," Henry shouted at the boy. "Yeah, all the twisted folks out there," EXO said with a smirk after a brief skirmish. The boys went to the hall to tell their parents and girlfriends. Era had already arrived, along with Remus. Tonks had some unfinished business, just like Ron and Sirius, who didn't have much to do during the holidays either. "What's that kid screaming about?" Harry asked the 4 people coming down. "Nothing, we just have a party," Jo said as she handed Harry the invitation. Harry read it quickly and showed it to Sirius and Remus. "Brilliant pool," exclaimed Sirius. "What's the pool?" Annie, Era, and Raven arrived, followed by Hermione and Ginny. "There's going to be a party at the Hadelfield family's pool tomorrow afternoon," Honey Harry said as he handed the invitation to Ginny. "Brilliant," exclaimed the girls. "No, hold on a second," they arrested her. "I have absolutely nothing to use." "I don't either," the other 2 girls chimed in. "What are you talking about, and that swimsuit I gave you for Easter?" Remus asked. "Dad, that's all Hogwarts has to offer. I can't wear it at the party," Era said. "Era is right, practically all Ravenclaws attend. They can't see us in the same swimsuit," said Annie. "Then they should use another one, like last year," said Harry. "Harry, you can't say that," Raven exclaimed. "It's clearly a style issue to use something outdated." "Exactly," the other 2 girls chimed in. "Don't be a pushover, girls. We'll buy you new outfits," said Ginny, clutching her bag as Hermione followed closely behind. "See," they shouted and followed the 2 adults. "You guys don't want new outfits?" Harry asked, glancing at the boys. "Of course not, that's exactly how we're doing," Siri said. "Yes, we'll wear last year's outfits," Joe said as he climbed up behind his brother. "How lucky they were with 2 men and a woman," Harry said as the boys got lost up the stairs. "If they'd been reversed, they'd already be on the street," exaggerated Remus and Sirius said, each giving him a slap. The next afternoon, Harry was downstairs already, wearing his swimsuit and t-shirt. He was making a quick emperadado, a traditional Spanish stew, while waiting for his kids and wife to arrive.
That.
Siri said as she walked into the kitchen and grabbed a bite of ham. "Hello, Sirius," Harry replied.
That.
Joe said, taking a bite of ham. "Ho, Joe," Harry responded again. "Hello, Mr. Potter," EXO said, taking another bite of ham. "EXO," Harry responded for the 3rd time. When he tried to grab a piece of ham for his sandwich, he realized there was none left. He glanced at the 3 boys sitting at the dining table. They all looked at him questioning, but when they saw what he'd done, they smiled with guilt. "Ready," said Ginny as she entered the kitchen, wearing a full dark green swimsuit over which she was dressed in a gorgeous water-green beach dress. "You look gorgeous," Harry said, gazing at his wife.
Yay, Mama.
"If you weren't my mom, I'd tell you what you do with that guy," Siri said, pointing at Harry, earning a slap from her father and a hearty laugh from her mother. "Annie, we're going to be late."
So tedio.
Come on, they always rush me," Annie said as she descended the stairs. "You always take forever, don't you?"
Yo replied.
Okay, I'm all set. Let's go? She asked as she finished putting on her earrings. She wore a pink and black bikini, short shorts, and a sleeveless top with a cropped hem. Her oversized sunglasses covered half her face, but that wasn't what EXO saw. Had already shifted his gaze slightly downward. Watch where you're looking, Zoller said as Joe brushed past him and accidentally bumped into the wall. EXO just stared straight ahead and quickly turned his gaze away from Annie. Let's go, Harry said, grabbing a large beach bag and heading out of the house. The party was right there nearby, so they just had to walk over. After walking about 5 minutes, they arrived at a grand house decorated with magical balloons that exploded and transformed into fireworks. They entered and headed straight for the pool area, which was packed with people. After presenting the gift and congratulating the birthday girl, Harry and Ginny moved to the table where Sirius and the others were seated. The boys quickly found their group. Sumi was with them, while she and Henry were somewhat apart. She tried to calm him down, or at least that seemed to be the case. The guy was wearing a black swimsuit and a white t-shirt. Hey girls, they greeted. Era and Raven were lying down, basking in the sun. Hey guys, the two girls replied without moving an inch. Annie hurriedly took off her shorts and tank top, diving into the pool like a lizard beside her friends. EXO thanked Merlin and all the gods that the twins hadn't seen him while Annie prepared to sunbathe. She knew she'd literally been drooling at the sight of the girl. EXO was completely smitten. He kept staring at her, letting his imagination run wild. I gaze at Annie's tall, slender frame as she stands in her bikini, her long, toned legs and well-defined curves. Her skin is richly tanned yet so smooth and flawless, with a flat belly that's perfectly proportioned. A goddess slightly higher up, and EXO was almost at her limit. Annie wasn't as voluptuous as her other lovers, yet she was perfect for his delicate yet strong frame. EXO could see how the summer sun's blazing rays accentuated Annie's freckles on her face and body. He gazed at the girl's face. Those sensual lips drove him wild. Her eyes, EXO lost himself in the desire to take her somewhere more private. They watched him aggressively yet sensually. For a second, was Annie trying to hint at something? Yes, Annie was definitely provoking him. The way she playfully bit her lips gave EXO new sensations, though not entirely unfamiliar. As Annie slowly approached with that gaze EXO interpreted as "take me," the girl began leaning toward EXO. He had crouched to retrieve the sunblock to hide his eyes, but her gradual tilt left little room for imagination. When he saw Annie calling out to him, he slowly rose and moved closer. Annie whispered something in his ear that he couldn't and didn't want to hear. He looked at her and she looked back at him. They were lost in each other's gazes, and he began to feel strange. EXO, 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 Annie repeated in a sensual and daring voice. EXO wouldn't hold out much longer. He needed that girl right now. He was about to hug her waist when, EXO, you're stepping on my towel, you little brat. EXO woke from his dream and looked at Annie, who was standing right in front of him with a frown on her face, pointing at a pink towel under his right foot. Yeah, of course, sorry, EXO said as he bent down to grab the towel and handed it to Annie. He suddenly noticed something that was happening inside his swimsuit. He hurriedly grabbed his own towel and wrapped himself up. Annie still stood there in front of him. Had she noticed? This realization threw EXO into a panic. He glanced at Raven and Era, those who were still lying there, completely unaware of anything. Then I looked at Annie. Look, the girls are calling you. As Annie turned around, at that moment EXO threw the towel onto a chair and plunged into the pool, splashing Annie with water. Zoller, you're such a fool, the girl shouted before stomping out. EXO heaved a sigh of relief. Annie hadn't noticed anything. EXO, what are you doing in the water, man? I thought we were going to play video games earlier, Siri said as she approached the shore where EXO was standing. Hey, I think I'll stay here for a while, said EXO as he leaned against the poolside and called over one of the waiters to order something to drink. Seriously, I don't think I should be here with my mom so close and, well, with this tattoo on her back, Henry said to Sumi. They were sitting hugging each other in a beach chair. Sumi wore a two-piece swimsuit. Though the top was a bit long, her belly was still visible. But on her back, right where Henry had his tattoo, she had one nearly identical. The only difference was that instead of Sumi, the tattoo read Henry and was surrounded by lines and dots that gave it a gothic vibe. Don't worry about it. She won't notice anything while you leave the plate on, Sumi said. Yes, you're right, Henry said. Come on, folks, let's get something to drink. The couple stood up and headed straight to the drinks table. After grabbing a couple of soft drinks, they made their way back to their chairs. But along the way, they unexpectedly came face-to-face with, "Hello, little brother," Raven said, stepping between them. "Hey, Rav," Henry replied with a weary tone. "I'm not in the mood for a fight between those two." "Hey, Canary Girl," Raven said, glancing at Sumi. "Hello." Psychopathic sister, she gave Sumi a bad return. "You know what? I don't even know what the hell you're doing here," Raven said, ignoring his brother. "You don't even know your birthday, girl." "Henry, I'm inviting you. Get out of here," Sumi said, pulling Henry by the arm and passing in front of Raven. "Do you think this party isn't for him? Or what?" Raven asked with a sardonic tone. "Raven is enough," his brother warned. "No, that's fine, or there's a problem," Sumi said, glancing at the defiant girl. "I want you guys to try pulling me out of here." "That would be too easy," a voice whispered behind Sumi's ear. She turned slowly, recognizing the familiar tone all too well. "No one asked for your opinion, Potter," Sumi spat, glaring at Siri with a murderous look. The boy sank into the pool until his nose was submerged. He kept muttering, trying to make out the boy's words through the bubbles rising from his mouth. "Don't say that," Sumi shouted. "Hey, don't yell at my cousin, Raven's object. Don't get yourself into this crazy mess. Don't call me crazy or delusional. It means the same thing, you fool. It doesn't matter to me. Chicas." Henry couldn't finish his sentence when Raven and Sumi engaged in a fistfight. After taking turns punching each other, he ended up straight in the pool. The crowd gathered as they noticed the commotion. "Henry," Sumi shouted, trying to help him. "Henry, I'm sorry," Raven said as he approached his brother. "What's going on here?" "Sweetie," Hermione's voice broke when she saw her son soaked through. Henry was slightly startled, but there was no need to worry. It brought the white t-shirt, and now it was completely soaked. "Henry James Weasley, I'm dead," Henry thought as he felt his mother's spell casting him out of the pool with her wand. The words "punished," "for life," "fool," and "unforgivable" dominated Hermione's speech as she dragged her son from the party. Ron followed closely, though still unaware of what was happening. Henry wasn't focused on his mother's words. Knowing he'd die that day was enough. But when Hermione uttered, "You'll never return with her," What you heard, I want you to finish with that girl. She's not a good example for you," Hermione said, continuing her walk without pausing. "Of course not. I won't do it," Henry declared, locking eyes with his mother. "Henry, I forbid you to see that girl again." "Never once," Hermione said seriously to the boy. "Mom, you can forbid me from drinking, smoking, or leaving the house, not even telling me to move a single muscle, but you'll never stop me from seeing Sumi," Henry said, then paused mid-sentence. He turned back and headed home, leaving Hermione stunned. Henry wasn't the type to respond, especially not in that manner. "I think we should consider—"
"No, Ron."
Hermione interrupted. "I don't want my son with a girl like that. He deserves something better, and I'll make sure he gets it." "Well? What? 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 I hope you enjoyed it, because I spent a ton of time making this post. Oh, and hey, I'm really looking forward to your reviews. Love and War." "Oh, Lizzie, I know. It's been ages. Sorry. But I had this huge blockage. But hey, I'm out now. At least that's my guess. Well, this Cappy is kinda weird. Everyone's gonna laugh and worry. Or so I hope. LOL hahaha. Hope you guys like the Cappy, and forgive me for the delay, and I'll follow Shaun Allegra's advice. Since it's the same late anyway, I won't add any extra long capes or similar stuff. Just what I can manage to write. Sorry. By the way, sorry for making Hermione the bad mother-in-law in the last chapter. But I wanted some drama XD. Thank you, Shaun Allegra, for helping me, Phileas Phoenix. Great that you enjoyed the last chapter, and the relationship between Annie and EXO. I totally love it too. This year he's gonna face tons of rough experiences. Now here's my take. I need a new guy to spice things up for the guys. And well, since you're one of the few guys who read my fanfic, would you like to be one of them too? But let me warn you, I'm still not sure how it'll turn out. I have an idea, but, well, whatever. If you accept, send me an email describing how you want your character to be. You can do it however you like, but please don't make it Metamorphomago. I am having some issues with that. Hope you like the Cappy. By the way, add me on MSN. My email is potterevans, hotmail. Hope you'll add me, Charisem. Well, they're definitely the perfect couple. Almost flawless. Okay, I know it's a bit harsh to call Hermione that, but I wanted more drama in the story XD. Hope you like this chapter. Lord Zoller, you're high on drugs? Sorry, but if I recall correctly, and I'm pretty sure I'm not, you helped me out a lot with that. Scene 1. So Ciri and Joe are basically protectors. Let them be. I don't intend to make them flexible. At least not for now XD. Well, honestly, I don't notice anything significant, and Raven doesn't like Henry. Maybe he's into Sumi, and Ron isn't a total jerk. You'll see soon enough. Hope you like the Cappy. Thaliatha. Great that you like both sides. XD hahaha. And yeah, you prefer short ones though? But as some say, it's still late anyway. Sorry, I've lost hope of uploading more chapters faster. But here I am. Hope you like it. Anagal, don't worry. He'll be punished. But, no, I'm lying. If you're worried. XD hahaha. I hope you like the Cappy. Shaun Allegra. That poor bear who stood in front of you in line. Who didn't know he was facing the great Canary Mad Singer. Trust me, I tried writing it down. In Guadalajara. During National Day celebrations. If you don't believe me, then don't believe me. See, I've already explained it to you. Crazy and super intelligent genius. No, but hey, it's late anyway. It's late anyway. Well, yes, it's true. Read this chapter already. And don't make the video between Mooney and Helen. 13. Cleo's making a comeback in the next chapter. I think. Whatever it is. Anyway, all those crazy things happening. And yeah, it went really well in Guada. Kinda crazy. But man.
Love ya.
Broken Heart Roa. You did say it. Meeting Hermione is unpredictable. XD, but Henry's strong and will fight for what he wants. Don't worry about the Malfoy's theory back here again. Though you might wish you didn't know them. Ha ha ha. Hope you like this chapter. Love and War. Scolded. With no exits. No visitors. And not stepping beyond the door of your room. Hermione said before slamming the door of Henry's room. As his mother walked out. He slammed the nightstand hard. Slamming a photo of Elle and Sumi onto the floor. I picked it up and stared at it for a few seconds. No matter what his mother said, he wouldn't leave Sumi for anything. He'd find a way to see her without her mother giving him the cold shoulder. Henry? Raven's voice came through the door. The boy looked up and saw his sister's head peeking out. May I come in? You're in this, Henry replied, leaving the photo where it was. Okay. I came here to apologize, Raven said as he stepped fully into the room. Honestly, I didn't want Mom to see that tattoo. I didn't even know you had it. Enough, Raven. Henry interrupted. It doesn't matter if you didn't know about the tattoo. The point is you end up fighting with Sumi every time, and I'm sick of this. Well, it's just that I'm trying. Don't try. Henry interrupted, stopping right in front of her. I am sick and tired of your little game of canary girl and psychopathic sister. Either calm down or, Raven, what are you doing here? Your brother's been punished and can't receive visitors. Hermione said as she entered the room. Mom, I live here, Raven said. It doesn't matter, Hermione said. You can still count as a visit. Raven gave Henry one last apologetic look before leaving the room with Hermione. Henry slumped onto his bed, covering his face with his hands. The situation was frustrating, was furious with Sumi and Raven for constantly staging these little scenes. But at the same time, he couldn't help it. He was trying to figure out what was going on with that pair of birds. He needed to think it over, talk to both of them, and clarify a few things. At that moment, he heard something hitting the window. He looked over, there wasn't even a skylark in sight. It must have been just his imagination. He decided to take a break, but something kept hitting the window again. He went over and opened it, only to have a pebble fly toward him and strike his forehead right as he opened the window.
Henry, I'm sorry.
Sumi apologized from below. What? You're here? My mom's downstairs. Henry rubbed his forehead. I don't care. I came here to apologize, said Sumi. If my mom sees you, I told you I didn't care. Sumi interrupted. But I want to apologize for letting them find out about you. Sue, I need you to do me a favor, Henry said after a few seconds. Go ahead. Tell me what it is, Sumi replied. I want you to tell my sister to come with my parents tomorrow night, Henry said. Well, I came here to talk to you alone. This seems perfect. No, you're not coming, Henry interrupted. I want you to tell Raven that when he gets to Uncle Harry's house, he should go out and play at the park on the swings. And I want you to do the same. You want me to go to the Potter house? Sumi asked, confused. No, I want you to go to the park and wait there with my sister, Henry said. You crazy. How dare you try to put me in that psychopath's hands? All by myself. That would be suicide. Sumi, please come and ask me for forgiveness, Henry said. I'll forgive you, but only if you do that for me. Sumi stared at him, pondering the words for a few seconds. Well, he finally said he couldn't get any better terms. Great. Better you leave before my mom sees you standing there, Henry said. Okay. I'll leave, but don't forget I'm doing this solely for you, Sumi declared as she spun around halfway through her exit. Yes, I know, thanks, Henry replied, smiling at the girl. Where are you? Ron's voice rang out from inside. Sumi didn't have time to flee. Ron was already halfway across the backyard, his wand held high. Sumi, you're yours. Hello, Mr. Weasley, the girl said, her eyes fixed on Ron as she pleaded not to be thrown out. Hey Sumi, what are you doing here? Ron asked, eyeing his wand. Henry, I'm sorry, Sumi said, pointing upward. Ron looked at his son peeking through the window. Hey, have they talked already? Ron asked. Why's Hermione leaving the house so fast? Yes. Don't worry. We've got everything sorted out already, Sumi replied. Just let me tell you. Ron, are you ready? Hermione's voice rang out from the doorway. The whole crowd froze when she stepped into the courtyard. Even Henry, who'd been peering through the window. Can you tell what's going on here? Herms. Sumi came to. Vine was about to speak with Henry. Sumi interrupted. His gaze locked on Hermione. Henry's been punished. He won't receive visitors for a while, and if he does, it'll be you, Hermione said as she walked up to Sumi and stopped in front of him. Herms. Ron gave his wife a slight nudge with his arm, but she didn't respond. Visit him even if you forbid it. He's my boyfriend. He was your boyfriend, Hermione said. Now if you don't mind, Henry's been punished, and we need to leave. So, she left the sentence hanging in the air and pointed toward the exit. All right, Sumi said, turning her back and heading toward the front yard to leave. Hermione, Ron said, glancing at his wife, who ignored him and walked toward the door. Hermione, Ron, I know you'll defend her. You've always been the mom-buster, the fun-loving one who lets them do whatever they want. But this is going too far. Hermione, listen to Marone, grabbed her shoulders and pulled her over. Henry's grown up now. He's entitled to pick whoever he wants as his partner. He knows what he's doing. That guy's smart. If he's so smart, why did he have to pick? Hermione interrupted when she heard Sumi's voice booming out loud. The two adults turned to look at the courtyard and saw Sumi standing there singing a serenade to Henry. Henry was by the window, completely flushed with embarrassment but still smiling. Hermione and Ron went outside and noticed Sumi was equally flushed. They couldn't tell if it was from the effort of singing so loudly or from the sadness of being there singing that song to Henry. It was so easy just looking at you. You were in my heart so naturally. Just kissing you made it impossible. I can't stop thinking about you. I love you more every day. I'll never be able to leave your love behind. Please don't ever doubt me. I'll kiss you. I'll love you. But I can't fill your space. But Hermione was about to silence the young woman, but Ron stopped her. Hermione, you know Sumi would never dare sing to Henry like that, especially not in that way. She's doing this to make you realize she truly wants him. Leave her alone. Just hold on, Hermione. Let the girl be at peace. Ron interrupted her again. After glancing at his wife for a few seconds, Hermione strode into the house with large strides. Ron watched as Sumi finished her song, smiled at her, and entered the house. I can't believe you actually did that, Henry said, his eyes sparkling as he locked eyes with his girlfriend. Yeah, well, me too, Sumi replied, glancing around to see if anyone else had heard her. I guess we switched roles, Henry said, thinking his girlfriend had been singing to his boyfriend right by the window. No way we're changing anything. You owe me a serenade, Sumi said, and both burst into laughter. Better I leave before your mom goes nuts. Yes, it'll be the best. Don't forget, Henry said, stepping back slightly from the window. No, I won't forget you. Goodbye, Sumi replied, turning to leave. I called her Henry before she left. I love you so much. I love you too, Henry, the girl replied. After Sumi had left Henry's sight, he closed the window and returned to his bed to lie down. What a stellar performance from your new girlfriend. Raven was heard passing by her room when he noticed the girl turning off a Muggle surveillance camera. Raven, where do you think you're going? You'll get punished, remember that? Hermione said as she closed the door in Henry's room. He sat on his bed lost in thought. Raven had filmed Sumi. If Rav showed it, World War III would break out. If that happened, he didn't think he could handle it. He needed to figure out something to make that couple take better care of themselves. This will be way easier than I thought, Eli said, sitting down on his bed. That stupid Potter doesn't even have the slightest clue. From what we planned, it will be very easy to escape. What comes after escaping is the real challenge, Snape said through the bars of his cell, his gaze fixed on her. This escape will be the main story. They'll likely spread it to the Muggles too. Let's face it, Turi, not some tiny group that can hide easily. No worries, I've got everything planned. We'll split up and run until things calm down, Eli explained absent-mindedly while playing with Hebe. That's why I think we can all meet at the Van der Heyden mansion for Christmas. They'll probably welcome us there. For now, I don't want anyone traveling in groups of more than 3. Stay hidden and keep your eyes peeled. We'll actually reunite at the mansion on New Year's Day. At those dates, the ministry is extremely slow due to staff shortages. It'll be a breeze. You really paid attention to every detail, Princess, Draco said proudly of his daughter. Exactly, everything's been calculated coldly, Dad, Eli said, staring at his father. In a few days we'll be free. You and Mom will hide together with Anavi. Nobody'll find us there. Perfectissade Draco. Soon, Hebe, soon we'll leave here and the Dark Lord will reclaim the place he lost to that stupid Potter, Eli told the little snake. Yes, I know he'll take my body, but maybe just temporarily. Even if he doesn't change, I don't mind. Serving the Lord of Darkness would be an honor. Exactly, Bella said, glancing at Eli. Did you hear me? I asked Eli, confused. You didn't speak in parcel, Bella replied, and it's better to stop doing that if you don't want them to find out before the truth comes to light. Claro, Eli said. Bella, you've been here since the Dark Lord started taking over power, right? Yes, that's right, Bella replied. So tell me, is it really true that he's generous to those who truly serve him? If he does, Bella replied with vigor. I, who went to Azkaban for that very reason, freed myself as soon as I could. Not many, I only freed those who were truly loyal to him. Eli, Lord Dark is far kinder than you think. Trust me, serving him the way you will is an honor. Seriously, you'll be the Master's favorite youngest Mortifago, Bella replied with a smile at Eli. Well, I hope so. I'm so excited. We'll finally put an end to Potter once and for all, Eli said, glancing at Hebe. That's how you talk, girl, that's how you talk, Bella said with a hearty laugh. That little girl had a bright future ahead of her. Hurry up, Harry Potter. You'll soon be a worm's meal, Hebe whispered. Then she and Eli burst into malicious laughter. Raven, let's hurry up. We'll be late. Ron's shout came from the stairs below. Henry was in his room preparing to escape. He needed to act as soon as his parents left so he could reach the park before they were going to crush him, but the silver lining was he could use magic. He couldn't show up because his mother had been monitoring him to prevent him from acting out during the punishment. However, he had left the wand behind, thanks to Merlin. Hermione entered the boy's room, and he immediately became indignant. Love, forgiveness, but don't be angry. These disciplined, I know, Henry concluded to his mother. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his arms crossed, avoiding Hermione's gaze. Honey, please forgive me. I'm doing this for your own good, he said, sitting down beside the boy and placing a hand on his shoulder. You get it, right, Carl? Mama, Henry replied after a few minutes. I get why you think my girlfriend isn't good for me for some stupid reason. No, Mom. The boy interrupted, standing up and staring at his mother. I've been with Sumi for 3 years now. I don't get why you won't accept her. You're taking Raven's word for everything that this clueless woman says. Don't call your sister that, James, Hermione warned as she stood up, though Henry was still a few centimeters taller than her. I'm sorry, but here's the truth. You believe everything people say about her is true. If only you knew her a little better. Hey Hems, we're gonna be late. Ron's shout snapped the argument. Henry looked down and slumped back onto the bed. We'll be back at 8 o'clock, Hermione said before leaving her son's room. Henry watched the door close. He couldn't understand why Hermione wouldn't accept Sumish was such a good girl. Even her father knew it. He went to the window to watch his parents leave for Harry's house. He saw them get into the car, but first Ron and Hermione had a heated argument about who would drive. As always, Hermione won. They didn't want that 3-week incident to happen again, even though Ron kept insisting the windshield was fogged up. Well, Henry watched them disappear into the distance. Once they were far enough away, he cast a spell on the showerhead that would start dripping water if anyone entered the hunting area. He also activated the security alarm, which allowed him to monitor their movements through a communication device. Quickly opening the window, he conjured a rope with his wand. Since the alarm would only activate when someone entered alone, he couldn't leave any door open. Without delay, he sprinted as fast as he could once the rope vanished. The park was near Harry's house but far from his own, so he'd need to hurry if he wanted to make it in time before his sister and her girlfriend went down for the kill. Because they keep screaming, they always have to scream, Siri said, covering her ears. Calm, said both girls. Annie, I need to ask you for a favor, Raven said. His eyes locked on the girl as he spoke. Sure, whatever you want. Annie said, let's go to my room. Yes, they fled after leaving us, deaf, said Exo. Call me Zoller, Annie shouted before disappearing down the stairs, and the boy stuck out his tongue at her. How old are you, Exo? Joe asked. The mature man says he won't let us play Halo because we've beaten it 4 times straight. Shut up, Joe shouted, slamming a cushion over his head. The 2 girls hurried upstairs. In Annie's room, Era was on the phone, waving to Raven as a greeting. She flashed back a smile in return. What's up, Rav? Annie asked as she sat down on her bed. I need to be covered for a moment, Raven replied as she sat down beside her friend. Cover yourself? Why? Annie asked again. I need to go see Henry at the park in a few minutes, he said. He said we had to talk. Raven replied. Well then, see. Era's shout sent both of them springing up. Now what's it to you? Raven asked. I want to get out. I want to get out. Era kept shouting, jumping up and down on the bed. Want to go out? Who? Annie and Raven asked, climbing into bed next to their friend. Toby Byron. Era responded, locking eyes with her friends. The 3 immediately screamed and started jumping on the bed. And they deserved it. Toby Byron was Hogwarts' most coveted guy, having been flirting and talking on the phone with Era for over 2 months. It was high time they made their move. Why are they screaming like crazy now? I ask Siri as I open Annie's bedroom door. Stop messing around. Sirius, get out of here, Annie shouted, throwing the teddy bear at him. Look, I was just trying to help, Sirius said as he closed the door. I diets, Annie said. I'm so happy for you, Era. Yeah, me too. But until the actual date comes around, I'm totally hyped up. I gotta go see Henry, you know? Raven said as he slid out of bed. What? I asked Era since he got cut off during the call. Exactly, Annie exclaimed. Don't worry, go ahead. We'll keep the adults occupied. Thanks you all, Raven said as he headed toward the window. The other two followed and helped him get down. After making sure no one had seen her, Raven bolted away. Where's he going? She asked, confused. Well, I'll explain it to you, Annie said, sitting back down on the bed. Henry had been running for over 20 minutes. He'd never realized how far the park was, but he needed to reach it quickly. No room for accidents. Just a couple more blocks and he'd be there. Almost there, he couldn't even imagine what the park would look like. The battlefield already formed in his mind. Kids betting on which one would die first, or worse, maybe finding nothing but empty ground instead of the park. It was possible to imagine Earth after the apocalypse with two bodies of his girlfriend and sister lying on the ground. Both could cast spells, and their fight had become too dangerous. He shook his head violently to clear the images of the girls' corpses from his mind. They'd been alone for nearly 15 minutes, far too long. Despite his aching legs, he quickened his pace and finally spotted the park entrance. He rushed toward the playground area without hesitation. He had agreed to meet both of them. But the scene he arrived at shocked him. The two girls were sitting on a swing, swaying slightly but mostly chatting civilized and animatedly, laughing at each other's jokes. They got along wonderfully. Henry smiled at the scene until he realized it was just a mental image he'd imagined. The truth was, the two girls were sitting on a swing, yes, but they were having a speed and height contest. Several kids were watching them from the sand, mesmerized by the two crazy ones trying to complete a full rotation. Henry watched in alarm as the swing's frame began to sway dangerously. This pair was going to crash if they didn't do something quick. Girls, stop right there, Henry shouted as he pulled them toward the swings. Henry, move up, Raven shouted back. Come on, Henry. Can't you see I'm going to beat this crazy thing? Sumi shouted, his eyes glued to Raven the whole time. Enough! Stop killing! Henry shouted, standing between the two and dodging the swings that kept coming his way. Henry, you're gonna get hurt! Sumi shouted, staring at her boyfriend. Watch out! Raven shouted. Yeah, I know I'll get hurt. And you know why? Because of your fault. Henry shouted angrily, staring at them. Every time I try to help with one of their crazy attacks, something happens to me. But you know what? I'm done with this. I'm leaving. Henry, wait! The two girls screamed as they saw him turn around and walk away without waiting for the swings to stop. They jumped off the swings and landed, almost crushing the children watching. The kids started whining because the show had ended. The function ended. Time to grind your grandma, Sumi told the kids. Then followed Raven and his brother. Henry, please wait here, Raven shouted as she chased after him. Henry was striding with large strides, completely ignoring the girls' shouts. Henry, calm down, Sumi said as they finally caught up with the boy. He stopped when he saw both girls standing in front of him, but remained furious. What do they want? To chase me until something happens to me. Then they'll regret it and beg for forgiveness while I'm still happy, only to start all over again when I'm satisfied? Henry asked, crossing his arms.
Henry, lo siento.
Yes, I'm truly sorry. It's just that you were expecting this. You left us alone for so long, it's just human nature, right? Sumi apologized, her eyes darting at the boy with those sheep-like glances. That's exactly what I don't want. Let them follow their instincts, Henry said, waving his arms in frustration. The two girls stared at the floor as if scolding him. I can't stand seeing more fights between you two. I've been putting up with this for 2 years. It's too much for me, Raven said. I love you so much. You're my little sister. I wouldn't trade you for anyone in the world. I swear. Then he added, and I love you too. Honestly, I don't understand why you hate Raven so much. It's your fault. He attacks me and goes hysterical whenever. It's just that my mother is right. Henry deserves someone better. You know what, my dear? Quite a lot, like that time. Callers, Henry shouted, leaving more girls super shocked. I am fed up. Look, here's the deal. Either they behave and stop attacking like beasts, or I'll stop talking until they do. Raven, I've had enough of Mom messing with us. And Sue, please, you're younger than him. You've grown up, haven't you? Both girls looked at Henry. He was right. No matter how trivial the fight was, Henry always got affected. Whether it was falling down, getting hurt, or getting scolded by teachers, something always happened to him that only affected him, not the girls. After staring at Henry for a few seconds, both girls exchanged glances, sighed softly, and turned back to look at him again. Well, they said at the same time. Okay, that's exactly how I like it, Henry said. Then softened his gaze and embraced the girls. Thank you. Please, no more fights, no more arguments, no more, something like that, right? Yes, of course, both said, their smiles playing as they looked at Henry. Okay, how about a hug? I asked, looking at both of them to make them embrace. Don't pressurize. Hey, don't abuse the Weasley family. Well, I'll settle for a handshake, Henry said, shrugging his shoulders. The girls exchanged glances and crossed their arms, but Henry's pleading gaze finally won them over. With eyes darting away, they brought their hands together, barely touching fingers before moving them up and down for a second. Then they pulled apart as if caught in some contagious wave. Well, that's good enough for me, Henry said, realizing he couldn't get anything better. So since we've sorted things out, shall we go? Claro, they both said. Raven headed toward the Potter house, while Henry and Sumi walked toward his own home since Sumi lived nearby. Thank you for understanding, Henry said once they arrived at the boys' house. No, you don't have to. I think you're right, Sumi said, looking at him. You'd better go. I'll be going alone. No, he said, taking his hand and leading you down the other street. Okay, let's go, Henry interrupted. Sumi smiled and followed him. They walked very, very slowly, a mistake that backfired when the rain started pouring down heavily. Henry took off his jacket and draped it over Sumi's shoulders. After about a block, a strange beep came from Henry's pocket. The boy's face turned pale. What's going on? I asked, noticing the worry on the boy's face. Someone's coming home. I gotta go, I respond, giving Sumi a quick kiss before rushing back to my place. Well, we'll see you another day, shouted Sumi. Yes, another day. I love you. Me too, Sumi exclaimed, waving her arm before grinning. Henry rarely got into trouble, was a good guy, but when he did, it was always for her. That suited him perfectly. He turned around and headed home. Henry was running like a soul possessed, desperately approaching his house. He had no clue who had broken in or if they were searching. If they found him in the room and realized he wasn't there, they'd give him another week to clean up. He sprinted as fast as he could until reaching the backyard window that remained open. In a flash, he spun around and grabbed a rope, climbing up with all his might. By the time he reached the top, he was drenched in sweat. Then he remembered the security guard he'd left behind. The bathtub, the boy said. He quickly undressed and ran toward the bathroom as someone knocked on the door. Grabbing a towel, he tied it around his waist, then grabbed the shower handle and stepped out just as Ron entered the room. Hey, Dad. Henry, you asked your father, replied. What were you doing? I'm taking a bath, the boy replied, gesturing toward the bathroom. Good. That's great. Then you'll just have to change, Ron said. Your mom is upset you weren't here at the meeting and wants you to come. Would you come? I asked, arching my eyebrows as I sat on his bed. No way, I don't want to go until he reacts and lets me be with Sumi. Honey, listen. I know you're upset because your mom thinks I can make decisions for you, Ron said as he sat down beside Henry. But understand her. She's worried in a few months you won't be living here anymore. What? But how? I've seen all the information about the departments you're guarding, Ron interrupted. That makes sense. You're an adult now, have a job, and are doing well. Dad, No, you don't have to explain anything to me, Ron interrupted again. I get it. But let's be real, there's no guarantee your mom won't keep messing with you about Sumi. You know how she is, but I'll promise I'll try to ease up a bit and make her understand Sumi's actually a good girl. Thanks, Dad, Henry said, hugging his father. But I still won't go with Uncle Harry. Tell him I'm sorry. I get it. You're trying to make your mom feel bad, Ron said, standing up. I'm rooting for that plan. With a final smile, he bid farewell to his son and left the room. Henry threw himself onto the bed and sighed. That had been so close. Harry was chatting animatedly with some wizards from the ministry when he noticed Shackleton beckoned him over. He apologized to the group and headed toward Kingsley. As they exchanged words, the Auror looked irritated. Harry soon understood why. He had to admit it didn't surprise him much. His children had pulled a prank, something that happened every day. He nodded in agreement with his boss's words. When he reached the center of the prank, however, he was taken aback. The main guest, the Minister of Magic. No need to worry, Kingsley. I'll talk to them, Harry said irritably. Kingsley nodded and left. Harry took a deep breath as he pulled his phone from the robe, opened it, and dialed. Joe didn't answer. He called Siri hoping she'd take care of it. But when that too failed, he checked his watch 12 o'clock sharp. Deciding his kids had had enough fun, he headed to his wife's room. Whispering in her ear, he slipped away unnoticed. When he had his kids at home, Harry would return to the party. He left the ministry and disappeared down a nearby alley. A couple of seconds later, he reappeared in an isolated street corner. He sighed and started walking. Shortly after, he noticed some neon letters. Fight Club muttered and moved closer. He heard the complaints as he stepped out of line. Walter greeted Harry as he reached the entrance where a massive bald man in black, wearing dark glasses despite the night, was rejecting a couple. Mr. Potter. The man seated on a small metal stool greeted cheerfully as he raised his glasses. Would you like to come in? Walter's question immediately triggered the complaints of the organized crowd. Shut up or none will enter. The man shouted, and instantly everyone fell silent. Are you coming with friends and your wife or just a men's night? He grinned slyly. Harry returned the smile. No, Walter, I actually came for my kids. Do you know if they made it? Oh, of course, Mr. Potter, they just came out with some gorgeous women a while back, the man said, gesturing with his hands to sketch a silhouette in the air. I see. By chance. Did you see where they were headed? Harry asked, his patience wearing thin with each passing minute. Actually, I think I saw a motorcycle go by. He indicated to the right, but didn't notice the pickup truck. He stroked his chin thoughtfully at the door, then turned to Harry. That guy, the kid who's got his kids' friends. Harry helped Zoller. Yeah, I saw him climb up here in front of me in a black sports car. I didn't really catch much of what he was doing. When you like, Mr. Potter. Harry said goodbye and looked around. As he was about to turn around, he spotted a black Avalanche SUV. He smiled while slowly shaking his head. On one side of the truck was a medieval drawing of an artistically worn dragon in electric blue. In the flames, he could read Potter. He quickly crossed the street and approached the vehicle. Peering through the front window, he saw nothing. Sensing movement, he stepped back inside, then leaned into the truck's trunk with calmness. He tapped the rear door window a couple of times. He could hear his son muttering curses. When he called again, some noises emerged and the SUV moved further. A few minutes later, during his third attempt, the door slammed open violently. He saw Joss's disheveled head peeking out, staring into the distance. Good evening, Harry murmured, almost twisting his neck as he looked at his father. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Hey there, darling. What's up? I've got some work to catch up on. Jo grinned at her father as she heard his gruff voice. Harry watched his son blush, feeling a twinge of pride in his son's growing independence. I can explain it, Jo quickly excused himself. I'm sure if you don't mind, could you tell your friend you need to go home? Or if you prefer, I can do it myself. No me. He'll do it in private. The boy hurriedly shut the door. His father's calm tone was starting to unsettle him. Harry shrugged in response to what he was certain was a vicious slap. Hearing the door on the other side open, he saw a blonde woman in scanty clothes crossing the street. Yay, Dad. Harry stepped out of the pickup truck with a hand on his cheek. He extended his arm toward his son, who handed him the keys before heading to the passenger seat. Where's your brother and Exo? Harry asked as he started moving the truck. I don't know. John. Harry's face lit up with a mischievous grin as he warned his father. The boy knew exactly why his dad was smiling, so he kept staring out the window. We agreed they'd be on this very street, the boy muttered, eyes glued to the streetlights. Harry nodded and kept walking slowly. There were few parked cars around. A few minutes later, they passed a Mustang. Harry slowed down further and pulled up in front of the sports car. Jo was surprised she'd expected her father to just drive past. Harry got out of the pickup truck and examined the sports car. It was a sleek black GTH Mustang convertible with golden stripes across its trunk, The hood was down. The car was. I moved a bit, so it must be inhabited. I just needed to avoid making a mistake. In the car's passenger seat sat a blue-haired shirtless guy. His legs crossed over a chestnut-haired girl whose blouse had just slipped off. The guy was frantically groping her body while she eagerly kissed his neck. Harry approached the car and raised his hand to call out to the window, but couldn't make it happen. He even had to step back a couple of steps before the door slammed open violently. I watched the guy with electric blue hair fly away, all thanks to a big slap from the woman. "Get lost," the chestnut shouted, slamming the door shut. "No more," the boy grumbled. Head missed his chance with that exquisite chestnut, all because Head done it again 6 times, now calling the girl he was with Annie instead of her real name. He needed to stop this or risk losing every opportunity that came his way. That perfect chestnut, those plump lips, his flawless buttocks, that petite yet perfectly shaped nose, his enormous and well-endowed. That cup. Though he couldn't hide how good the green eyes were looking at him, he smiled when the car door opened, but the woman threw the shirt at him, sending it flying onto his head. "Mr. Zoller, what a surprise! Would you like to join us?" Harry asked as he removed the shirt from Exo's head. "Ash, Lord Potter," the boy exclaimed, his voice trembling with shock and surprise. "Let's go to Sirius, I insist." "Come with us," Harry said as he walked toward the pickup truck. Zoller glanced at Joe, who was gesturing for him to join from the vehicle. Without uttering a word, Harry started moving the truck again, though he couldn't erase that sly grin that was starting to annoy Joe. But he wouldn't tell her either. Almost at the turn of the corner, they kept going on. After a few minutes, the street was indeed long. When he reached the end, Harry stopped the truck but kept the lights on. There was a side alley. Exo and Joe exchanged puzzled glances. Harry got out and went into the alley. He adjusted his glasses that were starting to slide down his nose and squinted to see better. Seeing a glimmer of light on the left wall just a meter from the entrance, he smiled slightly. Sighing softly, he heard some moans that sounded like pleasure. He moved closer and spotted a motorcycle. A stunning brunette girl sat astride it, wearing fitted jeans and a black tank top. She stood sideways, her back turned. He figured she was his son. Her hands were firmly on his buttocks while the other hand slid down his spine. Exo and Joe had already gotten off and were now staring intently at Harry. "Sirius," Harry murmured. At that moment, he could see his son's hands still resting on the girl's back and buttocks. The boy turned his head slightly. "Mom!" he exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, he removed the extra hands that adorned his body and turned toward his father, who was calmly observing him. The brunette on the motorcycle watched with rapt attention when Harry's gaze locked onto her. A furious horn blared as Siri turned slightly and whispered in the girl's ear. She nodded, gave him a quick kiss on the lips, then walked out of the alley with grace. Siri sighed softly and glanced at her father. "You two, help him load the motorcycle onto the truck," Harry ordered, gesturing at Exo and Joe as he walked toward the vehicle. The 3 boys exchanged glances before silently climbing aboard. "I can't leave them alone for a moment," Harry said, stepping into gear. "I need to head back to the ministry. I can't just leave them here." He slammed on the gas. "What they're doing is completely normal." The boys exchanged glances. Now that all 3 were in the car, the good part was about to begin. Jo was about to ask her father to stop laughing, as he kept grinning with that mocking smile. But you know what? His actions are actually causing. Regarding the magnitude of reactions, sexual activity is normal in the man's attitude, but everything comes with responsibility. "But we don't," Joe tried to say, but his father silenced him with a slight gesture of his hand. "They're old enough to understand the consequences of irresponsible sexual behavior, diseases and pregnancies, Dad," Siri murmured, but Harry made the same gesture with his hand to ask for silence. "At least that's what I thought, but it turns out not to be the case." The boys exchanged glances, which didn't sit well with them. "I read about a sex education camp," Harry said, but was interrupted by the 3 boys. "Dad, we don't need..." The twins cried out. "To one of those camps," he concluded, looking alarmed. "I didn't mean to send them there." Harry smiled, and the boys breathed a sigh of relief. "But if I get some complaints," he continued, his smile twisting into a twisted grin, or at least that's what the 3 boys thought. "Complaints?" asked Siri. There's no complaint, Mr. Potter, exclaimed Exo as he snapped his fingers. What are you talking about, Dad? Joe asked, his eyes locked on the smile that lit up his father's face. I'm heading to Professor Xiao Shashan's sex education camp. Serious? Let's get out of here. Harry pulled over and got out of the truck quickly. The boys were still reeling from what they'd just heard. Why are we at Uncle Sirius' place? I asked Joe, glancing at the door of Sirius' apartment. They're being disciplined, and I need someone to look after them while I attend the ministry meeting with their mother, Harry replied, knocking on the door. Sirius had told me he wouldn't be available. Dad, please don't go overboard, Siri said, glancing at her father. Yeah, it's for that, Harry said, knocking on the door again. When there was no response, he searched his jacket for the key. He had keys to Sirius' apartment, Ron's house, Remus' place, and even his own home. In fact, everyone had keys to every room, so there was no problem. This isn't a home raid, is it, Mr. Potter? Exo asked as he watched Harry open the door. No, it's not, Exo, Harry said, stepping aside to let them in. But this house isn't yours, and well, according to the laws of… Exo, stop it. Thank Merlin, I won't tell your father about this. Harry interrupted. Exo decided to stop and simply obey. Mom, is Uncle Sirius here? I asked, peering into the apartment that was completely dark. He told me he wouldn't do anything, Harry said. But since it was just for the kids, he went and checked the kitchen. Dad, I think Sirius is busy, said Siri. Yeah, and I think we're going to be having nightmares about this from now on, said Exo. Harry returned to the room and finally understood what the boys were talking about. In the living room lay several empty bottles of fire whiskey, along with some panties he couldn't quite believe were his godfather's. His gaze drifted to the hallway leading to Sirius' room, where faint thuds came from. Though he couldn't pinpoint the source, he could picture what was happening inside. After hearing a rather suggestive "Oh, Sirius" from outside, Harry turned the boys toward the door. Enough. They'll just stay home. Let's go. Let's go. Harry pushed the kids out of the apartment, who were nearly stunned. But during their race, they tripped over the small table by the entrance and dropped it with a loud clatter. Where are you guys? Sirius' voice came from the room. Before they could even start running, he appeared down the hallway, wand held high and a cloth tied around his waist. Harry, kids, what are you doing here? What's up, Sirius? A voluptuous girl emerged from the room wearing a Sirius t-shirt. The chestnut-haired beauty had a stunning figure that could be described as deadly, though at least that's what you could make out, since the oversized shirt barely covered her. Nothing, Becky. Let me introduce my godson, his children, and their friend, Sirius said. But what shame, Harry thought to himself, bringing them here? Well, actually, I was here to ask for a favor, Harry said, his shamelessness showing as he could also set her aside for now. You'll say, said Sirius. I need you to look after the boys right now. Okay? Harry said. What's the hour? I asked Sirius. Yes, now, Harry replied. Sirius turned to Becky and they whispered. After a few seconds, Becky smiled at him. She conjured her clothes with the wand and walked toward the fireplace. Goodbye, everyone, Becky said, then winked at Sirius before vanishing into the flames. Okay, just let me take a quick shower and we're done, Sirius said. You really surprised me with your boldness, don't you think? Harry said in a tone of astonishment. Though he smiled, his godfather never changed his ways. Shut up. I'll always be like this, Sirius said. And you know why I brought them here at this hour? I asked Sirius. Well, then punish them, Harry replied as he sat down at the table. The three boys mimicked him, their eyes lowered and faces flushed slightly. Why? I asked Sirius as he slumps into a chair. Well, because I came across them in a situation very similar to yours, and let me tell you, the punishment was light. I was thinking about sending them to a sex education camp, Harry said. Mommy, no, shouted the twins. Sir Potter, I wouldn't do that, said Exo. Well, I would if I could, but I hope Sirius can explain something to you while I go to the ministry. But from what I see, it won't help much, Harry said, glancing at Sirius. Of course I'll help, Sirius said in an irritated tone. I just need to take a shower and get back. I gotta go, Harry said, standing up. All right, I'll take care of them, Sirius said as he escorted his godson to the door. Okay, are you sure? I asked Harry instead of correcting the boys, hoping to encourage them to keep going where they were. Of course, by the way, thanks for interrupting, Sirius said. Seriously? I asked Harry. Yeah, I didn't know how to tell him to leave, Sirius replied. The boys burst into laughter at this. Well, if you don't like one, just find another, right? Yes, the three boys replied, which was the last straw for Harry. I'm done for. They'll head to the camp tomorrow. I don't care what they say, Harry said, glaring at them. What? The boys exclaimed. Come on, Harry, don't go overboard. Sirius tried to calm him down. If I say they'll go, I mean everyone, all four of them, Harry said, gesturing at Sirius. Harry, you wouldn't send your godfather to that kind of camp, would you? I asked Sirius. Oh, of course I will, you'll see, Harry said as he stepped out of the apartment. Hurry up. How are you going to send someone my age to that camp? Sirius shouted, the boys behind him on the verge of tears. Wait till tomorrow, I'll find a way, you'll see, Harry said while waiting for the elevator. But trust me, tomorrow all four of you will go to Professor Xiao Shashan's sexual education camp for advanced youth. After Harry left, the four of them entered the apartment. Sirius glanced at the boys, who sat down on a sofa looking utterly miserable. Sirius took a seat in the armchair, but the comfort didn't last long. Go take a shower, the three boys said in unison without glancing at him. Sirius squinted his eyes as he watched them. After getting up, he went to take a shower. The next day would be an exceptionally tough one. The next morning, Sirius woke up late around 11 a.m. He peeked into the room where the boys had slept and saw them still asleep, so he decided to go make breakfast. 15 minutes later, the boys came to the kitchen with pained expressions. They knew Harry would send them to that stupid camp that day. They slumped into the chairs, resting their heads on the table. Sirius served them hotcakes and sat down beside them. Come on, let's get going, Sirius said. Just think about it'll be together through the rest of summer. We were already together, Sirius' Uncle Siri said without moving from her spot. Exo stays at our place during the holidays, he explained, lifting his head to look at the animago. Yeah, well, maybe they'll do something fun over there, Sirius said. I don't think they hold parties there, right? I asked while munching on his boring hotcake. Maybe not parties, but other fun stuff like games and all that, Sirius said, smiling at them. Nothing's more fun than a party, Siri said while munching on her hotcake. All right, he's done. I tried to cheer them up, but they just kept saying, Sirius said, the three boys staring at him. Don't forget I'm going to that camp too. Honestly, I don't want to end up with a bunch of bored kids who don't even know how to have fun. Sirius started devouring his hotcake without looking at the boys. The three exchanged glances before turning back to Sirius. Don't worry, Sirius, Joe said. We're not boring, said Exo. The thing is, there's a lot going on at that camp that's keeping you from doing anything, and it won't be all that fun, Siri said. Well, and who said the camp had to give us permission to do fun stuff? Sirius grinned at the three boys, their faces lighting up. That camp was going to be anything but boring. Around 3 p.m., Harry arrived with the boys' suitcases already in the car and a separate compartment for Sirius, though he hadn't packed his own yet. He wondered how to get Sirius to join the darn camp, since the boy was old enough for such things. Good morning, Harry said as he entered the office. The response came in a few muffled murmurs. Don't worry, it'll only take 2 weeks. The precious 2 weeks of vacation, Dad said Siri. Well, those are the 2 precious weeks they'll spend getting punished for the prank, Harry said. Sirius, I've got a suit for you. How would you send me to that camp? I asked the person mentioned. Take this. Harry handed him a backpack and a little bottle. Go to the bathroom and change clothes when you drink this. What's that? Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't you trust your godson? I asked Harry with an innocent grin. Sirius narrowed his eyes and walked toward the bathroom. 5 minutes passed, but there was no sign of Sirius. Harry, what's going on here? I heard the voice of the animago from the bathroom. Do you think I'll end up wearing this outfit? Take it easy, Sirius, just be patient, Harry replied, crossing his arms. 5 more minutes passed with Sirius still lingering in the room. The boys had settled down to wait, and everything seemed calm. Until, hey Amaha! Sirius' scream sent them springing to their feet and staring at the bathroom door. As it swung open, a boy of similar age stepped out, his features strikingly similar to Sirius. The boy's medium-length hair cascaded elegantly over his eyes, revealing those mesmerizing gray eyes that now glared with terror. Mysteriously, he wore the same outfit Sirius had worn when entering the bathroom. If it weren't for the boy being at most 18 years old, everyone would have confirmed he was Sirius. Are you crazy? Harry just watched the boy with a mischievous grin on his lips, savoring the moment. He knew the boy would want more later, though that effect would only last 2 weeks. We're going to Padfoot. You're going to say you don't like the change, right? Harry said with a smirk. Padfoot? The boys asked. These total lunatics, Harry, Sirius said, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he locked eyes with his godson. You're sending that ridiculous thing to hell, yet you still make me age faster. Now I'm 17 years old and, did you really want him to take you to the camp at your actual age? Harry asked. Well, not exactly, but neither for that. Well, okay, I get it. Go change your clothes. It's getting late for us, Harry said as he turned halfway to fetch something to drink from the kitchen. Serious? I asked, looking at the boy who was holding his pants to keep them from falling. He replied this time. I can't believe it, said Joe. This is awesome, exclaimed Siri, Joe and Exo. Genius? They're joking? Sirius asked, utterly incredulous. Of course not, Joe replied. Just look at me, you're young again, said Siri. So what? We have Padfoot in action, said Exo. Then Sirius noticed the boys were talking about him. It was Padfoot again. He hadn't completely lost his charm, but now he could act more like a boy than the adult everyone expected. He'd probably go back to being that charming, joke-worthy young man from his Hogwarts days. It would be hilarious to play pranks with the boys. He knew they still had things to learn and could help them along the way. Guys, I think I get your point now, Sirius said with a mischievous grin. I'll go change and we'll head over. After Sirius changed and made sure the department was properly secured, the five headed to Harry's car. They didn't speak throughout the journey, despite Harry's attempts to start a conversation. The boys were expressions of indignation and pain, but Harry wouldn't budge. He kept driving until they reached the Campsidia place, somewhat distant from the city, near a lake that was truly beautiful. The entire structure was made of wood and surrounded by trees. Harry parks the car at the entrance and helps the kids unload their suitcases. Welcome to Professor Xiao Shashan's sexual education camp for gifted youth, the young man at the reception said. We appreciate your choice of our camp for your children. We assure you that any behavioral issues your children may have will be addressed. Here, we provide comprehensive sexual education and organize activities to keep boys' minds engaged with non-adult topics. Notably, there's not a single woman present in the camp. This is to help advance the project. However, we'll be testing the boys' progress weekly by bringing in a girl from the women's camp who's crossing the lake. If they pass the test, they can go home in 2 weeks. Are you ready? Harry and the others watched in surprise as he had said all that while running, carrying his suitcases and putting them on a cart to take them away. Thanks, Harry said, shaking off the shock. Well, I don't know if you've noticed this camp is also for muggles, so wands are not allowed, said the receptionist. Kids, give me your wands, Harry said. Dad, the twins grumbled. You're out of your mind if you think. Harry shot Sirius a meaningful glance, since the receptionist had been staring at him like he was some kind of freak. Only the kids, Harry said with a heavy heart. The 4 of them handed him their wands, but when he took Sirius' wand, he wouldn't let go. Sirius, stop. Let go the wand. After a brief tussle, Harry managed to grab his young godfather's wand. The 4 teens then followed the receptionist to his cabin, waving goodbye with a hand. Behave yourselves, boys. Don't go overboard, Harry shouted before climbing into the car and heading home. This camp is going to be way worse than we thought, said Joe. I get it now, no magic wand needed, Siri said, dragging her feet. I don't believe it. They know how to swim, don't they? Sirius asked, glancing at the boys. What's the deal with that? I asked Siri, gazing at the lake. The girls' camp is across the lake, he said with a smile. Exactly, said Sirius. Don't tell me you're trying to win over someone our age, Joe said, half surprised and half confused. Of course not, said Sirius, waving his hand dramatically. Then I don't think you'll get one of those over 20, Exo said, looking at him with disbelief. I can get whatever I want, Sirius said arrogantly. I want to see it, Sirius said. You'll see, it assured everyone that the camp would indeed be a sex education program, with only minor changes to the teaching staff. We're ready, Eli, came a hoarse, muffled voice, as if unused for years, from Azkaban's cells where shadows clung to the walls, waiting for a signal to escape. Perfect, the girl replied. It's time, Hebe. Let's get out of here. Where's the boys, Ginny? Asked Tunkers. She, Ginny, and Hermione were playing poker in the garden, while the girls were sunbathing and chatting in the distance. Harry, I sent him to a camp, I don't remember what it was called, Ginny replied. I don't know why, but I also sent Sirius with them. Sirius? Hermione and Tonks asked. Yeah, I heard something like that, but I'm not sure. Ginny said. It's Hermione's turn. Hello ladies, Harry said as he approached the three women. Hey there, young one. Hermione and Tonks replied. He did something and wants to look good, said Ginny. Me offends, Ginniber, Harry said. Leaning down to kiss his wife. Remus hasn't arrived yet? Nope. But it won't take long, Tonks responded as he shuffled the cards. Well, then I'll wait here, Harry said, gesturing toward a chair. Are they playing poker? All right, I won't help, Harry said, leaning back in his chair. He focused on the cards of Ginny and Hermione beside him. Ginny was about to make her move, but as she was about to do so, Harry made a small, barely audible noise. But when Ginny looked at him and recoiled, another movement occurred. Harry then uttered a no, as faintly audible as the noise itself. Ginny regretted it again, about to make her third move, but Harry stuck out his tongue. Potter was there. Keep quiet, Ginny shouted, staring at her husband. Fine. I'll take it, Harry said, raising his hands in surrender. Someone who wants to help. Harry's words died on the tip of his tongue when they heard a loud crack coming from where the girls were. The girls screamed as they saw Ron standing right next to them. I'm sorry to scare you, girls, Ron said before running toward the adults. The girls, realizing there was nothing wrong, followed him until everyone else arrived. When they saw Ron's worried, pale face, they were all taken aback. What happened? I ask as Hermione approaches her husband. Problems, serious problems, Ron responded, glancing around at everyone. Nymph, Kingsley says you need to be at the ministry right away. Remus rushes in, then looks at Ronus. That true?
Sí, lo es, responde Ron.
Is that true? Harry asked. Harry, there was a breakout from Azkaban. They escaped no fewer than 25 Death Eaters. Ron answered the muffled shouts of the women, his gaze locked on Harry. This escape meant everything to him. He had installed the security system. Azkaban was completely impenetrable. Of course, nothing could escape from there. The last trace of color left on Harry's face faded as he recalled the incident 2 years ago. The Horcrux hadn't been removed. Sorry for taking so long again. Please leave your reviews. Okay? Hey, not too late in the afternoon. I know they're complaining. It's short, but better nothing at all, right? Let's set aside Hermione Ravenhenry Sumi for today. Here's something more from my favorite couple, Annie and Exo. Hope you like it. Mortifagos are coming out soon. New characters will debut next time. Promise, don't kill me. By the way, Shaun, you've got nothing to kill me this time, so keep quiet, Lord Zoller. Of course. Crossing the little Charquito. XDLOL, and honestly, I can't update as often as I'd like. But hey, hope you like this one too. 13. Ha ha ha. So good you like the last chapter. XDLOL, I'll definitely start with Cleo in the next chapter, promise. Seriously, I'm completely stuck. Maybe I really am. But I just can't get the inspiration. Hope you enjoy this chapter too. Love you, Cherisem. Annie and Exo's relationship is absolutely adorable. That's why I made Exo completely smitten with her XDLOL. Here's the cappy I just uploaded. Hope you love it. Tonks rushed straight to the ministry, followed by Ron. Remus headed to Hogwarts, and they needed to implement maximum security if they wanted to open the school that year. Hermione took the girls home with Ginny, while Harry attended the sex education camp. With Muggle vampires still roaming around, it wasn't safe to leave their children in such disarray. The Lupin house was left deserted in the blink of an eye. That week at Professor Shaoshin's advanced youth sex education camp wasn't as bad as it seemed. With Padfoot by their side, the king of pranks, blackmail, and camouflage had no one to catch or punish them. They spent their days making fun of all the boys there, while Sirius somehow managed to hook up with the camp's mafia, a group of kids who slipped in magazines unsuitable for minors. Who knew Sirius had become a partner and took 15 of the total profits? They'd have to say it was a big deal. They were assigned the most secluded cabin, as 2 of them being Harry Potter's children gave them special privileges. They requested the cabin for all 4 of them, allowing them to venture out at night and make brief visits to the girls' camp. While there were fewer girls than boys in such camps, the girls there hadn't seen any boys since summer began. Thus, the 3 youngest were incredibly lucky, so incredibly lucky, you could say they were practically blessed with good fortune. Sirius, though they couldn't figure out how he did it, had somehow managed to win over nearly all the supervisors, those aged 24 to 29. It was astonishing that a 17-year-old boy could pull this off, but he actually made it happen. Hello, I'm here for John and Sirius Potter, Drakenzoller, and, I had forgotten the name they gave Sirius. Hello, Mr. Potter. I'm sorry, but your children are already at the camp for a week. You can't take them away. They need to stay for at least 2 weeks, the receptionist interrupted. No, I don't get it. I need to take them now. I'm running out of time, Harry said, moving closer to the boy's face, which made him step back in fright. Well, but, Mr. Potter, we're not allowed to. I don't care. Call them now, Harry shouted, fidgeting as he pushed the boy away with his chair. I'm sorry, but you need to understand I have to take care of the boys. They're currently conducting the test to monitor their progress in Salon number 12, the boy said, springing to his feet. 12, Harry repeated as he hurried out of the place. Wait, Mr. Potter, you can't. This can't happen. Harry hurried through the camp, searching for room 13. The entire place was deserted. Everyone seemed to be taking that darn exam. He kept wondering why his kids weren't paying attention to the girls who were there. Little did he know they'd been visiting those girls all week and now knew them well enough to ignore them. As Harry saw the receptionist catching up with him, he quickened his pace. Near the lake, he spotted a particularly large cabin where several supervisors were standing. He figured this was where it was, so he almost dashed straight to the entrance. Excuse me, could you tell me where you're headed? One of the supervisors asked as he stepped up to Harry, who looked like a student. American football captain. Hurry up. Bradley, right? Harry asked, scanning the name tag on the boy's chest. I need to drop by my kids and nephews first, he added, if that doesn't bother you. I'm sorry, but that can't happen. We're halfway through the exam, said Bradley as he stepped between the door and Harry. Brad, please don't quit on Mahari said, losing his patience bit by bit. I want him to try it, Bradley said, standing face-to-face with Harry. The other supervisor had already left the entrance. Harry looked in top shape and didn't want to walk away bruised from that commotion. Fine, if that's what you want, Harry said, snapping his fingers in quick motion. The receptionist and another supervisor stepped back to a safe distance just as Harry was about to pounce on Bradley. Sirius and the boys had already played 5 games when the darn exam finally dragged on. They'd cleared out tons of inmates due to various, issues. Unlike the camp's sexual phenomena that were all messed up, they were normal. Halfway through Game 6, they heard a commotion outside. Just as they were about to get up and check it out, one of the supervisors identified as Bradley barged in through the door. To put it bluntly, he burst through the door in a rage. Behind him came Harry, his face twisted with fury, and for good reason. By this hour, he should have been at the ministry assisting the Aurors. He started searching among the girls in the room for his kids, but none were seated. That was odd, really strange. His children wouldn't leave all those girls unattended. Dad? The twins' voices made him turn around. Kids, what's up over there? Harry asked, puzzled to see his kids so far away from the girls. We're playing basketball, what's up with you here? Asked Joe. Well, I'm here for you guys, Harry said, because you're playing basketball solo and not partying? It's not a party, it's an exam, Siri quipped. I'm gonna meet some guys. I'm amazed at how Potter's kids are doing, said the receptionist as she cautiously approached Harry. They haven't even tried to talk to the girls all week. Seriously, they'd rather play basketball than chat with them. Bradley had already been assisted by the other supervisors. Harry was lost in thought over what the receptionist had said. His kids, more into playing cards than chatting with a girl. He wasn't entirely sure if EXO was into card games, but he doubted it. He also didn't know any of the girls there, and what was most bizarre was Sirius, his godfather. The world's most notorious playboy was present. Even as he stared at the women around him, his mind was completely absorbed in his game. Then came that terrible thought. Couldn't be true, it just couldn't be real. Up! Harry shouted, causing everyone who had returned to chat with their girlfriends to turn back toward him once again. The supervisors also looked at him. Bradley ran out of the place. The receptionist hid behind a chair. And the twins, EXO and Sirius, stared at him in confusion. What's up? Why are they playing basketball? The girls here aren't paying them any attention or what? Dad, you wanted us to stop thinking about girls, didn't you? Joe asked. Exactly. You brought them here for this very reason. First, you want to abandon your kids with so many girls. Then suddenly you're okay with it. Call it what you will, Harry, Sirius said. No. I brought them here so they wouldn't see the girls as mere sex objects. Harry apologized. We don't see girls as mere sexual objects, Mr. Potter, EXO said. They're seriously important to us. But, Mom, don't worry. We've been taught well here. You won't have to worry about meeting girls anymore, Siri said, looking at her father.
No.
This wasn't what I wanted, Harry stammered. You, he shouted, pointing at the receptionist. The man crouched further behind the chair where he was hiding. You told me his behavior issues would be fixed. They did it. They passed the test, you see, the boy said, his voice trembling as he faced Harry's intimidating figure. Well, I thought they were going to make them aware of their situation, not turn them into homosexuals. Harry shouted, and everyone present shot him a knowing look. Dad, we're not. Shut up.
Harry interrupted you.
Look at May entrusted my children to you, and you're doing this, leaving them worse off than when I brought them here. Harry stared at all the boys in detention. The girls immediately stood up and vanished, thinking everyone was some vile homosexuals. Mr. Potter, seriously, stop interrupting me, Harry shouted, leaving EXO mid-sentence. I can't believe they actually did this. They should be ashamed of themselves, he said. And you guys? You're also going to the gay bar? He asked, glancing at all the inmates. I'm done. Let's get out of here, Harry shouted, interrupting Siri. Harry was chasing his twins, EXO and Sirius, and he quickly dragged them away. As soon as Harry and the boys left the cabin, all the other inmates launched a mass escape attempt, shouting things like I don't want to be gay, or I can't survive without a girl. The guards struggled desperately to keep them in line. Dad? I asked cautiously. Harry was driving like a madman, clocking 120 km/h in a 40 km/h zone. What? Harry said, visibly flustered by the whole situation. If you're here for us, I just want you to know we're not gay, Joe said. Not for that reason, John. It's something else, Harry replied, softening his tone slightly. By the way, I didn't think they were gay, seriously. Then why are you so worried, Harry? Sirius asked, his gaze fixed on his godson who looked genuinely distressed. There was an incident, so to speak, Harry said. Incident? Nothing happened to Mom, right? He asked Siri worriedly. No, of course not, Harry replied. Something else. What is it? I asked EXO. I need to go to the Ministry of Magic. I'll leave them at Hermione's place. She'll explain everything, Harry said, trying to cut the subject short. What happened to Harry? Sirius asked, staring at him intently. Harry looked back, and after a few moments of contemplation, he replied, There's an escape from Azkaban. 23 Mofagus are out there and we don't know what they're planning, Harry said. A deep silence fell over the car until they reached Ron and Hermione's house. Inside, only Hermione, Ginny, the girls, and Henry were present. Chicos! I exclaimed as the twins and EXO entered the house. I hugged all three of them. Are you guys okay? Yes, don't worry, Mommy, said Siri. Love, serious, you said that too. I also put it on, and I think we'll have issues with all this, Harry said, pointing at someone behind him. Ginny was left speechless when she saw the 17-year-old boy smiling at her. Hey Jin, calm down. I know I'm super hot and totally irresistible, but you're married already, Sirius said. Ginny couldn't help but smile. That can't be, Hermione exclaimed when she saw Sirius. Harry, what did you do to him? An ageless potion made properly. That's why he didn't lose his memory, Harry replied. Now I need something to reverse the effects. We need Sirius in the squad. We must get all possible help. Look for something in the library, Hermione said as she walked toward the room. Henry, can you help me? Mom, the boy replied, following his mother. Listen up, stay here. Ron will be here in a few hours to keep watch, Harry said. I'll have him monitor the area while I stay with Kingsley to plan how to track down all the Death Eaters. You're coming with me, Sirius said as he stopped beside Harry. No, stay here until Hermione figures out how to restore you to your original age, Harry said. Hey, no, it's your fault I'm in this mess. My fault? I apologize, but I'm not to blame for you being a slut. That's enough, Ginny said as she stopped Harry. Take him. He might have a teenager's body, but he still has the mind of a great Auror. Hear the redhead out? Sirius said, glancing at Harry. All right, that's good. Let's go, Harry said, glancing at Sirius. I'll send Ron and Jin in a few hours. I'm waiting for you here. I love you, said Ginny as she kissed Harry. I love you too, Jin, Harry said as he rushed out of the house. An hour later, Ron appeared by the fireplace and quickly approached Ginny. She and the boys were sitting in the living room, silent. Ginny, Harry sent me. He wants Hermione and Henry to help Remus at Hogwarts find a potion for Sirius. He also told me you guys and Annie should go to your place. I'll take Raven and Era to Hogwarts. Don't worry, Ron said quickly. I'll head to the ministry and be back soon. Thanks, Ron, said Ginny. Ron disappeared to go to the ministry to announce they were about to start moving the kids. Joe, go check it out. Go to the library and tell Henry and Hermione what Ron said. Sirius, come with me to Remus's place. Leave my bag there. Oh my God. Do me a favor, go up and call the girls. The girls were in Raven's room, still stuck in their swimsuits after all the commotion and no time to change. Era was lounging on the bed flipping through a magazine, while Raven rummaged through his closet to find something for them. Annie kept staring at the mirror, searching for flaws in her reflection. Annie, stop staring at yourself in the mirror, Era said. Your body is practically perfect. Leave it alone. I want to get rid of that practically and leave only the perfect Era, Annie replied. But I don't think you look bad, because I think you look great, my friend, said Raven. Does anyone have my pink pen? Era asked. She'd come across a fun quiz in the magazine and decided to give it a shot. I brought it, Raven said, rummaging through her scanty clothes. She was wearing only a bikini and a clingy top. He began feeling her body to check if she'd brought the feather, but there was nothing there. Raven looks so sensual when she does that, Annie joked, glancing at her cousin's reflection in the mirror. You've lost your quill, right? Rav said as Era noticed Raven still wasn't letting go of his body while searching for the feather. No, he said, it's just, I'm feeling so good. Raven gestured with his hands, drawing a hearty laugh from Annie and Era. Well, I suppose if I were to change anything, aside from my hair, since nothing else comes from my dad's genes, Annie said. Looking in the mirror, I'd probably get up with my hair more tousled. Something like Rav, who's got way more going on than I do. Try this, Raven said, handing her one of his bras. Annie took it and slipped it over her swimsuit. I'm not full, the girl exclaims, clutching her clothes. Take it easy, a quick surgery will fix everything, Era said as she stood up. Plus, you can always try the push-up technique. Push-ups? Is that even a clothes class? I asked Raven. No, he said, it's also a technique. Look. Era moved closer to Annie. Annie has this. He leaned forward, pulling his swimsuit down and letting his breasts hang higher than usual, which should have been their natural position, making it look like he was getting more. Brilliant! Annie exclaimed in awe at Era's creation. She stripped off her bikini top and left the clothes on. Look, it even looks like she filled in Rav's clothes. The girls were laughing so hard they didn't hear the knocking. EXO grew frustrated with his repeated calls going unanswered, so he opened the door to find a scene that left him completely red-faced. Annie was standing by the mirror trying on Raven's clothes. Era watched her from the bed, clapping enthusiastically while Raven held two other bras, struggling to decide which to wear. The moment they saw EXO, all three girls froze. Annie turned beet red, her face flushed with embarrassment. I quickly grabbed a pillow and wrapped myself up, realizing EXO had been staring at me the whole time. I'm sorry. I feel bad. EXO stammered as he closed the door. By the way, their moms are sending them to call, they say to come down. EXO walked away from there, unable to shake Annie's image from his mind. She looked so good. It was like she had one more drink. He didn't even know which one was Annie's cup. The guy wasn't just interested in the girl's physique, he had to admit with that body. Well, better leave it at that or the twins would suspect something. The girls slipped into shorts and Raven's t-shirts before descending the stairs. Girls, they're finally here, said Ginny as she watched them slowly descend the stairs. What's up, Mommy? Annie asked. Hear this? Hermione and Henry went to Hogwarts to help Remus find a solution for Sirius. Era, you're gonna help them too, Annie. You'll come with me, your brothers, and EXO home. Raven, honey, you'll go with your mother and brother to Hogwarts. Ron will arrive in a minute to take you and Era here, Ginny explained quickly. I don't have my clothes, Era said. Don't worry, Era. You'll be fine later. We won't risk accidents, said Ginny. Things will calm down tomorrow. The Aurora department will be monitoring everything and it'll be safer. Ready? Let's go? Ron came through the chimney. Come on, said Ginny standing up, we'll show up soon. Come here. Joe and Annie grabbed her. They hadn't passed last year's exam. Only Siri had made it through, and she'd brought it to EXO. It was a shame his finger got lost during the test. After the Potter family and EXO left, Ron told the girls to head to Remus' office about the flu outbreak. He'd follow them later to take Hermione and the others to the library. Ginny arrived at her house with her children, feeling a bit nervous. She knew the Mortifagos would first target Harry's house, but she was heavily protected. There was absolutely no chance they'd find them. Annie, go up to your room and change clothes, said Ginny to her daughter boys. Go to the living room and get something ready for dinner. The three boys sat in the hall waiting. They weren't too hungry but were worried about the situation. They knew the escape of the Mortifagos was crucial since nobody, absolutely nobody, could speak Parcel except Harry. 10 minutes later, Annie entered wearing short shorts and a tank top. Ginny also arrived with some jam and cheese sandwiches. Everyone ate a bit reluctantly. Ron arrived within minutes and took his seat in the living room with the others. The air hung thick with silence as a torrential downpour began to pour, accompanied by lightning flashes. This was particularly unsettling for Annie, who had developed a fear of electric shocks. Don't worry, everything will be better tomorrow, Ron reassured them. Harry's an expert directorial tracked down most of the Death Eaters who managed to escape. Of course he would kick their ass, Sirius said smugly, eyeing the video game screen in his hand. Sirius, is that my game? Joe asked as he stood up. Yes, and? Sirius replied without looking at Joe. How many times have I told you not to touch my games? Exclaimed Joe as he stood up. You wrecked my brand new PlayStation 3. I deserve to play with this one, Siri said. Kids, stop it, said Ginny as she approached the boys. No, you don't have any rights, I shouted, trying to take the game away from Siri. Leave me alone. I'm playing, Siri exclaimed. Get lost. Ginny scolded them, but the twins kept pushing and shoving each other over the darn game. Sirius, John, up. Enough. His father's voice made them stop immediately, and everyone turned back to the fireplace. Harry, Ron exclaimed as he spotted his friend's head in the chimney. Ron, we need reinforcements. Come to the ministry, please. Ginny, I need Azkaban's security documents and the information we have about Horcruxes, Harry said quickly. And you two? You're both being punished for fighting. Dad, the twins grumbled. Dad. Nothing, he said, interrupting Harry as they entered his room. But, Your room now, Harry said with a threatening tone as the two boys hurried upstairs. I'll wait here for you, Ron. Ron hurried out of the house and vanished without a trace. I'll go collect the things and send them to your father, said Ginny. Exo, I beg you to sleep in the guest room tonight. That pair will be punished today. There's no problem, Miss Potter, Exo said. All right. I'm back now, said Ginny as she climbed the stairs. Exo and Annie fell silent. An awkward silence crept between them. Annie still looked flushed from the clothes incident, while Exo couldn't find the courage to apologize. The dripping water against the windows grew increasingly unbearable. Finally, Exo mustered the courage to speak to Annie. What a climate, huh? I asked, half-hearted. Ugh, pretty ugly, Annie replied. The awkward silence fell back into place. The atmosphere. She tried to bring up the topic, but mentally scolded herself for not coming up with something smarter. She figured apologizing would be the best move. That way, Annie could stop staring at the floor and blush. Hey, listen. I'm sorry I didn't mean to come in like that. Exo began, too timid to look at Annie's reaction. So he kept staring at the living room carpet while speaking. Well, I'm not saying I've never seen that before. I mean, it's not like you're doing anything wrong, right? No. Okay, Zoller, I know this isn't new to you, but it was for Methoff not counting the time Sirius or Joe barge into my room without permission. But that's a whole different story, Annie said, her eyes still fixed on the floor as Exo locked eyes with her. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you like that. Please forgive me, Exo said as he stood up to head back to his room. Kids, I'll be back in a moment. Don't let them go out, open the door, or call anyone. Absolutely nothing to do with the outside of the house. Got it? I asked Ginny. Both nodded. All right, make sure the Amellos don't leave their room. I'm leaving. Annie and Exo found themselves alone in the living room again, the uncomfortable silence lingering. Just as Exo was about to leave without a word, a lightning bolt struck and a thunderous roar echoed from miles away. But what drowned out the thunder was the scream I heard from Annie. Exo rushed over to the girl who had curled up on the couch and was covering her ears with her hands. Okay, then what happened? I asked, grabbing Annie by the shoulders. Yeah, I'm fine, it's just that. Well, Annie Rouge began speaking again. What's going on? I asked, Exo staring into her eyes. Oh, I'm super scared of lightning, Annie confessed, glancing away. Awesome. Now Exo would think I'm the timid one. All right, don't worry, Exo said as he sat down beside her. They can't harm you inside the house. Don't you tease me for being timid? Annie asks, surprised. Unless, of course, they said, shaking his hand in denial, I wouldn't be mocking you. Well then. Thanks, Annie said, her smile lingering as she looked at Exo. Just then, another lightning bolt struck, sending Annie screaming and grabbing whatever was closest to her. And that closest thing was I am sorry. No, it's okay, said Exo as he wrapped his arms around Annie. Her smile blossomed from within, and she let the boy hold her tight. Exo grinned triumphantly too. The twins were locked up above, Harry wasn't home, and Ginny would take forever to arrive. He was alone with Annie. This was his chance to tell her how he felt, but he couldn't bring himself to do it yet. You don't know what we can do to ease your fears. What? I asked Annie. Every time lightning strikes, we'll both scream, Exo replied, glancing at the girl who looked at him in disbelief. You'll see, you'll laugh it off. Final. If you say it, Annie said. Then another lightning bolt appeared, and the distance grew. Annie screamed, and so did Exo. This made the girl cry out even louder, as Exo had mimicked her by raising his voice to a shrill pitch in his own scream. Come on, now you're laughing, said Exo. Annie smiled back, and they kept chatting for a few minutes, hugging each other and shouting with every lightning bolt. Annie was no longer scared anymore. She laughed every time someone fell. It started getting chilly, so Exo conjured a blanket and placed it over her. But she insisted he should cover himself too. So they warmed up together, hugging and chatting about the world's silliest things. The two of them had a good time alone, Annie laughing at a joke Exo told, while he was lost in the girl's smile, and it drove him crazy. No wonder he kept choosing his fleeting loves with their messy dark hair and green eyes. His dream was to replace Annie. but it was simply impossible. "Annie, die me," said Annie, taking a sip of her hot chocolate. "Well, I was just gonna tell you that, ice it." Annie turned her head to look at him, and the two boys locked eyes as they often did. Exo placed his hand on Annie's cheek and began moving toward her face. She raised her eyes, anticipating the warm kiss from Exo, but it never came. Only a cough followed their approach. "Good evening, Draken. How long have you been here?" I quickly removed Annie's hand from her cheek and turned to look at the man standing by the door. "Who is it?" Annie asked in alarm. I just glanced at her for a second before standing up and staring at the man. "Remember, you have a father, not Draken?" The man asks as he turns to Exo. "Of course it's Dad, but you also remember letting Harry Potter kidnap me," Exo said as he approached the man. He was slightly irritated because they'd once again ruined the perfect moment with Annie. "Here I am. Maybe we haven't seen each other in a week," the man said as he approached Exo and gave him a firm hug. Exo responded with a warm embrace. "What are you doing here?" "I thought you were helping Mr. Potter with the Mophagus," Exo said, pulling away from the embrace. "Yes, but since Ginny would need more time to explain things to Kingsley, she asked me to come and take care of them." "Annie, how's it been?" Mr. Zoller asked as he approached the girl. "Very well, Mr. Zoller. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you," Annie said, offering her hand to Zoe's father. "You didn't recognize me, you didn't recognize Nadir Polam Aman Arkan Zoller," said Mr. Zoller solemnly. "Dad, please," Exo said, watching Annie gasp at the name. If she knew Draken Zoller's real name, she'd probably be equally stunned. They kept chatting for a while until Ginny arrived, after which Zoe's dad could go help Harry catch Mortifagos. Harry had formed several Order of the Phoenix groups, one led by himself, another by Tonks, another by Kingsley, and the last by Sirius. The Order found it rather peculiar to receive orders from a 17-year-old boy, though they had to admit he was an expert. They had also raised alarms among all magical communities about the escape of the Death Eaters, firmly believing they would find at least half of them that day. They were searching through locations where apparitions had appeared in recent hours. It was also strictly forbidden to show up at least for the rest of the day, so that's why there would be false alarms. Harry was leading Ron and the father of Exo in their group. Working with them was a breeze. They were great buddies. Harry walked silently with his wand ready for any trouble. Ron and Nadir flanked him, listening intently to every sound. The clatter of a broken wand several meters away alerted them. With a flick of his wand, Harry gestured to his companions the movements he deemed most relevant. Nadir moved to the right while Ron went left, and he himself stayed straight ahead. He raised his hands sideways and waved them vigorously. The person hiding had already started running. "Stop, Ron," he shouted as his friend summoned a Lumos Helsius. "Nothing's in sight," the red-haired man grumbled, his eyes glued to the constant crackling of branches before them. "We'll be lost in the darkness." "Ron is right," Harry. Nadir pointed, grabbing him. "Besides, he already knows we're following him but couldn't keep up because lightning struck his back, technically sending him flying and smashing into a tree." "Ron," Harry shouted, turning around. The red-haired boy mimicked him and started counterattacking. "Nadir? I'm fine," he shouted, completely absorbed in a tense duel against a mortifier that could track the source of the attacks. With no visibility, the trees closing in at that spot blocked the moon's faint glow from reaching him. Harry sustained a minor cut on his arm and could see nothing at all. Whenever he caught a glimpse of a flash, he would dodge it while casting a curse with Ron, but those spells simply vanished. After several minutes, he was barely covered by a tree trunk. Ron had given up trying to help him locate him, as the spells were impossible to counter. The enemies grew increasingly precise. It seemed they were spinning, as if they could actually see them. Ron desperately searched through his robe, while Nadir's eye was half closed from a deep eyebrow cut, yet he smiled playfully. He too had struck his enemy several times. Suddenly, a blinding light flickered, confusing everyone. Tiny glowing spheres appeared. Harry smiled and glanced at Ron, the first to react. He cursed the muggle thing from his right, causing it to collapse unconscious, though not without first casting a spell that grazed Ron's arm, causing him to let out a piercing cry of pain. "Are you okay?" Harry asked his friend, who smiled and nodded. The professor's gift? Claro, Ron replied, turning to see his third teammate still engaged in the duel. The Mordorian cast 10 spells in quick succession. Nadir dodged some, blocked others, took a few hits while countering them all at once. Though blood streamed from every inch of his body, he kept fighting on. "Hey Nadir, it's time to go," Harry shouted. Nadir nodded, dodged a few more spells, and sent a precise stun spell at the Death Eater. When they entered the Ministry, they saw that 12 Morcephagos had been captured in total. Not bad, meaning there were still about 11 loose ones out there. But they'd take care of that later. Right now, their priority was figuring out how the hell had escaped with everyone else. "They won't speak, not a single word," said Kingsley. He had spent 2 hours interrogating the Morcephagos, yet they remained completely dumbfounded, refusing to utter a single word about what had happened. "If they refuse to talk, we'll force them to," Harry said. "Bring the Veritaserum." Unfortunately, they hadn't captured the Morcephagos that Harry truly cared about. However, the ones they did manage to apprehend could still provide crucial intel. Though they knew the mastermind behind the entire operation wasn't that naive as to revealing the full plan, they'd need to interrogate every single one of them. Harry spent 3 hours bombarding all the Death Eaters with the same questions, but apparently they hadn't caught a single member of the inner circle. No one knew what the plan actually entailed, only that they'd stay hidden until the Dark Lord gave the order to assemble. This terrified Harry when the Death Eaters kept calling the Dark Lord, referring to Voldemort. The wise one who was precisely the Dark Lord at that moment had to find the Malfoy family no matter what it took. Eli, darling Pansy, sat on the ground. They'd been walking for about 8 hours and were now resting at the edge of a lush forest. "Are you sure where we're going? I'm completely exhausted." "We're almost there, Mom." "Don't worry," Eli said. He'd planned everything out. They couldn't show up at Anavi's house, they'd be too suspicious. That's why they went to a remote village near the Van Deerheiden mansion. By now, every magical person should know about their escape. So he wasn't worried Anavi wouldn't wait for him to join her. "Let's keep going. We'll rest when we have a safe place to stay," Draco said while helping Pansy to her feet. They walked another hour until they reached the gate of an enormous mansion. Eli approached the gate and tapped it, which automatically opened. With a gesture, he signaled his parents to follow him. They had to travel with a retainer in that place, as it was teeming with vampires. He was startled to see some vampires staring at them before retreating. This wasn't quite normal in the behavior of that race, but then he saw the reason behind the creature's actions. "Eli!" The girl's scream pierced the night stillness. Ollie turned to look at the mansion and saw a silhouette of a girl sprinting toward her. "Anavi!" Eli shouted, running to hug his friend. "I knew you'd make it here," Anavi shouted as she hugged Eli tightly. "I knew you'd escape, no doubt about it." "Anavi, thanks for letting me stay at your place after all the trouble you caused your dad," Eli said, pulling back from the embrace. "Don't worry about that," Anavi said, looking at Draco and Pansy. "Dad says he's proud to help and will do it again if needed." "Oh, I'm sorry, Anavi, my parents, Draco and Pansy Malfoy," said Eli, the girl shaking both adults' hands. "But come on, let's go ahead. We're expecting you with a feast," Anavi said, addressing them at the massive main entrance. "Banquet?" I asked Pansy with our senator how much I miss those banquets. "Don't worry, you can eat whatever you want," Anavi said. And so they did. The Malfoys ate their fill until they were full. In prison, they'd never been served such delicious food. After finishing their meal, they went to the living room to chat with Anavi's father. "My sources tell me over half of the Morcephagos were captured by the Aurors," Lestat said, his eyes locked on Eli as he spoke. "It's all part of the plan. We'll let them get worked up about catching many of us, though not the big shots. We'll be hiding in different potions until Christmas. That's when the Ministry will slack off and stop hunting us down, so I can go to Azkaban, retrieve them, and attack," Eli said, taking a sip of his hot chocolate. The mansion was bone-chillingly cold. "I get it," Lestat said with a half-smile. "They'll be safe in my house. I've got rooms set up for everyone." "Eli, you'll be sleeping in my room," said Anavi. "Brilliant!" Eli exclaimed as both girls bolted out of the place. "Mr. Malfoy, Thaddeus will take them to his room," Lestat said as he stood up. Thank you so much for letting us stay here, Draco said, standing up as well. It's a pleasure to assist the followers of Lord Dark. I hope everything goes well, Lestat said before leaving the living room. Everything will work out, Pansy said, taking her husband's hand. Mr. Malfoy, please follow me, the couple smiled. Now they were treated like royalty, no longer behind bars. This time, Harry Potter wouldn't have such good luck. Well? Hope you enjoyed it. It's not as good as the previous one. But hey, I hope you'll enjoy it. Looking forward to your reviews. Preparing for Hogwarts. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I know it's been ages. But honestly, I don't have an excuse. I just had this tiny blockage and lost my creativity. But I'm getting better now. Here's my Cappy, a short story. It's kinda long. Hope you enjoy it. Leave your reviews below. Shaun Allegra. You said the title didn't matter. Here there's no reason to kill. Don't wait. I think if there is one. But hey, I have my reasons for wanting to send you to the guillotine too. I love making EXO angry, it's fun. And I think you totally get what they're throwing at you. Laughing face. Do you remember what I was gonna write? Huh? Anyway, I'll write that weird story soon. Hope so. Leave a review. Lord Zoller. I'm putting up something here with the name EXO. XD hahaha, no worries. If I think about it all. Well, almost. I think you'd hate yourself in this chapter. Sorry, but I didn't know another way. Well, you'll see. Your dear friend Phelias is already showing up here. XD hahaha, hope you like the chapter. Leave a review for me. Broken Heart Roa. Don't even think about it. I'm just too curious. Don't leave that question to me now. Trust me, if they return to Hogwarts, it's the safest place in the magical world. Harry's keeping tabs on him, and I love messing with EXO and Annie. It's something that makes me laugh. Ha ha ha, I'm a bad girl. The camp was a silly, intimate experience. Good that you enjoyed it. And I think Christmas is coming up. I believe Halloween comes first. Hope you like the cap. Charism. Yeah. They did interrupt XD, but cheer up with this cap. Oh no. Forget it, don't cheer up XD, ha ha ha, you'll see what I mean. XD, don't get frustrated, this relationship will be super messy. Exactly my style XD, and hey, how cold was it today? Just saying, I don't want to mention seeing you in clothes, so I'm saying that. Ha ha ha, great conversation. Here come the Mortifagos. They're pretty small. But they show up. Hope you like the Cappy. Phelias Phoenix. The horror has already begun. And trust me, it will be terrifying. With Annie and EXO, well, maybe. But they never expected a certain elfo to turn everything upside down. XD ha ha ha, if I recall your character. It would cause a lot of drama. Exactly as you taste it. XD ha 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 only comes out in the end. But it's a good piece. Hope you like it. By the way, the surname. I looked up many opinions and that convinced me. This original, laughing face. Hope you like it too. Looking forward to your review. Papanksa. So cool how you enjoyed my story. It's awesome that others love my wild ideas. XD anyway, here's another chapter. Late, but it's still a chapter. Laughing face. Hope you like it too. Can't wait to hear your review. Preparing for Hogwarts. Kids, you've got a letter. Harry shouted good day to arrive. It was a perfect day when the letters arrived right on their birthdays. Everyone was there. Sirius, Nadir, Remus, Tonks, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and of course their kids. 8 owls had come through, each with a letter in hand. Remus, can you tell why you didn't send a cat owl with all the letters? Harry asked as he battled the owls, who were also fighting over who would be the first to deliver the Enough! Shut up! The mice instantly stopped and let Harry take their cards. Good luck, you can go now, Sumi said. Henry, there's also a card for you. As the raccoons were leaving, a crowd of people rushed into the kitchen through the back patio door, including their 3 children. Era, EXO, Raven, Henry, and Sumi. What happened? Henry asked, taking the letter from his girlfriend's hands, who seemed unable to speak. The annual award. That's awesome. What? Exclaimed the boys as they rushed over to Sumi. Henry, haven't you opened your letter yet? I asked. Remus hurriedly opened the envelope and saw its contents. A huge smile spread across his face. I'm also the annual award winner, Henry exclaimed as he looked at Sue. The couple then embraced briefly before Raven arrived to hold his brother. Since they'd made a promise not to fight in front of him, the girls mostly avoided him during this time. Winces, little brother, said Raven as he pulled Henry into a tight hug. The boys kept their own business to themselves, chatting and entertaining themselves. Raven, however, noticed his mother talking with Remus and edged toward the adults' table, feeling a bit annoyed. But I don't get it, Remus. How did you let Sumi win the annual award? Hermione whispered. None of the adults were listening. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. But Hermione had captured Remus' attention, now bombarding him with questions about Sumi's award. Hermione, she's pulling her weight here. A top student with some social awkwardness but still good enough, Remus replied, taking a swig of his drink. But Remus, that girl. How did you even give her the award? Well, it's a bit of a... Sir Remus, they call him the madman of Gran Canaria for a reason, Raven interjected. Where did you come from? Remus asked, noticing the girl had slipped into the conversation like water. Seriously, dude. Sumi's totally out of her mind, Raven said, brushing off Remus' question. Well, everyone thought Einstein was crazy, but it turned out he was the greatest genius ever. Yes, of course, as you say, Remus, Hermione said, walking away from the werewolf. The creature glanced at Raven, but the girl merely narrowed her eyes and followed Annie and Era. They're mad at me right now, Remus said, finishing his drink in one gulp. I chimed in with a, haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No. The boys were singing at full volume that, if their throats allowed it, who could have predicted that the same night they'd gone to Storming Bubbles? Panic at the Disco would be performing there too. They were completely soaked from the dance floor's bubble-filled surface, but they were having a blast nonetheless. This is awesome. Sumi shouted into Henry's ear so he could hear it. I know, her boyfriend replied, then kissed her. They'd scored some awesome spots almost in the front row. Panic! Panic! At the Disco! Annie screamed like a madwoman. It was one of her favorite bands. Take it easy, sister. You'll be left speechless, Joe said with a mocking tone.
Es que no puedo creerlo. Ah.
Annie screamed, her voice growing louder with each repetition. This crazy place, Siri said with a smile to Exo, but the boy wasn't in the mood for it. Ea, yon te amo. Annie screamed, but what do you think of that guy? He asked himself as he watched Annie struggle to touch John's hand, and when she finally succeeded, I screamed in utter desperation, collapsing like a person fainting. Annie, what's wrong with you? I asked Joe, my voice tinged with irritation and concern as he'd had to hold his sister steady while she stumbled toward the floor. Touch your hand, Joe, Annie exclaimed, grabbing her brother's face between her hands and forcing him to stare straight at her. Okay, I get it. Now move, Joe said, leaving Annie behind and heading toward where Siri and Exo were. Did you hit John? Era and Raven asked simultaneously. See? The girl shouted, and the three of them started jumping with delight. Let's get some drinks to celebrate, Era said, pulling the girls toward the bar. They headed to the bar where Siri, Exo, and Joe were. Siri and Exo had started a contest to see who could down more vodka in the shortest time possible, and Exo was winning. Hey guys, Era said as he stood beside Joe, who was taking time for his brother and friend. Hey girls, I've been here for a minute already, he told the other two guys, leaving the vodka bottles on the table. Yay, I exclaimed, raising my arms in triumph. You only won because it's vodka. Come on, let's do this with tequila. Siri challenged Exo. Of course not. They've had enough already. I don't want Dad to punish us again, Joe said, pushing aside the bottles of Siri and Exo. Joe, the two boys exclaimed. Yeah, don't get drunk. Annie Sadie need a grown-up vibe at the beach, please. They should be too.
Trasay Tara.
Right away, the bartender said, then retreated to prepare drinks for the girls. Look at them. They're so in love, Annie said, glancing toward where Henry and Sumi were seated. The couple sat slightly apart from the crowd, chatting and occasionally exchanging kisses. Now they'll stay together at Hogwarts. They're lucky, Era said. Both turned around when they heard a glass shattering beside them, looking worriedly at Raven. I'm sorry, I have too much strength, said the girl. Don't worry, dear, said one of the waiters while tidying up the mess. What they were saying? Raven asked, pretending not to have heard the conversation. No, nothing, Annie and Era rushed to say. Here are the beauties, said the bartender as he handed them their drinks. Thank you, the three said. This is delicious, Annie said, taking a sip. Can I try?
Asksio.
Sip, the girl responded. But before she could pass the glass to her brother, a guy walking with his friends near the bar gave Annie a slap while whispering Lindura in her ear. Annie let out a scream and spun around. What's up with you? Idiot. Oh, Preciosa, don't try to act tough, you make me laugh, the guy said sarcastically, making his friends burst out laughing. Did he give you a slap? I asked angrily. What did you do to that fool? Joe asked, stopping beside Annie. He dared touch your ass. Siri shouted, stopping right across from her sister. You have bodyguards, said the guy. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, Annie said sternly, her gaze fixed on the smug man. She knew her brothers would give him a lifetime of beatings for even daring to slap him, not to mention that Exo would finish him off. The guy looked utterly miserable at the sight of his hair color. I don't think anyone here can challenge the great Wilbur Indomitable Bryans, the man said arrogantly. Joe and Siri snapped their fingers in quick motion. While Exo tried to calm down to avoid triggering that guy, probably a muggleho didn't want to accidentally cast spells, and instead wanted to finish him off with a blow. What the hell, didn't you have blue hair? Asks one of Wilbur's friends. I had it, but I changed the attack mode, Exo whispered. Wilbur's friends took a step back. Don't be cowards. Could these poor devils possibly do this to us? Wilbur exclaimed, glancing at his friends. You'll see, these poor devils and this poor devil, Annie said, gesturing at herself. They'll kick your ass. Seriously, what's your plan? You'll give me a slap? Wilbur asked with a smirk. Come on, I'm used to getting those. They call me the unyielding for a reason, he said, pressing his cheek against Annie's to make her deliver the first blow. Annie couldn't believe the idiot's attitude. Then she glanced at Raven and Era with a small smile. The girls simply nodded with smiles. She looked at Exo, whose hair was completely red. She knew that was dangerous. Exo shouldn't have reached the red fire, because at that point he could have blown up all the glass in the area without even trying. He'd done it once before at Hogwarts, but nobody except her knew about it. Then I looked at her brothers. They didn't think Exo's hair would catch their attention. They were more focused on staring at Wilbur, as if they wanted to kill him.
Adelante, Annie.
Give me your best slap, Siri said, closing an eye. Annie slowly approached Wilbur, who kept waiting for her soft hand to strike his cheek. But he didn't get a slap, let alone a gentle touch. Annie had delivered her famous super punch, the one she'd learned from her brothers, which proved incredibly effective. Darn it, Wilbur exclaimed, feeling his lip burst open. If I get hit like that, how will my brothers be protected? That was all Wilbur heard before being rammed by the twins and Exo. I can't believe it. All that commotion, this can't be real. Harry kept muttering as they walked toward the car from the police station. They'd called Harry after arresting Exo, Joe, and Siriho'd beaten up Wilbur half to death. Still can't wrap my head around them getting locked up, but they deserved it. Look at how they beat him. Mom, that idiot gave Annie a slap, Joe said. He dared to touch my sister's ass, exclaimed Siri. That doesn't give me a reason to. Wait, what did they say? Harry asks, stopping abruptly and glancing at the three boys behind him. That Potter of yours, that fool gave Annie a slap, Exo said, still sporting his slightly reddish hair. Father? I asked Joe, noticing his father's face. Hey, are you okay? I asked Siri. Harry's face was flushed with rage. Just then, Wilbur came out of the police station. The guy looked completely beaten up, but that didn't bother Harry at all. He'd been hit by his own daughter, and she dared to touch his princess's bottom. This wouldn't end here. Dad! Shouted the twins as they saw their father lunging at Wilbur. The girls and Henry watched from the car, while Annie had her head sticking out of the window, yelling, "That! Catch him, Dad!" Meanwhile, Harry's shouts sounded like, "Come here, you fool, or you'll see how I kick your ass." I can't believe Idiot couldn't have pulled off such a wild scheme. This time, it was Ginny who walked from the police station to the car. After chasing, arresting, and punishing Wilburg, the officers had also locked up Harry. "I still can't believe they put you in jail, but you deserved it. Look how they beat you up like that." But Jin was to blame. He gave Annie a good spanking. "That doesn't give you a second chance to—" "What did you say?" Ginny said, stepping up to Harry. "Well, that fool just hit Annie," Harry said again. Wilburg was leaving the station right at the worst possible moment. "Your son." "Mom!" shouted the twins. Wilburg heard Ginny's cry and, already worn out by the Potter family's fury, he bolted away, hiding inside the police station for shelter. "Let's go now, we don't want you locked up too." "Thanks for defending me, you fools," Annie said, hugging her brothers. "There's no such thing as a cafeteria," the boys said as they shook off the embrace. "Dad, you're the best," Annie said, kissing Harry on the cheek. "No one touches my princess," Harry said, kissing Annie's forehead. "Thank you so much for defending me, Exo," Annie said, taking the boy's hand. Instantly, Exo's hair turned pale orange, accompanied by a subtle blush.
No.
"You don't have to," the boy said. Annie pulled away from him and sat down beside Era and Raven. "Moralegia, never give the daughter of Harry Potter a slap. That family is a delicate one. Good boys, you've got the money now. Go find what you need and meet us at the Collar and Pot at 2:30 for dinner. If anything goes wrong or they need help, just let me know through their mirrors," said Sirius. The group was in Diagonal Alley. He had to take the kids shopping for school supplies since everyone else was busy, and he was still the youngest in the bunch. "All right, then we'll meet up later, Sirius," Annie said as she walked off with Raven and Era. "We're going this way," Henry said, taking Sumi's hand and walking toward the opposite side where the girls had taken theirs. They didn't need books. In fact, they needed something more than what they'd been asked for as annual award winners. "You're with us at Fred and George's store, right?" I asked Sirius. "Hey guys, they're supposed to buy the materials for the school project." "What the hell?" Sirius muttered. He never behaved responsibly. Harry and the others knew it, but hey, he was the one who sent him alone with the boys. "The boys are moving toward the Weasley Hall of Secrets," whispered a shadowy figure hiding in the shadows, determined not to draw any attention. "Understood," a voice from the magic mirror in his hand responded. After buying all the school supplies for her brothers, and Exo knowing they wouldn't buy anything on their own, she was right. When Raven, Era, and she returned to the Chandelier Pot to meet up with the others, she saw the three boys chatting merrily with Sirius at a table that seemed a bit distant. "I knew it," Annie said, leaving all the shopping bags she'd bought on the chair next to Joe. "They're such irresponsible people." "Hi Annie, thanks for buying us the stuff," Joe said, still going through all the details Fred and George had given them. "Annie, why didn't you bring the items home? It's way harder to haul them around with your hands," Siri said, eyeing the pile of bags the girls were carrying. "We sent the school supplies to our homes," said Raven. "Then what's that?" Exo asked, gesturing at the multicolored bags. "There's a new clothing and tunic shop," Era said, pulling out a blouse to show everyone. "Isn't this divine?" "Yep. Gorgeous," Siri replied with rolling eyes, baffled by how girls bought so much clothes and said they had nothing to wear. "Hey Sirius, wanna grab a bite?" "Whatever they want, just let them come in." Henry and Sumi said Sirius while examining one of the new products from Fred and George. "All right, but hurry up. I'm hungry," Siri said, rubbing her stomach. Just then, a desperate Henry came running, pulling Sumi after him. "Sirius!" the boy exclaimed as he closed in on Sirius, standing right up close so only he could hear him. Sumi kept darting around nervously, her eyes darting in all directions. "Hey Henry, what's up?" Sirius asked, glancing at him with concern. "Is there anyone following us?" the boy whispered. "He and I saw two people tracking Annie and the girls." "Are you sure?" I asked Sirius, looking at Henry with serious eyes. "Yes, absolutely certain," the boy replied. "Okay, we need to get out of here now, right?" Sirius said, and everyone sprang to their feet. "Look there," Henry said, gesturing toward a corner. Sirius glanced discreetly. There was indeed someone in black robes standing there, watching them with a subtle gaze. Kids, go to the fireplace and get out of here. Call Harry. I'll go investigate, Sirius said as he walked away from them. Let's go, boys, Henry said, dragging the twins out of there. Wait, Weasley. We won't leave Sirius there alone, Sirius said, stopping Henry mid-sentence. Of course not. Dopey. Let's go, Henry said, gesturing toward a corner of the room. Listen up, I've got a plan. The boys gathered at the corner, listening intently to Henry's plan while keeping their eyes on Sirius. With his wand in hand, Sirius approached the black-clothed figure in the corner. After everyone nodded in understanding of Henry's scheme, the boys dispersed and quickly formed a perimeter to either prevent the hooded figure from escaping or assist Sirius in capturing him. What happened next was too swift. Sirius darted past the hooded figure as if he didn't care, then leaped onto it. The crowd gasped as the boy landed on top of the person, who immediately started spinning around trying to shake him off. What are you doing? Get off me and move, shouted the hooded figure. Show yourself. Who the hell are you? Sirius screamed, nearly falling over. The boys noticed and quickly rushed to help their young uncle. Hey, Henry shouted. All the boys rushed over, waving their wands high as they prepared to catch the masked man.
No.
Wait, shouted the attacker as they surrounded him. Completely forgetting their wands, they tried to knock him down, something that didn't take much effort. But once he hit the ground, the situation didn't improve. The man in the cloak was incredibly strong, keeping them at bay. Attention everyone. Number 3 has been discovered and attacked. Reinforcements are needed, another hooded figure shouted. In the next moment, the boys found themselves surrounded by people wrapped in black layers. Kids, get out of here, Sirius shouted. Each of them was being held back by a hooded figure. They were trapped, finished, about to be. Wait a second. How could Death Eaters dare attack in broad daylight? When surrounded by wizards and witches, it just didn't make sense. Enough! Enough! Shouted the hooded figure who'd pinned Sirius down. With a swift motion, he threw him to the ground. As soon as he could stand up, he ripped off his cloak. What's the hell going on with you? Someone cursed. Dad? I asked, stunned to see he was the masked man. But what? How? We're here by Kingsley's orders, Nadir said, looking at his son. They sent us to take care of them. Take care of ourselves? Annie asked, her eyes wide with shock as she saw the hooded figure capturing her was none other than Alicia Kinstone, Tonk's personal assistant. Of course they think, Nadir said, that with all those Mortifagos out there, their father would leave them alone? Well, if they came to protect them, why didn't they just tell us? Sirius asked, standing up. Kingsley told us Harry was very stubborn as a kid and didn't like people paying too much attention to him. So we figured it was best not to let them know they had special security measures, Nadir said, glancing at the boys. Good point, said the 3 Potters. Okay, now that we know it's just security, I think we could stay a bit longer, Sirius said. See, exclaimed the boys. After their meal, they returned to Diagon Alley with Nadir, still going through the motions of sightseeing while chatting. Annie had already drifted away from the group to browse some gorgeous earrings. When she tried to rejoin them, she spotted Exo staring at his face in a store window. She smiled to herself and approached him. Exo was completely absorbed in examining and exhibit a rare piece according to the card next to it, described as the only one of its kind. It was a white quartz crystal encircled by delicate white gold filigree, radiating elegance and brilliance. A matching chain of the same material anchored it to the surrounding white rock. Simple yet exquisite. He was so absorbed in admiring it that he didn't notice Annie standing beside him. Hello, Draconexo turned around swiftly. There was only one woman who knew his first name, but she couldn't possibly be there. She had died years ago. Yet to his surprise, he saw the Potter girl standing beside him. Annie, as you know, your dad called you that the other day at my place, remember Dracon? Annie asked, emphasizing the boy's name while peering through the glass window where Exo had seen him. True, said Exo, recalling. Dracon. What a strange name, said Annie. Annie, the childio. Exo half closed his eyes. Don't take it personally, Annie said with a smile as she looked at Exo. I'm just saying it's unusual, Drake, and it's special. I guess special people have special names, and sweet, lovely ones have cute baby names, right? I asked, smiling at the girl. Annie blushed and looked back at me again, saying I'd been staring at her all along. Do you like it? I asked Annie, keeping my eyes on the blue ball. I love it, EXO replied. That's exactly the kind of thing I enjoy. But honestly, I don't think Dad bought it after that whole storming bubbles incident with that guy.
Lo siento, Saidanie.
You feel it, right? I asked, confused. Well, if it weren't for you defending me, you wouldn't have ended up in jail, Annie said, lowering her gaze. Annie EXO grabs the girl's chin and forces her to look at him. Nobody. Listen up. Absolutely nobody will offend or touch you while I'm here to stop it. Annie looked into EXO's eyes, and as was their custom, their gazes locked. The others were far away, so they wouldn't interrupt them. EXO, chin still resting on Annie's cheek, moved closer to her face. Annie was practically bouncing in Sedino. One could break them up. Their first kiss made her wild with excitement. Just as EXO's lips were brushing against hers, a display case movement distracted him. The salesperson was removing a display item to show another customer.
No.
Too late to realize what she'd done. Annie's eyes snapped open the moment she heard EXO's words. Seeing the same boy interrupting the kiss made her furious. She yanked EXO's hand away with a swift slap and strode off at a rapid pace. Annie, wait! He's biting. Right now at Zoller, Annie said, almost running to join Raven and Era. Idiot! 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 EXO kept repeating this phrase as he stumbled over the Quidditch book he'd bought. Son, books are meant to make you smarter, not dumber, his father said, watching EXO's brain cells crumble with each blow. I'm such a dumb dad, said EXO as he walked up to his father. Of course not, Draken, Nadir said, brushing his arm across the boy's shoulder. Have you ever interrupted the kiss you were about to give a girl? He asks, EXO glancing at his father. Right now you're stupid, said Nadir, raising his eyebrows as he stared at his son. That father's honesty I sighed. Even his own father had confirmed it. If things stayed this way, I'd never get to kiss Annie properly. And darn, I was dying to do it. Are you sure, Eli? Anavi asked, glancing at her friend. Eli stood in the center of the living room facing a mirror, while Draco and Pansy sat on a sofa surrounded by books. Anavi stood beside her father, clutching a hefty book in her hand. This way it'll be a lot easier, Eli said. Now read what I need to do. We don't have much time for this to work out properly. Don't worry, Princess. Everything will work out, said Draco. He looked different now, wearing the elegant and expensive clothes that Lestat had given him. The meals they ate kept them fully nourished, just like his wife. Their health improved, and with it their magic grew stronger. Just focus and listen to us. You'll do great, Pansy said, standing up and walking toward her daughter. Now Eli, close your eyes. The girl complied. They had been gathering information about Animagi since escaping Azkaban. It was crucial that the girl transform into something small and easily concealed. However, with part of Voldemort's influence within her, it was obvious she would become a snake. If she succeeded, it would be easier to carry out her plans. She was going to Hogwarts as Anavi's pet. The girl heard her mother telling her to do something while Anavi read the book of Animagia they'd found. She focused all her energy on this moment. The Potter family didn't matter now. It was better to concentrate step by step on the plan. Suddenly, she felt her body changing, growing thinner and thinner. A smile blossomed within her. She was succeeding. She noticed her arms clinging to her body, her legs merging into one. She wanted to open her eyes, but Nosh couldn't. He knew the transformation wasn't over yet. Suddenly, he caught a strong odor. He stuck out his tongue to sniff it, something unpleasant, and that's when the smell intensified. Then he realized it was a snake. If he moved his tongue, the stench would grow stronger. Slowly, he opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground. When Draco saw his daughter transformed into a small, rather imposing snake, a kind of young-looking cob, he and his wife had sunk into the ground. Eli lifted his head, causing his parents to stagger back. The snake glared menacingly, yet Eli moved closer, crawling along with a strange sensation as he slid toward Draco's arm and clambered up it.
Eli, princess.
I asked Draco. The snake nodded and then turned toward the pocket in his father's robe. Hey, Eli, you gotta see this, he exclaimed. Instantly, the little snake he kept as a pet poked through Draco's clothes and stared at him. This will be way easier than we thought, said the little snake, eyeing her mistress's new look. You know, I'm not sure if they'll let me keep a cobra as a pet. Is it dangerous?
Anna asked Stove.
Don't worry, nobody checks on the pets. They just leave the cages in the rooms. And you can carry Eli in your pocket all the time, Pansy said while stroking the head of her snake-like daughter. I think the plan is working better than we expected, Lestat said as he moved closer to the Malfoy family, peering more intently at the snake. Yes, much, much better, Eli said, laughing to himself as he gazed at the mirror. Quick, 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 Annie shouted as she dashed through King's Cross Station, determined to reach platform 9 3/4 ASAP. There, Cleo would be waiting. She hadn't seen her in ages. Last summer, she'd been too busy to visit them. Now Cleo, Era, and Raven were all hyped up to catch up with their friend. Annie, don't worry. It's still early, Harry said as he followed his daughter briskly through the station. Wait, Dad. Cleo must be there by now, the girl exclaimed. Take it easy. He'll stay the whole year, no big deal, Joe said, drawing an icy stare from Annie. Take it easy, folks. We're almost there, said Ginny, who was wrapping up the march. They entered the platform entrance and passed through one by one. First Annie, then Joe, Exo, Siri, Ginny, and finally Harry and Nadir. Once inside, Annie started scanning the area. Cleo should have been there by now. Within 5 minutes, she spotted Raven's red hair in the distance. She quickly approached, and Era was with her. Right behind them stood 2 more people. Cleo, Annie. The 2 girls ran and locked arms in a big hug. I miss you so much, Annie said, sobbing dramatically. Me too, my friend. Me too, Cleo said, sobbing dramatically. They kept hugging each other for a while until the twins and Exo joined them. Yeah, calm down, folks, you'll see it all this semester, said Joe. Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you, John, Cleo said, rolling her eyes with a grin. It's great to have you back, Cleo, the boy said, hugging her tightly. Zoller, look. Ever since they adopted you? Cleo asked, glancing at the boy trailing behind Joe. Better said, they kidnapped me, Exo said, hugging Cleo. The girl laughed at the boy's comment, but her smile faded when she saw the guy following behind. Siri looked at the girl, noticing something different in her eyes. More. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. She looked way prettier than the last time she'd seen her, also slimmer, or maybe her curves had gotten fuller. She wasn't sure exactly, but to him, the girl was absolutely perfect. Hey Cleo. Siri approached the girl and offered her hand. Though Cleo looked puzzled, she still took the hand Siri was giving her. Come here, he said, pulling Cleo toward him and hugging her tightly. You didn't think I'd leave you without a hug? How could I live without your hug? The girl joked. I'm so glad you're back, Siri whispered in Cleo's ear, and she smiled to herself. I don't know what's wrong with you, Potter, Cleo whispered in his ear as she ran her hand over the boy's abs. Siri was taken aback. He only noticed when Cleo gave him a meaningful wink as they parted ways. Cleo, hello, exclaimed the young woman beside her. No one had noticed her presence until she spoke. Oh my God. With all the commotion from the boys, I won't even introduce you now, Cleo said as she approached the girl. Listen up, everyone. She's Annabelle Baudelaire. Her parents just moved to London and were with me at Beauxbatons. Annabelle, they're Annie, Sirius, Joe, and Exo. Hey guys, it's been a pleasure, the girl said, shaking hands with them and kissing each of their cheeks. All of them said the same thing. Not bad, Joe remarked. The girl wasn't bad at all, actually. Pretty good. She wasn't tall, with golden wavy hair and a figure any Vila would envy. Joe's eyes were lost in her blue gaze, those large, sparkling ones. A foolishly smug smile appeared on her face. Are you okay? I asked Annabelle, noticing Joe was still staring at her. Yeah. Well, I'm fine, Joe hurriedly said. Annabelle smiled slightly at the boy's attitude, puzzled by his demeanor. Annabelle will join our class. I hope they'll accept her into the group, said Cleo. Of course, no worries, Era said. You know how sociable we are, Raven said, brushing his arm across Annabelle's shoulders. Well, you see, many of the girls at Bowsbatten are half Vila or something like that. I'm not, Annabelle interrupted Annie. Yes, I know. We crazy ones are famous for devouring men and all that, but not everyone is like that. I'm thrilled to hear that, Siri. Now, shall we put away our stuff? Okay. Let's load our stuff onto the train and say goodbye to our parents, Annie said. The girls packed their belongings into a compartment, while the boys settled in the next carriage. After securing their seats, they stepped off the express to bid farewell to their parents. Kids, I won't ask you to stop joking around anymore, but at least keep your cool during the first few days. I don't want Remus to have me called in the first week, Harry said as he waved goodbye to the twins. Of course, Dad, Joe said. We don't promise anything, but we'll give it a shot, Sirius said with a grin that lit up his face. Impossible, Harry said, hugging both of them. Annie, you took my makeup, said Ginny, recalling she'd lent her lipstick to the girl. Okay, I'll bring it to you now, Mom, Annie said as she dashed toward the train. Draken, no jokes, I don't want more leeches sent my way, Nadir said, hugging Exo. But Dad, what's school without some jokes and fun? Exo asked, glancing at his father. Use the same words as your mother, Nadir said with a melancholic smile, hugging his son tighter. It's better if you leave and go, Fair said, parting ways with Exo. Yes, we'll meet at Christmas, Dad, Exo said as he turned to board the express train. The other kids kept saying goodbye to their parents, but he noticed Annie running toward the train. She must have forgotten something. He glanced at the twins. They were busy chatting with Harry. This was his chance to correct the foolishness he'd committed in Diagon Alley. He hurried to the door of the carriage where Annie had boarded, waiting until the girl returned from her compartment. Annie didn't stay long before coming back. She would paint her lips while looking at herself in the mirror. Annie, wait, Exo grabbed her arm and stopped her. Right now, I gotta take this to my mom, Annie said, clutching the mirror and struggling to break free from the guy. Exo, really let me go. I need. Annie's words never came to completion, for Exo had silenced her with a kiss. At first, Annie stood stunned, unsure how to react, but she felt Exo's hands guiding her toward his waist, their arms intertwining around the boy's neck in perfect harmony. Both savored that long-awaited kiss. Whether it lasted seconds or hours, they didn't care. They kept kissing, lost in each other's warmth, until Annie had to step away for a breath of fresh air. The guy was such a good kisser, I noticed Annie's eyes. The girl blushed, and he gave her a playful wink. Annie, Exo. The shouts of two voices he knew all too well sent them apart in an instant. They had seen them coming, and they were going to kill them and skin them alive. Exo, you're here. We've been looking for you. Check this out, Ray brought us something from Japan. Are you wearing lipstick? Siri asked, looking at Exo in confusion. No, this is Kool-Aid, for the dryness and stuff. He answered quickly while wiping his mouth, as Annie hurried to do the same. All right then, you gotta see this, it's awesome, Siri said, pulling Exo toward her compartment.
No, Sirius what?
Annie, Mommy wants you to take her painting, Joe said, walking away with Siri and Exo. She could read "We'll talk later" on Exo's lips. She nodded and went out to give her mother a kiss. Still half shocked by the kiss, it had been exactly what she wanted, stolen, unbidden, gentle yet wild. Exo kissed beyond her expectations. Perfect, the girl said to herself, but she didn't realize her parents were already standing right in front of her. Did you say something sweet, honey? Harry asked. No, nothing, I didn't say anything. Who said anything? Me not, Annie exclaimed in surprise at her father's sudden appearance. Well, whatever, listen. Remus asked us for a favor, Harry said, holding up a parchment fragment with Remus's handwriting on it. We need someone to show Phileas what's going on here. He needs to stay at Hogwarts this year. Honestly, he's barely lived with wizards before. Is that a muggle? Annie asked. Not exactly, Harry said with a smile. Phileas, you can come along. When Annie saw the boy beside her father with his ever-contemplative blue eyes, platinum blonde hair slightly tied back in a ribbon. She nearly lost her balance. Her gaze immediately fell on the boy's body. The caribou of his body. But what truly captured Annie's attention were his ears. They were impossible. She'd never seen such ears before. People said they were attractive, but never described them as this strikingly so. Annie, let me introduce you to Phileas Cowier from the Laminikage Elven Magic School, Harry said as he introduced the boy. Elf? Well, that's a pleasure, Annie said, taking Phileas' hand. This pleasure is mine, Miss Potter, Phileas said, his voice calm and solemn, which captivated Annie. All right, take it with your brothers, Annie. They should hop on the train before it's too late, Harry said, giving Annie a kiss on the forehead. Good luck with your studies. Thanks, Dad. Let's go, Phileas, Annie said, taking the boy's hand and guiding him toward the express. Once they were up there, everyone waved to their parents as the train started moving. Keep it in check, Harry shouted. Have fun, but don't go overboard. Goodbye, Dad, shouted the twins. Then Phileas, let's go to my compartment or I'll take you with my brothers. There's some beasts, I don't want them to get a bad impression of the students, Annie said as she entered her compartment with Phileas. The girls still hadn't managed to sit down yet. Well, I must admit my first encounter with a witch was pretty pleasant, Phileas said, smiling at Annie. The girl blushed instantly. And tell me, Miss Potter. Phileas, please call me Annie, the girl interrupted, feeling strange that a boy was speaking to her so formally. Of course I'm sorry, Annie, but aren't all the girls in this school as gorgeous as you? Phileas asked, sitting down beside Annie. The girl's cheeks flushed noticeably, and it was quite a spectacle. Introducing you to the girls as soon as they arrive, they must be out there gossiping or something. Annie blushed while staring at her feet. Her gaze was drawn to the boy's eyes, which were so beautiful, those azure pupils. Why does a girl as beautiful as you keep hiding your beauty by lowering your head? I asked Phileas, grabbing Annie's chin and forcing her to look at me. Annie smiled pitifully. As Phileas brought his face close to hers, she rolled her eyes and, Annie, you're at... Where? Exo, I exclaimed to the girl staring at me. She should have entered that moment in that situation. What are you doing? I was looking for you, wanting to talk to you, Exo said irritably, his voice rising as he glared at Phileas. But now I see you're busy. Oh, right, Phileas, he's Zoller, and Exo is Phileas Cowier, a new student, Annie said quickly. What a pleasure to meet you, Zoller, Phileas said, stretching out his hand. Don't talk about yourself, he said, gripping Phileas' hand with extra force. Well, if you want to, Phileas said, continuing the hand-holding game. After a few seconds, both boys still hadn't let go. Annie noticed their intertwined hands growing tighter and tighter. Kids, stop it, Annie shouted as she pulled them apart. What the hell are you doing, Zoller? Me? What the hell is this idiot doing? Shouted Exo. Idiot? What's wrong with you? Why are you calling him that? Annie snapped angrily. Because that's what he is, a total idiot trying to get between me and my girl, Exo shouted, his eyes blazing as he kept staring fiercely at Phileas. Not your girl, Zoller, Annie shouted. I looked at her in confusion, while Phileas watched the scene intently. You're not my girl? Asked. Of course you'd rather come and be the cat of this elf. PLAF. What the hell are you saying? Annie shouted. That slap must have really hurt, Exo. I am not some nobody's cat. And certainly not yours, Zoller. Well, back then that kiss was just a farce. Everything we went through, we didn't do anything. It was just a simple and insignificant kiss, Annie interrupted. Well, that was the worst kiss I've ever given anyway, said Zoller, his face flushed with anger, hair still standing on end. All right then, I'll start practicing. And you know what? I'll begin right now, Annie exclaimed. She grabbed Phileas' face between her hands and kissed him. Instantly, all the glass within a 10-meter radius exploded. Phileas shielded Annie with his body to protect her from the shards. I hope it gets better with practice. I bit into the cookie and quickly got out of there. What happened? Cleo asked as she entered the compartment, noticing Phileas and Annie hugging. Nothing, just a minor accident, Phelias replied, glancing in the direction where Exo had gone. The course turned out to be far more interesting than he'd imagined. Magicians could indeed be dangerous when they set their minds to it. What really fascinated him was uncovering all those hidden aspects of their world. That year would be absolutely brilliant. Well, it's been a pretty long time, but the chapter is really long, so I hope you all enjoyed it. In the next chapter, they're already at Hogwarts. Let me know your reviews. In War and Love, everything is worth it. How fast I am. Ha 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 again here. And why is my speed so fast? To the most important celebration in the magic world, ladies and gentlemen, Halloween. Congratulations to all the readers. If you're wondering why, just think about it. Halloween, the day of the witch. Or rather, Happy Halloween. Well, here's my cappy. I realized it's mostly about Exo, but hey, hope you guys like it. Laughing face. James and Lily Potter, rest in peace. Happy Halloween Day. Wishing you all the best. Shaun Allegra. I'm done with your pranks. Laughing face. Don't make porn videos anymore. It was too much with the exhibitionism at Hogsmeade. Not that I don't like Exo. It's just fun to make him suffer. Laughing face. Well, yeah, Henry can have long hair. Look how I'm rushing through this FIC. I want another chapter of Secret Secrets. Already craving my Remusin and his dramatic entrance. Or if not, play my silence. Leave a review about how it is. I think you'd like it. Laughing face. Happy Haven. Lord Zoller. How many fingers do you have? Well, I guess you like Phelias. Something. Maybe even worse. XD, and then there's the longer version. Ken Kreese. I'm having trouble writing this way. Here's Exo's birthday party. Hope you like it. As mentioned earlier, this chapter really focuses on Exo. In my opinion. But hey, drop your review. Annie. She got it wrong. Didn't mean to. But I wanted to fix that, and Exo opened her mouth. Well, the twins are acting kinda rebellious right now. Like they want to tie the knot with a proper girlfriend. But I'll see. XD, hope you like the cappy. Wells. Charisse M. They kissed. Laughing face. Ha ha ha. If you didn't notice, I absolutely love being the bad guy and torturing Exo. Ha ha ha. That's my... Let me put it this way, my personal fun. XD, the twins will probably have their own issues with the couples. You'll see. XD, and yeah. Even if they're acting crazy sometimes. But Annie and Exo are definitely into each other. I'll keep you posted on what happens with that little couple. And hey, you've already put together all the couples in this story.
XDA, aupaeolika di capi.
Wells. Phelias Felix Cowier. Oh man, I'm totally into the Phelias from history. Laughing face. And that personality? That's my jam. You're evil but super kind-hearted and good-natured. XD ha ha ha. And hey, you're an elf? And girls need support. XD ha ha ha. I'll upload the cappy soon. But don't get used to it. Hope you like the cappy. By the way, added you to my MSN. You accepted me. Laughing face. Broken heart Roa. This curiosity is eating me. It's gnawing at me. And I don't want it to devour me whole. Or maybe, because if it did, the story would end. And if Phelias is an elf like Legolas, the little guy, so maybe Annie won't drool over him? Well, I really enjoy making Exo suffer. I don't know why. XDLOL, I'm having a blast. And if teammates the Potter family, happy Christmas, I guess. Better hope you like this chapter. Happy days. In War and Love, everything's worth it. Good evening, students. Remus' voice echoed through the great hall. Exo, still sporting his half-red hair, had given his friends the dumbest explanation he'd ever thought of. But they didn't press further. They'd settled down with the girls and waited for the selection. First, let me announce that our defense against the dark arts teacher had a minor mishap. The students' murmurs followed immediately. To put it mildly, this year we'll kick things off with a Sirius Black who's got a different vibe. Everyone turned to the door behind the teacher's desk as Sirius walked in, smiling and greeting them. Many girls let out soft sighs. while others were completely clueless about what was happening. I hope they don't mind. The room buzzed with not a chance from the girls, and several jealous boyfriends shot warning glances at their girlfriends. At least this will keep things from getting too messy. To reverse the effect, let's switch gears. This year, besides our first-year students, we'll welcome 2 new members, and a returning alumna. Whispers rippled through the crowd. As we welcomed Miss Cleo Winchester, thunderous applause erupted. The junior class members screamed and whistled their heads off, completely ignoring Cleo's flushed face. Now let's get to the main event. 2 new students will be starting this year. Please. They welcome Miss Annabelle Baudelaire from the prestigious Bosbaton Academy and Mr. Phileas Cowier of the Laminikage Wizarding School for Elves. The girls' whispers immediately caught on, and let's be real, Phileas looked so much like her that the boys kept their distance when it came to Annabelle. Okay. Let the young ladies finish their meal while keeping their eyes on our new student, Sirius. Remus cursed the moment he had been replaced as head of Hogwarts. Yes, I know, the Animagus said apologetically. We'll start the selection with Miss Baudelaire. Annabelle walked toward the sorting hat. She put it on, and in less than 3 seconds the hat blared Gryffindor, followed by thunderous applause and cheers from the house. Annabelle smiled alongside Cleo. Well, now, Mr. Cowier. Phileas approached the sorting hat and put it on. Took a bit longer. Apparently the hat doesn't usually choose elves.
Gryffindor no. Gryffindor no.
Shouted Exo in a low voice, but the sorting hat disagreed and gave a clear, loud Gryffindor to Phileas. Darn it! Exo said this much louder than he intended, and the entire great hall turned to stare at him in confusion. I cut myself. Yes, that's right, I cut myself. Darn it, Exo said, clutching his index finger as if it hurt. Everyone accepted the excuse and applauded Phileas. I can't believe it. Better start believing it. Buddy, Phileas said as he walked past Exo's side to sit down next to Annie, who greeted him with a smile. You won't get away from me that easily. This is the elf war, Exo whispered, but Phileas' sensitive ears picked up every sound. You know what, Zoller? In love and war, anything goes, Phileas said, brushing his arm across Annie's waist. The chic girl blushed as she looked at him. Exo's got red hair now. This year will be tough, but he'll win. Annie over no one. Absolutely no one. Not even an elfo could take away his Pottercilla. The worst of the world had happened. He couldn't believe life hated him so much. It was impossible to have such bad luck. Truth be told, fate wasn't on his side. Why was our dear Exo so negative? Simply because now he had to share his room with Phileas, his best friend since. Never. Kids, wake up. We'll be late on day 1. Ray muttered as she slipped into her uniform. Already bathed and nearly ready. Siri mumbled something and curled up tighter on the bed, determined to catch more sleep. Joe emerged from the bathroom with a towel tied around his waist, though he still looked more drowsy than awake despite the bathroom visit. Exo sat on his bed like a zombie. Phileas had already stood up, stretching to clear himself of the stuffiness. The bathroom is free, Joe announced as he walked toward his bed. I grabbed his towel and headed straight for the bathroom.
I'm sorry, Bobby.
You're way too slow, Phileas said as he walked into the bathroom and slammed the door shut in Exo's face. Elf son of, take it easy, it's new. Let him learn how things work, Joe said as he slipped into his uniform pants. But you'd better learn fast if you don't want to face the consequences, said Exo as he tossed his towel onto the bed and turned to Siri to wake him up. After all, he was the only one besides Harry who could rouse that boy without getting carried away or casting a spell. Sirius, Marin FF, said the sheets. Sirius. I'm Sirius. Exo pulled off the blanket covering the pillow but instead found the boy's feet instead of Sirius' head. What the hell? Sirius. I removed the part I'd already taken off, leaving only the boy's arm. Listen, I think Sirius must be in pain all over. He fell asleep. Something creepy, Exo said. Turns out he's a contortionist now, said Joe. Help me move him. Between Exo and Joe, they grabbed Siri and started straightening it up. After some strange movements and a few crunches from the Siri injuries, they managed to get it into the right position. Amazingly, the boy was still asleep.
Impossible.
I muttered, covering my face with my hand in frustration. Sirius, get up now.
No.
Leave me alone. Sirius cried out as Exo started shaking him and slapping his arms. Up, up, up. Yay, I'm up, exclaimed Siri as she sprang awake, pulling Exo to the floor with a yelp. All right, my job's done, Exo said as he walked toward his bed, just as Phileas emerged from the bathroom. Free bath, Phileas said as he pulled out his uniform to change into. What's the deal? Aren't elves supposed to bathe? Exo asked as he headed toward the bathroom. Maybe we don't smell as bad as others, Phileas said, staring intently at Exo until he closed the bathroom door. The other three roommates exchanged glances. It was their first day, and that pair seemed to be struggling with each other. Well, at least Exo wasn't digesting Phileas' presence well. But the elf seemed perfectly fine with the whole situation, even finding it amusing. I'll wait for you downstairs, guys, Ray said as she stepped out of the room. Joe had finished getting dressed, while Phileas still wore half his uniform. The boys exchanged glances before continuing their tasks. 10 minutes later, Exo emerged from the bathroom. Now it was Siri's turn. Phileas was already all set. Hey Phileas, I think you'll need this, Joe said, handing him one of the schedules Ray had left in the room. Thanks, Joe. Are these the classes we have? Phileas asked while checking the paper, as Exo kept changing outfits. Yes, they're all there. I also included the teachers' names to make your job easier, and added some directions to help you find the classrooms, explained Joe while pointing to all the words with their letters. Vai! Thank you so much. This will help me try not to get lost, Phileas said with a smile. I doubt the castle is worth your time, Exo muttered, but the elf senses of Phileas overpowered him and he heard it. What do you mean by that? I asked Phileas, glancing at Exo. I didn't say anything. I hear you, though I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm no ordinary mage, Phileas said as he stood before Exo, the term put on the tunic and confront Exo. Of course. With those ears, I bet you're listening to every conversation in Hogsmoke's den, right? The Exo quipped, tilting his head at Phileas despite the taller man standing before him. Don't mess with me, mage, Phileas hissed. Joe looked at the two boys with concerned read about elves. Though it was rare to see them angry, when they did, it was best to keep your distance. Though Exo wasn't the type to take books too seriously. I think you haven't quite grasped how things work here, Elfo. If you're telling me this for Annie's sake, she's already said it. It's not your problem at all. You'd better leave her alone, Phileas said coldly. This remark only made Exo even angrier at the boy. You don't know what she wants, Exo said. At this point, Joe and Siraboth, wearing towels around their waists alongside their brother, were listening intently, their brows furrowed in concentration. Of course she isn't your girlfriend. You heard me right, so much so that you've smashed every window pane in the train. Leave her alone. She doesn't love you. He spoke this last sentence deliberately, tapping his finger on Exo's chest with each word. After saying this, Phileas walked toward the door to head to the common hall. Where are you headed? I asked Exo, who had red hair and was glaring at Phileas with hatred. Then a smile formed on his face. You haven't made the bed yet. It needs to look good or Dobby'll get angry. That's your boss, right? The twins opened their eyes wide open. Seriously, he'd actually say that? Phileas spun around and faced Exo. Now the elf was downright terrifying. I'm done. You've had enough of your stupid nonsense, Phileas shouted. I've already supported you too much, responded Exo. I challenge you to a competition, just like we do at my school, Phileas exclaimed, glaring fiercely at Exo. Perfecto, wherever you want, whenever you want, and however you want. I'll kick your ass, Exo retorts. Saturday afternoon at the Forbidden Forest, Phileas said as he walked toward the door. Good, shouted Exo. Good, Phileas exclaimed as he slammed the door and stormed out of the room. Idiot, murmuro Exo. Listen to that. Phileas' scream echoed from the stairs. You need to learn not to murmur, Joe said. The elf's senses are far more developed and more. Yeah, I get it. No need for a definition of idiot elf. Thanks, Exo said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Hey guys. I see them in class, right? Both Potter nodded and let Exo leave. The boy went down to the common hall needed to relax and lower his hair's intensity. It had been ages since he'd worn that electric blue. And why? Of course, for the elf, the boy thought. When he reached the stairs, what he saw didn't help his appearance. Phileas was with his Annie. Annie, I think I might get lost in the castle. Do you think you and the other lovely ladies could show me around the place? Phileas asked, smiling at all the girls. Note: all refers to Annie, Era, Raven, Cleo, and Annabelle. The girls blushed and giggled foolishly while nodding their heads. Come on, Phileas. Let's go have breakfast, Annie said as she walked toward the common hall exit. Phileas hurried after her, putting an arm around her shoulder. He glanced back at the red-haired boy standing at the foot of the dormitory stairs, flashed him a smug grin, and left the hall with Annie and the girls. Exo's ears were practically ringing from the noise. He decided to head straight to the kitchens rather than face that demon elf he'd nicknamed the Devil's Elf during breakfast. If she had to calm down, since she shared almost all her classes with him, it wouldn't be an easy year. It was Saturday afternoon when Exo and the twins were strolling through the school corridors. Exo was getting ready for his meeting with Phileas. They'd been bickering nonstop all week, and if it weren't for the twins' refusal to cooperate, Exo would have already pulled out all the stops with his pranks. Don't worry, Exo, Siri said. Yeah, you'll definitely win. Joe said it's better if we head to the gardens. He walked slowly toward the gardens, but when he reached the exit door, he found Phileas leaning against the frame as the massive gate stood wide open. Good job, you're on time, exclaimed Phileas, taken aback. I didn't want to prolong your humiliation, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. Well, in that case, you wouldn't mind if she invited some friends. I glanced outside, and there they were, Annie and the rest of them. The girls, Ray, the rest of the Quidditch team, a few fans, and to Exo's surprise, Remus was also there. Professor Lupin, why are you here? He asked as he approached the group of people. Well, Mr. Cowier challenged me to a competition at his school. Since it's an official event that requires proper conduct, I'm all set to assist with this respectable tradition, Remus replied. Well, I suppose this will be important, said Exo, glancing at the other companions. Mr. Zoller, Mr. Cowier, please follow me, the boys said as they trailed Remus. The crowd of spectators followed behind them, their voices rising in excited murmurs. After walking for a while, they reached a clearing in the forest with two clearly marked paths. At the end of each path stood a white marker, accompanied by an arch and a stone slab with arrows on each. Oh no, murmuró Exo. Scared, Zoller? I asked Phileas, who had clearly heard that. Yes or not? Exo said fiercely, his gaze fixed on Phileas. Attention, everyone. This requires absolute focus, so please stay quiet to let the competitors fire properly, Remus announced. The crowd that had come to watch all gathered behind Exo and Phileas. Standing beside them, Remus said, All right, folks, whoever hits more than 10 shots wins. Let's get started. Good luck, Zoller, Phileas said, extending his hand. Maybe, Exo said, gripping Phileas' hand. Phileas hurriedly adjusted his bowstring and drew the bow. He knocked an arrow and aimed it at the target. After a few seconds of silence and focused concentration, he released the arrow with perfect accuracy, hitting the bullseye. The crowd erupted in amazed applause. A point for Cowier. Zoller hasn't launched yet, Remus announced. Phileas looked at Exo with a condescending smile. Exo took the bowstring and, with some difficulty, attached it. Then he grabbed the bow and tried to draw an arrow, but failed because he'd placed it on the wrong side. The bowstring was sticking out from his left shoulder. He had to make a strange adjustment to draw the arrow. Phileas frowned as he watched. Once Exo got the arrow and tried to set it on the bow, he couldn't aim properly. Phileas shook her head and rolled her eyes. She took another arrow and shot it straight at the spot where she'd just thrown hers. The crowd erupted in applause again, but when Exo gave a murderous glance, the twins and Ray stopped cheering. The boy focused intently, etched the mark, prepared the arrow, stretched the bowstring, then released it. But instead of flying out, the arrow whistled down and struck Exo right in the face. Cowier 2 of 2, Zoller 0 of 1. Remus' announcement had sparked a few chuckles before he turned to see who dared to mock him. But everyone's faces snapped back to serious, with no one laughing. He glanced at Phileas, who still wore that grin. Exo was regretting telling an elf he'd defeat in anything. It made no sense for him to win archery. Exo took another arrow, moving in the same strange way he had done before, and aimed again. But just as he was about to release it, Phileas shot his own arrow, distracting him and causing Exo to drop the arrow straight to the ground. Exo glared at Phileas with a sour expression. Courier 3 of 3, Zoller 0 of 2. Remus's voice began to unsettle him. He kept trying with 3 more shots, but none of them, it was going well, and Phileas kept hitting all the targets. Courier 7 out of 7, Zoller 0 out of 5. The giggles behind weren't just simple chuckles anymore, they carried more weight. They didn't quite reach full laughter, though, as the twins were making sure nobody would mock their friend's bad luck. I took another arrow, this one that would finally make him go. All he needed was to draw and shoot just like before, but with heightened focus and determination. After about 10 seconds of concentrated effort, he turned toward Phileas. He watched with the same smug smile he'd maintained throughout the competition, arms crossed. Once the elf had secured his position and fell silent, Phileas prepared to release his arrow. This time, he pulled much harder on the bowstring to amplify its power. As Exo stood ready to shoot, Phileas watched the moment unfold. This is dangerous, the elf thought. He watched the arrow veer off course, not following Exo's intended trajectory. Deciding to leave the danger zone, he realized Exo had ignored Phileas' warning and remained focused. After a few seconds, Exo released the bowstring, but the bow's position was off, causing it to tilt sideways. The arrow whistled through the air, spinning violently before embedding itself. Dad! Oh, I'm rushing to get to his place. Professor Lupin. I'm truly sorry and deeply sorry, Exo said, his gaze fixed on Remus as the arrow had lodged in the werewolf's ankle. The competition has ended, Remus concluded. Logically, Phileas wins, Era said. Now help me take my dad to the nursing room. As quickly as possible, they all rushed Remus to the infirmary, leaving Exo and Phileas alone behind. The twins watched from a distance, their eyes scanning the scene. I warn you, sorcerer. Don't provoke Mayo. Have no idea what an elfo can do, Phileas whispered. Don't tell me, Exo said, rolling his eyes. Next time this humiliation will feel like the best day of your life. Phileas left there quickly, leaving behind a red-hot Exo in his wake. I don't want to talk. Let's just go, Exo said as the twins approached. They simply nodded and left with their friend. This wouldn't end the Reno matter what happened. They knew Exo wouldn't leave them behind. Come on. Come on. Who's up at this hour? It was nearly 3 a.m., and there was a terrible storm. Harry was lazily descending the stairs from his house when someone started banging on the door violently. Who's that? Harry, it's me. Open up, quick. Ron's voice cut in. Harry quickly opened the door and let him through. What's going on? He snapped. I've been playing for 5 minutes now, and you're still keeping the chimney shut. You haven't even turned on the anti-disappearance field. Ron, calm down, what's going on? Harry asked, glancing at his overzealous best friend. At the ministry, Tonks, she caught Malfoy, Ron explained. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. That's perfect. Malfoy must know the plan inside out. He'll tell us everything and help everyone return to Azkaban. Wait here, Harry said as he dashed toward the stairs and his room. I'll get something. Who was Amor? I asked. Sitting on the bed, Ginny watched her husband pacing back and forth, searching for some clothes. The ministry, Tonks, the Ors. Malfoy was all Harry could manage as he hurriedly dressed. I'll be back. Love you. Goodbye. After Harry gave her a quick kiss and bolted out of the room, all Ginny could say was goodbye. Ron and Harry practically ran into the Auror department, where Kingsley and Tonks were in the Auror's office. There was a blond man with a nasty injury tied to a chair, and Tonks kept pacing back and forth. The adrenaline from the encounter still hadn't worn off, as a healer was tending to his wounds, a tough job, considering the girl kept moving around. The other Aurors were outside the office waiting for updates. When Harry and Ron approached, everyone stepped aside to clear their path. Harry, you're finally here, exclaimed Kingsley. Sorry for the delay, Harry said, then fixed his gaze on the golden-haired Mortifago standing before him. Like that,
Tonks lo atrapó. Responded Kingsley.
I was on my watch at Nocturne Alley when I saw him. I jumped in and gave it my all, took some fluff, but managed to grab him. Harry noticed Tonks was slightly wounded, not serious though, but the healer had been following her like a shadow the whole time. Stop moving, Lupin lady, cried the poor senator, who had grown tired of circling around and chasing Tonks. Yay, what a genius, said Tonks, pausing beside Ron and crossing his arms. Do they have the Veritaserum? I asked as Harry approached Malfoy, who was staring at the ground. The moment he got closer, the boy suddenly stood up. Harry's gaze locked onto the Death Eater and he lunged forward to strike. But the creature was immobilized by its curse, leaving him powerless. This is the Veritaserum, Ron said, handing Harry the small vial with a nod. Harry then asked Kingsley and Ron to help him give it to Draco. The three of them worked together and after much effort, they managed to get the Muggle boogeyman to drink it. Alright, now we just need to... Harry's words were cut short by the deranged laughter that had struck the Death Eater. All eyes turned to him as he began with a quiet chuckle, which soon spiraled into a full-blown uproar. What the hell's wrong with him? Ron asked, Harry staring intently at the Death Eater. Idiots! The Grim Reaper roared. Struggling to break free, how could they be so stupid? Take down the Malfoy family, Harry said as he approached him. They truly believed that. They seriously considered that. The grinning Death's laughter wouldn't stop. What do you mean? Harry said, staring at him intently. They really thought capturing Draco Malfoy would be this easy? How naive. The four exchanged glances as the healer decided to leave before the poses became awkward. Stop trying to talk nonsense, said Tonks, grabbing the Mortifago by the collar of his robe and shaking him violently. Tonks, calm down, Harry said, pulling her away from the blonde guy. Speak now, Kingsley said, turning to Mortifago who was grinning. Draco Malfoy is one of the best remaining Aurors and also a favorite of the Master. Do you think he would be so easy to catch? You're not Draco Malfoy, Harry whispered. It wasn't a question, it was an affirmation. Well, let's just say not. The Mortifier retorted with a mocking smirk. Then why did you dress up as him? Ron asks. This was my job, the Muggle defender roared with laughter. The Auroras would zero in on me Malfoy without protection and let the real thing roam free. Don't be surprised to see more Draco around here. Tongs crashed into the wall and slid down to the floor. Calm down, we got good intel from him, Ron told him. You fool yourself here, Harry muttered, frustrated by the Death Eater's relentless laughter. Immediately, a group of Aurors entered the office and took the Death Eater away, who was still taunting them. At least we know one thing, Kingsley said, as the three Aurors watched him. Malfoy is well protected by his daughter. Eli was the one who received the Horcrux 2 years ago, Ron explained. Why wait so long? Asked Tonks, still sitting on the ground. So they don't see it yet? I ask Harry. Tonks shakes her head. The Aurors were completely calm. No one was on high alert. They had every advantage when everything was quiet and nobody was worried about Voldemort. That girl knows how to plan and execute things, said Kingsley. Yes? She's too cunning. And that's what worries me, Harry said while glancing at documents containing information about the Malfoys. They wouldn't stand a chance of catching them. The Sirius Peak is closing. Come and shut me up, Annie. Kids, calm down, another day of the Potter brothers' classic squabbles. Siri against Annie with Joe as referee. Raven reading a magazine while ignoring everything. Henry and Sumi a bit further away. Exo staring at the fireplace in boredom. Thank goodness Felia's wasn't around. Chicas. The shout of Era made Annie leave Siri to speak alone, and Raven dropped the magazine in an instant. How was it for you? Annie and Raven asked simultaneously. Girls. It was amazing, Era said as she walked to the armchairs and settled into the three-seater sofa. Immediately, Exo was literally pushed out of the seat so the three girls could comfortably sit down and chat. They probably asked him for it, right? Exo said, sitting up from the floor. Why are you so happy? I asked as Joe sat down on the armchair beside them. Annie exclaimed, Today, Era went out with Toby Byron. Dinos, how's it going, woman? Talk up. Raven said, jumping into his spot. It was perfect, girls. I took you to Hogsmeade, we had some buttery beers at the Three Scabs, and then we went to, while taking a walk. I have to admit I was really scared of the House of the Cries. Does Byron's fool have a fear of the House of Screams? Ciri asked with a laugh, but she froze when she saw Eris' murderous gaze. No, I didn't mean to say that the noise was made by my dad and me. I want him to realize my last name and ask himself, is he handsome and cute? But he's really slow with details, Era explained. The other two girls rolled their eyes, muttering boys, which made them roll theirs and murmur girls. More? Tell me more? I asked Annie. After a stroll, we returned to the castle and wandered along the lake for a while. Then I left the second-floor corridor to head to their common lounge. All right, Era concluded with a dreamy air. Is it beautiful? Asked Raven. Super cute, Era said. He always pays attention to me, takes good care of me, and gives me exactly what I want. You're so much of a sweetheart, my friend, Annie said. That's exactly how I like it, Era said. And tomorrow I'll take him to the library to help with his research on the Northern African antiglade fish. Sounds boring, said Exo. It's never boring when you spend time with the right person, Era explained, standing up. Annie, you'll help me with those. Well, you know what I mean. What? Asked the twins and Exo. They don't care, Annie said, standing up. Okay. Let's not play mysterious. You know we're driven by curiosity, Ciri said as she stopped beside Era. Things about girls, said Annie. It shouldn't be this bad, said Joe. All right, if you really want to know, Era whispered into Ciri's ear. Annie's in Joss' ear and Raven's in Zoe's ear. Instantly, the three boys turned crimson red, their faces glowing with an intensity they'd never seen before. Well, we need to go, Ciri said as she headed toward the exit. Bye-bye was all Exo and Joe said before they bolted after Ciri, and the girls burst into laughter. That always works, said Annie. Okay, girls, I'll leave them here and go with. You know what I mean, right? Raven said with a shy smile. Give her a girl.
Ara exclaimed.
I want all the details, said Annie. Clara Raven headed toward the exit. One thing, Annie's voice paused, while Cleo and Annabelle are down there, you could tell them to come. I need help here. Okay. I'm telling you, goodbye, Raven said as she walked out of the common hall, her gaze locked on her. Henry, could you do me a favor? I asked Sumi, glancing at her boyfriend standing beside her. Of course, whatever it is, Henry said, adding that the annual awards weren't really their thing. Well, he needed to focus on his work. That day his father would come to pick up some notes he'd sent him to prepare. He'd already finished them and was just making final adjustments to the information. You can bring me. He needed to think of something hard to find so he could have time to pull off that little prank he'd planned for Raven. Can you bring the yellow sock from your right foot in your room? The one with a blue H on the heel? Seriously? Henry asked, looking at her with disbelief. Please, tell me what it was, Sumi said. His eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at him. All right, I get it. Sway, my dad says you should go up. The boy pleaded before getting up to kiss his girlfriend, then hurried upstairs to grab that darn sock. Perfect, Sumi exclaimed. As Henry disappeared up the stairs, she dashed out of the common hall in pursuit of Raven. Didn't you tell your brother? A tall boy with short black hair and a slicked-back topknot walked alongside a red-haired girl. The boy, with violet eyes, slipped his arm around Raven's shoulders as they strolled along. Seriously, do you want me to tell him? Raven asked, her gaze fixed on the boy who stood over her by a head and a half tall. Well, at least that way we wouldn't have to hide to get out, Ethelred said, stopping in front of the redhead. If it's red, the worse. I don't know how he'll take it, Raven mused. You remember how I looked at you last year? And that was before we were even dating. I know. Maybe he'll change his mind, Ethelred. Or Red. As Raven had cut him off, set aside the backpack and hugged Raven before kissing her. That was the perfect moment for Sumi to act. This is going to be awesome, I muttered as the girl grabbed Red's backpack and stuffed it with bottles and vials filled with certain substances. She dropped the backpack back on the floor. Now all she needed to do was make sure Raven and Red crossed paths with Ron. Let's get to the lake, Rain said, pulling away from the boy. He grinned and grabbed his backpack. The couple kept walking, Sumi stomping their heels behind them. After navigating several corridors, Sumi's second plan materialized when they turned a corner and found themselves in Dad! Raven exclaimed as she saw her father standing right in front of her. Rav? Ron replied. Then he glanced at the boy standing beside the girl and noticed they were holding hands. And, what's your name? Hey Dad. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend Ethelred. Ethelred is my dad, Ron Weasley, Raven said as he introduced them. Much pleasure, Mr. Weasley, said Red as he took Ron's hand. Raven has told me a lot about you. That's my taste, Red said, though glancing at the boy's fangs, he couldn't claim it was entirely genuine. Red dressed in pure Muggle-style black trousers, a black shirt with red stripes, high black Converse sneakers, a chain on his pants and a studded belt. Not to mention the earrings in one ear and eyebrow, though Ron had already shed his habit of judging books by their covers, so he half accepted the boy. He wouldn't be jealous like Harry, you know? That wasn't going well for him. All right, let's head to the kitchens for some snacks. Henry's waiting for you in the common hall, Dad, Raven said. Okay, I'll check him later, Ron said, having kept an eye on the boy. Remember, he had half-heartedly agreed to it. Say goodbye, Dad, Raven said. It was time for Sumi to act. He pointed his wand at Red's backpack and whispered a spell. The backpack split open, causing everything inside to tumble to the ground. Ron spun around upon hearing the commotion. What he saw left him breathless for a few seconds. What the hell is all this? Ron asked once he remembered how they'd been talking on the ground. Between him and Raven, his boyfriend, there were a bunch of capsules with questionable reputations, several bags of white powder, and a few condoms scattered around. Raven was completely pale, having no idea where all this stuff came from. Red wasn't any better off. My lord, I swear by Merlin that he doesn't get lost. I don't want to see you near my daughter again. Did you hear me? Ron shouted, yanking Raven away from her. Remus will know everything about this. But Dad, those things aren't. Silence, you'll be punished for 3 months no seeing him or going out to Hogsmeade, Ron said, pulling the girl by the arm. But Mr. Weasley, seriously, I don't know where those things came from, said Red as he chased Ron. Listen up, Red, Blue, or whatever your name is, Ron said, turning around to face the boy. You're not coming near my daughter again. Never, ever. I hope you've got it straight. Ron strode away, dragging Raven after him. Red stood frozen, staring at the contents of his backpack. Nothing was missing except the parchment scrolls and quills. Those were his personal belongings. He took his belongings and slowly walked away. I know I'm evil, Sumi said as she emerged from her hiding spot. Well, with some luck they'll send Raven to rehab camp. Her laughter and playful jumps couldn't be stopped by the success of her joke. Better go back then. Henry, go find the sock already. What Sumi didn't know was that a red-haired woman, who was being driven by her father at the time, had witnessed her celebration and was now vowing herself that this wouldn't happen again. Silence, blessed silence. Those 18 years had been pure ruin. 18 tequila shots and 18 vodka drinks later, plus 18 kisses from the girls. He couldn't remember anything after 2 a.m. But by then, with the sun peeking through the curtains, it must have been around 10 a.m. He'd still be asleep, if not for fearing the twins might wake him with their birthday tradition. But he was already all set. With his wand tucked under the blankets, he stood ready to strike as soon as he heard that familiar sound. So happy to have you, Redheart. Los Tengo, I exclaimed, casting a spell at the approaching figures. But when I focused properly, I realized something crucial. Those weren't the Potter twins. You're down, shouted 2 people on either side of his bed. Happy birthday, Exo. Get off me, shouted Exo as he gasped for breath, while the Amelians were literally doing Olympic-style jumps over his bed. He tried to sit up, but the Potter's bouncing caused him to fall back down. Enough! Stop it! What's the big deal? Phelias asked, pulling back the curtains of his bed to see what was going on. It's Exo's birthday, Ray said, smiling as she glanced at the scene. And like always, the twins are delivering their traditional birthday wishes. Ridiculous, Phelias muttered, then hurried back to pull the curtains shut and cast a silencing spell. Move, he shouted as he finally pushed the twins, sending them crashing to the ground with a sharp thud. Zoller, aggressive, Siri said, standing up while rubbing her ass. You guys are the ones being aggressive. What kind of congratulations is that? I ask as Exo sits down by his bed. A gift that encompasses all our congratulations and our envy for the sheer number of presents you have, Joe replied, gesturing at the mountain of presents piled up at the foot of Exo's bed. Brilliant, the boy exclaimed, rushing to unpack the gifts. Come on, Ray, Phileas, come see the presents, exclaimed Joe. Ray didn't sit down with the boys to watch Exo's gifts. Phileas, come. No thanks, the boy said as he got out of bed. I'll take a shower. I've got someone to meet. Whatever you want, Siri said. Let's go pen them. The twins and Ray spent 15 minutes opening half of their gifts. With each item they opened, the siblings would comment on it, use it, or polish it depending on its nature. They first opened Era and Raven's presents. The first one gave her a genuine werewolf fang, something she might actually possess. But he knew what that meant. A werewolf giving a fang signified eternal loyalty. The twins and Annie had theirs, as did Henry and Era. Already feeling special, Raven handed him a white wolf plushie that howled when you stomped on its stomach. He had to admit it was cute. Then he opened Henry's book about magical creatures and mysterious things in the wizarding world, which took a back seat when Exo saw Sirius' gift. A manual titled How to Make an Elf Look Like a Fag in 10 Simple Steps. Exo tucked the book under his pillow, determined to read it thoroughly and thank Sirius later. He was the only one who had truly understood how he felt about Phileas. When it came time for the Potter gifts, Harry and Ginny always gave him something amazing, and that year was no exception. The present was long and heavy, not a broomstick, but something completely different in shape. The moment he opened the box, his eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be, said Exo holding a delicate and magnificent blade. It's a claymore, I exclaimed in admiration. The slender sword featured a white gold pommel and medieval silver ornaments. It was absolutely stunning. He then began describing it in detail. The so-called mountain sword, a slender, long blade about 135 centimeters long with a double-edged design. Its narrow handgrip spans 1.5 hand lengths. No shield can stop its attack. That's awesome. Hey, did you read the full description of this sword before taking it? I asked Ray, glancing at the leaf attached to the blade. It was the description, since it was a classic sword. Look, he erased the note from Lord Potter. Let me see, Exo exclaimed as he lunged toward her. Congratulations, Exo. I hope you like our gift. It's the best we've ever gotten. Harry and Ginny, I'd be forever grateful for that wonderful gift. I love their parents. Yeah, us too, the twins said. Exo sat up on his bed and started moving with his new possession. Just as he finished performing an extremely difficult backflip that left Siri, Joe, and Ray in awe, a voice completely distracted Exo and nearly tore his bed in half. Poor Merlin. I never knew the Magi would be so passionate, said Phileas. He had just stepped out of the bathroom in a towel to grab his clothes, only to say that. He laughed at Zoe's fall and headed back to the bathroom. Stupid elf, the boy muttered. Forget it, Exo. Keep opening the presents, Siri said. Exo sat down on the floor again and took Reese's gift, a powerful Japanese fortune-telling spell. Ray explained that the small amulet contained powder which, if sprinkled over any project, plan, or prank they wished to succeed, would make it happen. It was like having wish-grabbing wishes at your fingertips. Exo carefully stored it alongside his most treasured possessions and continued with the gifts from the twins. Siri gifted him a new PS3 game which was excellent. He'd play it during Christmas. Then he opened the Joe ticket booth, 4 tickets for Linkin Park's concert. Perfect. Now they just needed permission to leave Hogwarts and head to London, assuming they'd clearly request it. Don't worry. We can go in and out without anyone noticing, Joe said, shrugging his shoulders. Well, ask Annie and the girls who handle the payments. Hey Exo, Phileas gave you a gift, Siri whispered as she glanced toward the bathroom door. Exo hurriedly grabbed the box from Siri. He held it in his hands and opened it swiftly, only to find what lay inside that made him furious. That's what folks from my tribe give to kids who can't handle a bow yet. This'll help you practice, Phileas said, gesturing at the miniature bow and arrows he'd given EXO as he left the bathroom and headed toward the door. Maybe next time I won't embarrass you. At least not as badly as I did a few days ago. Shut your mouth, I shouted as I threw a gift box at him, but Phileas had already slammed the door shut. All that could be heard was his guttural laugh. I hate him, I swear I hate him. Shut up. Just ignore him, Joe said. They kept opening the gifts from the girls who adored EXO. While the other three ate pastries and sweets sent by the girls first checking they were free of any potions, EXO noticed a small white box with an electric blue bow inside. Not bearing any name, he decided to open it to see who might be inside. To his surprise, it was the same figure he'd spotted weeks ago in Diagonal Alley. But nobody knew she wanted it, no one. Except Happy Birthday, Drake, and the little note in pink ink read. She grinned like a fool. It was Annie's gift. Still wanted to talk to her. She'd given her a present. A really nice one. Honestly, she still had hopes. EXO, what's the occasion? I asked Siri as I look at the boy. No, nothing, the boy said as he quickly slipped the item into his pajamas. All that's left is this massive gift from my dad, EXO said, gesturing at a giant wolf plush toy positioned to howl, perched atop a silver gift box. He removed the wolf and opened the box. Inside were tons of clothes. Pants, shirts, tees, a pair of sneakers, belts, hats, everything. Awesome. After checking through all the EXO clothes, I found a smaller box at the bottom of everything. I opened it and discovered 5 brand new PS3 games. Perfect. Then I saw all the games and the guys. He made comments about them. Then EXO realized there was another box inside. He opened it and pulled out a bunch of sweets of all kinds. He left them on the floor for others to enjoy. Delicious. Finally, the last box was tiny. He could have packed everything into a giant box, so why spend all that money on gift boxes? Siri rolled her eyes. Potter, EXO said. He carefully opened the box, which contained a letter. After opening it, he took out the note first and began reading. If you haven't received what you deserve lately, but I believe this could make up for it, please don't empty the envelope until you finish reading this. Hope you enjoy it. Your mother did this a while back. I just updated it to something more contemporary. With love, your father. EXO emptied the envelope and tried to back out. There were some lovely photos of his mother and himself, along with a few others featuring his father too. But what really left him stunned was something else entirely. What's that? Asked the other 3 boys. Lives, exclaimed EXO. Keys? The other 3 asked, incredulous. Just that? And you're so moved? I asked Joe. Don't be stupid. Ever, shouted EXO while the other 3 shook their heads. These are the keys to my 2007 Shelby Cobra. That's correct. Mommy, shouted EXO as he dashed toward his father, who was already at the door with arms outstretched, ready to receive his son's embrace. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You don't have to, you don't want to see it outside, said Nadir, still hugging his son tightly. Of course I do. Kids, let's go, let's go, let's go, shouted EXO as he rushed out of the room, followed by the twins Ray and her father. When they arrived at the EXO Gardens, Harry saw what looked like a car wrapped in gift wrapping and adorned with a large blue bow. There were the girls Harry, Ginny, Remus, Tonks, Sirius, and Phileas there. But this time, not even he could ruin the moment. He dashed to his car and removed the wrapping. I was stunned by the perfection of his new carrot. Was indeed a 2007 Shelby Cobra in black, featuring intricately carved tigers and dragons. The dashboard was painted with electric blue flames erupting from the tires, coconut-patterned flames engulfing the cabin. The windows displayed polarized blue hues, while spoilers and bumpers on the front, rear, and sides all glowed in matching shades. Neon lights at the bottom mirrored this azure palette, paired with chrome rims and exhausts. Halogen headlights and fog lights completed the look. It was simply flawless, in every sense of the word. This is awesome, shouted EXO as he opened the car and climbed in. Thanks, Dad. So much thanks. You're the best, he kept shouting. He started the engine and roared it up, literally like a beast, with a sound that was absolutely stunning. Big car, EXO. The twins rushed inside, and EXO turned on the sound system, cranking up the volume almost to the max. This is unbelievable. I shouted as loudly as I could to get heard through the noise. That thing had such power that it sounded like an airplane turbine. Let's go, Exo. Let's take a spin, I exclaimed once they turned down the volume. Claro. I spent the whole day in the car, taking the twins, Ray, the girls, her father, Remus and Tonks for a stroll. Sirius was the one who enjoyed it most. He even asked for a second round after the walk. After the walks, we went to have something to eat. After eating the birthday cake, I thanked everyone for their gifts and said I wanted to take a solo drive in his car. So he left the castle towards the gardens. The only one who hadn't gotten into the car was Annie, so Exo seized the moment. On her way out, he slipped a piece of parchment past Annie unnoticed. The girl read it and quickly asked the other girls to cover her while she went to see what Exo wanted. She hurried off to follow the guy. Zoller, are you here? Annie had left the castle and searched for the boy, but there was not a trace of him. Zoller, seriously, is that... Aha! Excuse me, said Exo, laughing at Annie's startled face. Stop doing that. You heard me. The girl snapped. You're such an idiot. No, Annie. Please wait, Exo said, stopping the girl on her way into the castle. Forgive me, I couldn't resist that stupid impulse, you know. Annie raises an eyebrow and turns away. Well, what were you trying to tell me? Annie asked, crossing her arms and gazing at the stars. Well, me. Want to go for a spin? I asked, gesturing at the car. You were the only one who didn't get in this afternoon. All right, if you insist, Annie said as she walked toward the car. Exo hurried ahead to open the door, and Annie smiled at him. Thanks. There's no need for that, said Exo as he closed the door after Annie entered. He glanced at the castle gates and smirked smugly when he saw Phileas standing there, frowning at them. Exo hurriedly pulled open the door and slipped out. The school grounds were vast enough that they could wander around without worrying about security. Good thing this car has some real power, Annie said as they sped along, her ears ringing with the engine's roar. Yep, pretty much, he said, smiling at the girl. Hey Annie, I wanted to thank you for the gift. It was such a wonderful present. You put it on me. The girl exclaimed as she saw the Daige, a type of leather belt, around Exo's neck. Of course I won't take it off, the boy insisted. Annie smiled at him. They walked for quite some time until Exo decided to stop near the Quidditch stadium. You want to walk? Well, if you want, Annie said as she stepped out of the car. The two boys walked over to a massive fallen tree and sat down on it. They fell silent for a while, gazing at the stars. Annie was lost in thought. She had so much to ponder, because, wait, what's going on? The girl exclaimed, her eyes darting around the room. Nothing, just that I had 3 minutes to call you, and you didn't, Lestan said, smiling at the girl's flushed face. I'm sorry, Annie said, turning to gaze at the stars again. You look so cute when you think about it, said Exo. How? Annie asked, glancing at the boy. Why? This, nothing, the boy said. Had he actually blurted out that out loud? Annie kept staring at him. Exo returned her gaze as they stood close. Seizing the moment, Exo edged closer to Annie, placing a hand on her cheek. Annie rolled her eyes and let him get nearer. This had been what he'd wanted for ages. The kiss at Hogwarts Express had been magical, but this time it felt even better. They were alone in the dark forest, stars arching overhead. It was simply perfect, or so she thought. Just as he was about to kiss Annie, the girl turned her head, brushing against Exo's lips.
I'm sorry, no.
I can't do it, Annie said, her eyes fixed on the floor. Exo kept staring at her for a few moments. Is it true that he's not here? Exo asked, his voice tinged with pain. Exo, that's not it. It's just, I'm confused, Annie said, looking at the boy with a sad expression, the saddest she'd ever seen him. Exo. Annie, don't worry about this, Exo said, springing to his feet. When you clear your head, please let me know. Annie? Exo stopped mid-sentence, that voice he recognized everywhere. Phileas, the girl exclaimed as she saw the guy approaching. What are you doing here? I was looking for you, Phileas replied. Zoller, he said as passing by the blue-haired boy. Why are you out here? Well, you know, She's with me, Kaweir said EXO as he stepped up beside Annie. Who told you she wants to stay with you? Phileas asked. Then he grabbed Annie's left hand and helped her off the trunk. Come on Annie, it's freezing out there. You'll catch a cold. No, she stays with me, EXO said, taking the girl's free hand. She's coming, chicos. Leave her alone, Zoller. She doesn't want you, Phileas shouted, pulling Annie's hand. The girl swayed until she was pressed against the elf. How could you want a half-meter-long elf with ears? Exclaimed EXO, pulling Annie's hand this time around. Annie shook her head so hard she ended up leaning against EXO. You said that. Repeat it, Phileas shouted, advancing menacingly toward EXO and crushing Annie on the path. What you heard, Legolas, I exclaimed as EXO approached the elf and pinned Annie down even tighter. I'm done. You'll see what happens to your face after I kicked it, Phileas exclaimed as he released Annie. I want to see you try, shouted EXO as he released Annie. The girl quickly retreated, but was forced into the fray when EXO shoved Phileas, who retaliated with his own attack. Boys, stop it, Annie shouted, but she couldn't do anything. Go on, go ahead. Go nuts like the beasts. Why should I care about both of them? Annie turned to the trunk again and sat down. Idiots, both of you are listening. The boys had fallen to the ground. It wasn't a serious fight, as neither wanted to confront Annie like that. But in their distraction, Annie was playing with some fallen leaves while the boys grew tired. None of them noticed the snake approaching the young Potter girl. The snake, resembling a cobra, blended into the foliage and crept toward Annie slowly and stealthily. By the time Annie realized the snake was there, it was already too late. Annie! Shouted both boys. They quickly stood up and went to check her. Annie was sitting on the ground, gripping her right forearm tightly. What happened? He asked, glancing at the girl's wound. A snake, said Annie. We need to get her to the castle, Phileas said. Come on, Annie. I'll take you. No, in the car it's better, said EXO. Forget it, Zoller, I'll take her. Listen up. Right now I don't care about saving face. We need to get Annie to the infirmary ASAP. My car's faster than your legs, EXO said, grabbing Phileas by the arm. That's when Annie fainted. Annie! Exclaimed the two boys. Phileas rushed to take her in his arms while EXO opened the rear seat door and started the car. Phileas climbed into the back seat with Annie in. With arms outstretched, I revved the engine to the max and they were at the entrance in under 3 minutes. EXO stepped out and opened the back seat door. I grabbed Annie and dashed toward the castle. Quick! Get Annie to the infirmary. Tell her parents and everyone else, EXO shouted as he dashed toward the ward. Phileas bolted into the classroom they were using for a birthday party right then. Where were you in Phileas? You must have gotten lost, Era said, watching the boy rush in, visibly agitated. Sir, Mr. Potter, he said as he arrived with Harry. Phileas, you're doing well, but you look tired, Harry said, glancing at the boy. I'm fine. But Annie's in the infirmary, Phileas said. What? Why? What's going on? I asked Harry as everyone dropped their drinks or whatever they were eating and started rushing out toward the infirmary. A snake? I don't know. Zoller's with her in the infirmary. Everyone quickly left the place to check on Annie's condition. Meanwhile, a lone snake was making its way through the trees of the forbidden forest. In a flash, the serpent had transformed into a 17-year-old girl, grinning wickedly. I can't believe this turned out so well. And what about your Hebe? Eli asked, taking a much smaller snake than the one he'd transformed into. This is going to be awesome. Nobody'll suspect anyone's guilty. It was just a simple, insignificant snake, right? Yes, absolutely true, Hebe replied with a mocking tone. And you know what's the best part? I asked Eli, glancing toward the castle. A regular snake can't gauge how much venom it injects. But I'm no ordinary snake. As they've already told me, I'm super venomous. Annie would be in serious trouble. The wicked laughter of Eli filled the room as Annie was in grave danger. Eli had injected an enormous amount of deadly poison. This was bad news for the Potter family. Well, how about that? I loved it. Loved it. Ha ha ha. Hope you'll leave your reviews for me. Please, Numaz Hedi. They took forever to post their reviews. Don't blame me, okay? Well, this chapter's kinda short, but I wanted to keep it semi-exciting XD-LOL. Let me know what you think. By the way, check out the preview first. Hope you like this chapter. Just to let you know, Phileas is one of my favorite characters. Ha ha ha, he's evil but super sexy. Oh, winky face. Important notice. I'll be starting classes this Tuesday. From that day onward, I might slow down a bit. I say it's possible. But please be patient. It's been ages since I last attended classes. Shaun Allegra. Secrets. Update. Look how the 23-year-old teacher doesn't sound bad at all. Ha ha ha. The whole Phileas boss thing came straight from him. Believe me XDLOL. I don't think Phileas is that bad at all. Honestly, I actually like him. In this chapter too, you don't have any swimming skills to threaten me. I think. But hey, I'll write about Teddy's chapter later. Anagal. Yeah. Trust me, it's a total showstopper. LOL, I know you're not too sure. But hey, that's how he wanted it. So I couldn't make any changes. XDLOL, hope you like the Cappy. Charism. Ha ha ha. I totally love that car too. I don't get why Phileas isn't a fan. I think he's pretty cool XD. Anyway, Phileas is supposed to be super similar to Orlando Bloom and Elfo, so it's not that bad of a resemblance XD. Don't stop reading the story though, Annie's not the one getting into trouble. It's another Potter. Here there's no EXO and Annie stuff. She's just sick XD. But hey, hope you enjoy this chapter. Lord Zoller. Zollermania. Here I am, completely hooked on EXO. Ha ha ha. That last time was something special. Ha ha ha, did you like it, Eli? Huh? Oh, this can't be. How could this Cappy be like this? Talk to me on MSN. I'm abandoning you. 13. Yeah. Totally busy babysitting girls on weekends. Oh, I know I forgot about Cleo, but Siri and her is about to start their little drama. Okay? Right? Look how you never asked about the Cappy. So I just uploaded it. Guess you'd like it. This is the real deal. The Cappies will be like this. Pairs up. Love ya already. Pamela Tap. Yeah. Too many postercitos. Better to say. Here's something more Harry style. Though it feels like deja vu. But hey, that's okay. In the next chapter I'll make it longer. This one's short. Hope you like it. Phileas Phoenix Cowier. Oh my goodness. Phileas is so bad. And sexy. Ha ha ha. And everyone loves the Shelby. Ha ha ha. What a killer outfit. Broken Heart Roa. Why are you putting so much effort into Christmas? Oh, wait. I remember now XD ha 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 ha. Zoller's gifts were just his own demands. So I won't take credit for them XD ha ha ha. I totally get your car choice too. I'm also leaning toward that Nissan. Honestly, I have no intention of making Eli change. But who knows? My mind sometimes goes off the rails in unexpected ways XD ha ha ha. Hope you like this Cappy. Numas Harry. Annie. Baby, wake up, said Ginny, her face drenched in tears as she stroked her daughter's cheek. Though they'd administered multiple 4 drips, the medication seemed to have no effect on the girl. Annie lay curled up in a crib bed, her fever raging fiercely. She gasped for air and was drenched in cold sweat. Harry paced back and forth across the bed, his eyes glued to his little one. The twins were, while seated beside their mother, the rest of those present stood gathered around the bed. That's the only thing I can do right now, said Madame Delar, who had taken over from Madame Pomfrey after the retiree. If I keep giving her potions, it'll do more harm than good. I get it, Harry said. Guys, you'd better go to bed now. Ginny and I'll stay here. But Mr. Potter, Cleo, they need to rest. They have classes tomorrow, Ginny interrupted, her eyes still fixed on Annie. And that's exactly what you guys need too. But Mom, Harley said, they listened to their mother, everyone went to sleep. We'll let them know if anything changes. Reluctantly, all the boys left the infirmary, leaving the adults behind. Remus apologized and withdrew, as he had to attend a few meetings at the ministry the next day. Sirius left to teach classes, while Nadir, Tonks, and Ron followed. They also had work scheduled for the following day. Hermione said she wasn't sleepy and would head to the library to see if she could find something to help Annie. Ginny and Harry were left alone. The scarlet-haired woman had settled into a bed beside Annie's, while Harry sat down and rested his head on the girl's bed. Gradually, sleep was winning over the Potter family. What happened? Era asked as she and the other boys walked toward the common room. All eyes were fixed on Phileas and Exo. They exchanged glances before sighing, then began to respond. We don't know, Exo said. Annie screamed and then she collapsed after just 1 second. How could they not have noticed when it happened? Exclaimed Raven. Well, we were kinda distracted at that moment, Phileas apologized. Of course, distracted fighting like beasts while our friend was being attacked by a viper. Cleo said, glaring at them angrily. Actually, it was a snake. Vipers don't have Venus.
No.
I don't care. Joe Cleo cut me off. What matters is my best friend's in the ER because a snake bit her. And all this because these idiots didn't pay enough attention. Let me tell you something, genius, Cleo said to Exo and Phileas, standing in front of them accusingly. If you want to win a girl's heart, don't put on those little shows like that. Just get it right. Don't compete for her or try to buy her with gifts, flowers, or anything like that. Don't try to make her jealous either. And lastly, don't be cowards, speak your mind directly. Cleo quickly left the place. Everyone was watching Cleo, Phileas, and Exo. The girl had said everything was true, though some of the comments were over the top. Do you think those words were meant to be projected? Joe asked in a low voice. Of course not. Everything Cleo said makes perfect sense, Raven said, glancing at the boys. Here's a good piece of advice for you all. Take his words to heart, Era said as he walked toward Cleo. Era, wait, Siri stopped her. Could you just give me a minute? Thanks. The girls let Siri trail Cleo behind her. They never imagined the girl would mention the dark-skinned guy, since Siri had never acted that way before. But tension between them had been building since Cleo's return. During her stay in France, the girl had matured remarkably, leaving Siri several steps behind on the road to adulthood. Siri raced forward just to catch up with her. When I finally managed to get beside him, he paused briefly to catch his breath. I grabbed Cleo's arm to stop her from walking on, but the girl looked at me with a puzzled expression. Cleo, we can talk, Siri said, still catching her breath. Cleo shrugged and followed the boy toward an empty classroom. What's up, Sirius? Cleo asked as she sat down at the nearest desk. Well, I wanted to fix something with you, Siri said, scratching her head as she slowly approached. What are they? Cleo asked, glancing at him. Well, things, you know, like. Already, Cleo, I just want to know what's going on between us, Siri said, cutting through the chatter and getting straight to the point. What do you mean by that? I asked Cleo. Yeah, well, ever since you came here, you've been giving me those looks and making gestures toward me. Are you flirting with me? Sure thing. But then you go over there and end up chatting with Dimension for 3 hours? What's your deal? Siri asked, frowning at her. Excuse me? The girl asked in confusion. Was Siri just playing a jealous act? Hadn't they gone there to fix some issues? What you heard? You're trying to make me jealous after you keep flirting with me all the time, Siri exclaimed, glaring at the girl. Ha! Of course I am the villain in this story, said Cleo, standing UPI. Don't try to make you jealous or anything like that, Potter. But you, on the other hand, keep wearing one skirt after another, even though you know I'm flirting with you all the time. She added this last part by curling her fingers into a wry smile and mimicking Siri's voice. Now you're saying I'm the one who wants to make you jealous. I didn't say. Come on, you know exactly why you threw that little tantrum earlier, Siri said as she walked through the classroom. You really think? You actually thought that? I can't believe it, Cleo said as she walked toward the exit. Wait, where are you going? We haven't finished talking yet, Siri said as she followed her. Oh, of course we ended up talking, Cleo said, turning around and glaring at Siri. We ended up because you're so arrogant, snobbish, and selfish that you actually think everything I said was for you. Get this straight, Potter. You're not the only handsome guy at Hogwarts. The girl stormed out with a slammed door, leaving an angry Siri in her wake. But Cleo wasn't feeling better either. She headed to the common room, puffing smoke as she needed a spa treatment. The girls would likely give her one, while Siri lingered in the classroom, still processing what had just happened. What the hell's going on with him? He asked himself while sitting at the desk that had been occupied by Cleo. I know I'm not the only guy in Hogwarts. She's the crazy, overzealous one, or maybe she just said it to distract me and didn't really want me to realize what she's planning. Siri said with a smile. Of course, that must be it. But if you want to, I'll play along with your little game. You're a genius, Sirius. The boy stepped out of the room and made his way to the common area, already having a plan in mind. You can do it. Who are you? Harry stood in a long corridor with white walls, where at the end stood a door made of oak. And you're the only one who can do this. That voice kept haunting him. He slowly approached the door, scanning the room for its source, but found nothing but the long corridor behind it. When he reached the doorway, he froze and listened intently. Behind it came labored breathing and a series of pip sounds, along with bubbling noises from what he assumed were boiling potions and devices. Virila, she's calling you. You've got to help her. The voice that had been silencing me came from every direction, yet none at all. I couldn't find a single direction to look, until another voice filled my ears. Dad, please help me. I'm in pain. I can't breathe. I don't want to feel this way anymore. Please help me, Dad. Annie, Harry exclaimed. The girl's voice came from behind the closed door. He was desperately trying to open it by any means possible. That cursed door separating him from his princess. Papa. Please, Annie. Hold on, princess. I'm coming. Harry shouted as he tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Dad, help me. Please, Dad. I can't take it anymore. I can't go on. Annie, Harry shouted, giving one final push to open the door. The sight before him was terrifying. A room with black walls, a bed draped in white sheets, various devices around it, and a large number of potions. But Annie wasn't there. The princess had been kidnapped by a colossal snaky, a monstrous serpent that had its daughter trapped in its coils. Pip! Annie tried to catch her breath as the snake coiled tighter around her body. Princess, calm down. I'll get you out of there, Harry shouted as he rushed forward to help his daughter. No, not like that. You know how to help her? No, I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about, Harry exclaimed. Though he didn't realize who he was talking to, he was ready to listen if it meant saving Annie. This is how Annie feels right now. If you want to help, change her location. Wait, but how? Harry asked in confusion. If you want to help, change your location, the raspy voice repeated. Okay. I'll do it. But I don't know how. What am I supposed to do? If you want to help, change your location. Now. Harry woke up jolted awake, remembering the dream perfectly. He glanced at Annie, who was coughing slightly and moving restlessly in bed, as if trying to say something. Harry quickly moved closer to her. Annie, darling, tell me what's going on. Tell Dad. Okay?
No.
No, don't do it, Annie murmured. Right after that, the girl stopped breathing.
No.
No, Annie, Harry shouted, waking up Ginny and Hermione, who had also fallen asleep there, completely unaware of the books piled beneath them. Harry, what happened? Call the nurse, Hermione. Annie's not breathing. Harry shouted desperately, trying to get Annie's attention. Hermione rushed toward the new nurse's office, while Ginny had already approached her daughter and was now also attempting to wake her up with tears streaming down her face. Love, darling, wake up for Mommy, said Ginny as she shook Annie's body, trying to get her to respond. Change your position, Harry muttered, not knowing how he'd come up with this idea. He swiftly placed Annie's hand on his chest, then placed his own over hers. Suddenly, both hands glowed with a golden intensity. The moment they stopped glowing, Harry collapsed onto Annie's bed, while the girl gradually regained consciousness, taking a deep breath. Father, exclaimed two voices in the men's dormitory. Exo, Phelia's, and Ray sprang awake instantly. Hey Sirius, what's up? I asked the blue-skinned guy as I approached the twins. My dad, Joe said, standing up and grabbing a jacket to put over his pajamas. My dad's in danger, Siri said, mimicking her brother. As like, are they sure? I asked, interrupting Phileas as I grabbed whatever came into view and handed it to them. Let's head to the infirmary. Quick, Joe said as he left the room. Everyone present followed the Potter twins. Kids, tell the girls and Henry to please. All right then, Ray said, tugging at Exo's sleeve to join him. The twins and Phileas slipped through the opening as Exo summoned his broom to ascend to the girls' room. Ray hurried toward Henry's chamber. Both boys swiftly reached their designated doors and began pounding them with forceful blows. Up, up. I don't have your time, Exo shouted as he slammed the door shut. Henry, wake up, said Ray. Yeah, what do you want, Zoller? Cleo snapped, furious they'd woken her up. Mr. Potter's got something wrong. We need to head to the infirmary, Exo said quickly. What? Cleo exclaimed. Then I rushed into the room to wake the others girls. Wake up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Within a minute, a stampede was heading toward the infirmary. Usually when something happened to Harry, it wasn't exactly a good thing. Annie! Exclaimed Ginny as she hugged the girl. But she carelessly pushed her mother away without much thought.
No, no, Dad.
Annie screamed, pulling Harry around. Then Ginny saw her husband, who was running a fever and sweating coldly. What happened? I ask as Madame Delar approaches alongside Hermione. Annie, are you feeling better now? I asked Hermione, looking at the girl in surprise.
No.
My dad needs help, Annie exclaimed. Meanwhile, Ginny had already laid Harry on a stretcher and was waiting for the nurse, who rushed over without delay. It's astonishing, Madame Delar remarked after checking Harry's vital signs and casting a couple of diagnostic spells. The poison that affected the young girl seems to have transferred to Mr. Potter's body. But there's something I just can't wrap my head around. What's going on? I asked, hugging Annie and looking worried at Harry. Hermione had gone to warn Remus and the rest of the group. Well, you won't get it either since she's not a healer. But here's the deal. Madame Delar cast a spell on Harry's chest. A white light shot out of the wand and filled his chest. Harry made a few grumpy faces, and the lightning shot came back this time, but this time it was green. What happened? Ginny asked. That's what I'm wondering, said Madame Delar. The light must have been blue. I don't know what's going on here. He's here. Hermione mentioned something about Harry. What happened? Sirius asked, finishing to fasten his robe. We have no idea how Annie's venom ended up in Harry, said Ginny, her gaze fixed on the animagus. Then there's that green light Madame Delar says is strange, Annie said, hugging her mother. What the heck is this? Sirius asked as he approached his godson. That's what I'm trying to explain. For now, I'll give you the same treatment I gave Miss Potter and we'll investigate why she reacted so. Wait, Sirius said, brushing his hand across Harry's cheek. What's going on? I asked, looking at Sirius. You don't have a fever, the animago said, looking surprised at Ginny. How? The three women exclaimed in the room. There's nothing wrong with fever, Sirius said. The girls patted Harry's forehead and neck. He was genuinely not running a fever, but he was trembling slightly. The sweat went away, said Ginny. He seems to be recovering, actually pretty fast. This is strange, Sirius said, his eyebrows furrowed as he stared at Harry. But it's good, right? Mr. Potter is recovering, said Madame Delar. Ginny smiled broadly at him. She was right. No, it's not good, Sirius said, drawing the girls' attention to him. Why are you saying that, Sirius? I asked Ginny, staring at him with a questioning look. Just think about it. Harry recovers quickly from the snake venom, Sirius explained. Glancing at Ginny, doesn't that ring a bell? Said Annie, and I quickly glanced at Ginny. Does this remind you of something, darling? Ginny asked, puzzled. Voldemort, Annie explained with a serious tone. His dad used to drink snake venom to feel better. It was his secret remedy. Now the snake venom is acting like his dad's medicine. When Ginny finally understood the situation, she realized it wasn't good for Harry to recover. It would sound strange, but at that moment, she'd rather see him seriously ill and running a fever than witness him looking so healthy. What happened? I asked. Remus rushed through the door, followed by Tonks, Ron, and Hermione. The newcomers listened in silence as Ginny explained the situation. Everyone tried to make sense of it, but there was simply no way to figure it out. It's too strange, Sirius said after a few seconds of silence, his eyes never leaving his godson. Mommy! The scream from the front door drew everyone's attention. The twins were first, followed by Phelia's, then a bit further back came Exo, Ray, and the whole squad of girls bursting in with a huge commotion. Kids, quiet. Harry's sleeping, said Ginny as she cradled her twins. The crowd immediately fell silent. What happened? He asked, pulling Remus into his arms. It's a bit complicated, he replied. The boys whose parents were there approached them, while the others sat on the bed next to Harry's to listen to the. After they tried to explain what was happening to Harry, everyone fell silent once again. Mama Henry murmured. Dime Carino Hermione said, both of them sitting at the foot of Harry's bed. Does the fact that the snake venom doesn't harm Uncle Harry have something to do with Horcruxes? He asked, his gaze fixed on Hermione. All eyes snapped to her as she stood there, completely absorbed in the question. Well, I suppose if Voldemort wasn't affected by the snake venom, then I think Harry must have gotten it through the scar, Hermione said. You know it's too late, Remus said after another moment of silence, standing up. They'd better go to sleep. Mommy, we can stay here. The twins pleaded. Their faces turned into puppy-like expressions in the rain. That's good. That's good. Stay here, said Ginny, smiling at both of them. We too? All the other kids asked. Why you? Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. We don't want Annie to be alone, Annabelle said, hugging the girl. We don't want to leave the twins alone, though they won't be alone after all. Since there are two of them, they'll keep each other company. All the boys said, Yao Ray. Their eyes narrowed as they stared at him. Well, we're leaving, Ron said as he bid farewell to everyone and walked out of the infirmary. Hermione, Tonks, and Remus followed him. Henry argued that he had some unfinished business in the morning, so he retired. All the boys ended up on one bed, while the girls stayed on another. Meanwhile, Ginny and Sirius were chatting beside Harry's bed. This went on until Ray and Exo fell asleep, one resting on the bed, the other on the opposite side. The girls' bed was different. Raven, Cleo, Era, and Annabelle were huddled together, while Phelia's, the man who had gone to chat with them, was either sitting on a chair leaning his head against the bed or someone else, though I wasn't sure exactly who. The twins had settled down, each on either side of Harry. Annie was at the foot of the bed chatting with Ginny, while Sirius lay sprawled out on a couch, legs dangling freely. You'll be fine, right? Annie asked, looking sadly at her father. We shouldn't worry about health, said Ginny, smiling at her daughter. What worries me is her subconscious, she whispered to her husband, not knowing the full meaning behind these words, but certain that the days ahead would be anything but pleasant. Kill them all. Wipe them out completely. You don't need them. You'll be better off without them. The trembling voice rang out again, but this time it came from a different Placia room, or so it seemed. She knew she was in complete darkness. He asked, his voice echoing through the room. What's going on? At that very moment, an intense beam of light pierced through the ceiling. As the light fell upon him, an odd sensation began to take hold, like he was drained of strength, or conversely, possessed with an unexpected power. He couldn't comprehend this strange state. His body moved without conscious effort, feeling neither the closure of his hand nor the sensation of taking a step forward. He felt nothing at all. He started looking around, lost in thought. Sure, he was dreaming, but it was the second time he'd heard that hissing voice in his dreams. There had to be some explanation. Here they are. Destroy them. Wipe them out. Who are you? Harry shouted into the empty void, his words echoing back through the air once more. To all of them. They're just a nuisance. Enough, Harry shouted, his voice the only thing he could control as his body acted on its own. You love them. Help me. Spread the word to everyone.
Pero, no.
Harry began to understand what was happening. The poison, the Horcrux, the buzzing voice. Eli, leave me alone. Leave my family alone. Harry shouted, but his body refused to obey. It ends it all.
No.
Enough. Harry knew Eli was controlling him. He could feel it just like he'd felt Voldemort years ago, only less painfully. What are you doing?
Harry, basta.
When Harry woke up, Sirius and Ginny tried to stop him. Unbeknownst to them, Harry had grabbed Joe by the collar of his robe and stood on his feet. Now he was frozen at the window, with a desperate Joe dangling precariously from his hand. Harry must have drawn extraordinary strength from somewhere. He snapped awake but couldn't move for several seconds. During those moments, he witnessed everything unfolding before him. Sirius and Ginny tried to get into the infirmary and leave Joe on the floor. She watched her son's face turn pale as he saw the gaping void beneath his feet. The other boys stood back, frozen in horror. Era and Raven had already gone to warn their parents. Harry remembered the dream the voice Eli had told him to kill him. Not just said it, but had been trying to make him do it. Dad!
So te dio.
This made Harry react. He snapped his eyes open in shock, but suddenly the force vanished and Joe started falling. Dad! John! Sirius and Ginny Harry shouted. The latter crouched down by the window frame to brace against the boy's weight.
Steady. Yo.
Harry shouted. A few seconds later, with Sirius' help, he managed to climb onto the boy.
Mi amor.
Mommy, he ran to his mother and threw himself into her arms. Sirius watched Harry with growing concern, who returned a look of utter bewilderment. It had happened again 2 years after that horrific incident when Sirius had done something so terrible. Had saved himself from making any stupid mistakes, the kind of foolishness he now regretted not having done. Harry, wait! The animago shouted as he saw his apprentice bolt out of the infirmary. Sirius, please follow him. I don't know what to do, cried Ginny, her voice trembling with worry. Sirius obeyed Ginny and dashed after Harry, transforming into Padfoot to gain speed. He could immediately detect his godson's scent as he headed straight for the astronomical tower. The Tower of Astronomy, the Animagus thought, sprinting at full speed. Harry had already passed by it once before, and he knew he wouldn't let that threat against his family happen again. A thought that deeply troubled him. Harry! Sirius cried out as he reached the tower and saw his godson standing by the balcony. Though Harry's eyes were shut, thin tears trickled down his cheeks. Vet Sirius, the Moorish man demanded, without even glancing at Padfoot. Harry, please come down from there. Sirius pleaded as he slowly approached. Don't come near me. Harry shouted, I don't want to hurt you. You won't do it, I know you won't, Sirius said, keeping nudging Harry with his foot. No, you don't know. Harry screamed, turning to look at Sirius. His godfather was shocked to see fear reflected in Harry's eyes, the very terror he felt at that moment. He was frustrated, desperate, terrified, and completely at a loss. How do you know the Horcrux won't suddenly jump out of nowhere, take over my body, and kill you? You know exactly how it works. Harry, that's not... You have no idea. I won't put my family in danger anymore. Harry, hold on. Please calm down. Control. That's what I have the least of, losing it little by little. Sirius. Can't you stop it? Give me peace for a few years. Then come back and try to do terrible things right when we're most trusting. But that's over now. No more Horcruxes to worry about. No, please. No more Horcruxes, no more fears, no more troubles. No more Harry. Harry, wait. No way. It was late. Harry was plummeting from Hogwarts' tallest tower. A death sentence. Yet it brought security to his family. Honestly, I'm not here. Surprised face, nothing to comment on. Just wanted to say if there's anything brief and clear. Sorry, but I'll try my best. Leave your reviews. I won't ask for forgiveness anymore. I know it's too late, but hey, after weeks and weeks of suspense, finally you'll know what happened to Harry. If you remember, he jumped from the Tower of Astronomy. Well, I hope you remember clearly. Read on here and I hope you enjoy it. A quick favor. I know, I've been asking for favors so long now. But hey, would you kindly vote for your favorite couples in this story? Just go to my profile and click on those blue Vote Now buttons at the top. If possible, vote for each character too. Laughing face. Thanks a bunch. This chapter is dedicated to Charisse M for being the most persistent and showing her tremendous support for my fan fiction. A huge thank you, girl. Shaun Allegra, you're gonna take on Phelia's. I'm totally into that. And if I think about it, series characters like James, but way more Seriato XD, got it? That's a play on words. And Teddy's game. I'll probably update the final battle and the minis one first. Hope you like the Cappy. Sharisim. Punishment. I beg you, Sheris. You were the most desperate one of us. But I'm glad you're so into this fanfic. Sorry for taking so long, sad face, but here's the chapter now. Honestly, I'm totally blown away by your review. That first one. Ha ha ha. I wish you'd share all your thoughts. XD, share what you feel during the chapter. Uncertainty. Goes hand in hand with C. XD, sorry again for keeping you waiting so long. That's why I dedicated this cap to you. And, who knows? Maybe a new girl will join Hogwarts during the semester. Winky face. Rhymed. Ha ha ha, XD, alright then. Hope you like the cap. Lord Zoller. I'm not crazy. I really liked that part of the Cappy. Laughing face. Harry's dead. Wouldn't be so bad? And longer? Huh? Hey, I'm still alive if you didn't notice. Harry's a coward. Darn it. Not true. And you know that. Saying that again. You can already imagine. And because everyone keeps asking about Teddy's story. Anyway. Hope you like the Cappy. Broken Heart Roa. You really needed some patience, right? Sorry for the delay. But hey. Now you know what happened with Harry and that stuff. Honestly, my mind's been a total mess. It's crazy. I hope we can spend Christmas together. The Christmas story. Well, I've moved on. Anyway. Hope you like this chapter. 13. You'll see what happens to Harry. Well, you're already into Cleo. That's something. I'm trying to make Siri and Cleo's relationship more awkward. But hey, I hope you like the Cappy. Anagle. Please don't skip my reviews. I need them to keep my brain functioning. I can't promise Harry won't die, but drop your reviews. Maybe you'll like the Cappy. Ariana. Great that you enjoyed my story and found the Cappy interesting. I hope you'll love this one too. Lalian. I've wrapped up the mystery. Sorry for taking so long. And as for Harry, well, you'll see here. Hope you like this chapter. And yeah. You and everyone else love Annie and EXO. But hey. Here's another chapter up now. Sorry for the delay. Hope you like it. Mir. Keeps dropping reviews. He's encouraging me to write more laughing face and hoping Harry won't die. I can't promise that. But let's hope my little rebellious brain will leave him alone. Hope you like the Cappy. Danny Cap. I'm absolutely thrilled you like my fix. Laughing face. And about Harry, let me tell you, Sirius won't make it in time. But hey, read what happens. And the pair of Annie and EXO. Trust me, they're gonna have some serious issues. There are quite a few issues. And not just because of Philia's. Well, I hope you like this cap, Jananina. Yeah. It's been so long without updates. Sorry. I'm glad you like the new characters. I was worried they wouldn't be your thing. And since Philia's isn't your cup of tea, he's one of my favorite characters. But hey, I hope you'll love this chapter. No more Horcruxes, no more fears, no more troubles. No more Harry. Harry, wait. No way. It was late. Harry was plummeting from Hogwarts' tallest tower. A death sentence. Yet it brought security to his family. Oh, God forbid. Not at all. Sirius transformed into Padfoot to reach the ground faster. Though he knew there was no way he could get ahead of Harry's powerful punch to the ground. He probably wouldn't land well, or rather, he wouldn't stop moving afterward. With this in mind, Sirius quickened his pace, darting through the infirmary like lightning. Ignoring Remus and Ron's questions, he kept going. The two worriedly watched as Sirius sped away, following him with growing concern. Please don't, Sirius thought, though he knew Harry must already be on the ground by now, unconscious and probably dead. Sirius dashed to where he thought Harry had landed, but upon arrival, there was no sign of his adopted son. He transformed back into human and began scanning the area, even looking up to see if Harry had fallen. To his dismay, there was nothing neither in the air nor on the ground. Though puzzled, Sirius's curiosity didn't last long. Harry was overwhelmed by an overwhelming worry had fallen, and Elle had seen him. He must be there. Sirius! Remus and Ron's shouts sent everyone in the infirmary running after the massive black dog as it passed. They knew something bad had happened. Ginny was sobbing silently, while Harry had jumped up in panic. Though she was absolutely certain, when she found Sirius with a completely bewildered look, her tears stopped flowing and worry overwhelmed her too. "Sirius, what's up?" I asked the red-haired boy, moving ahead of Remus and Ron to join Sirius. "Harry," Sirius murmured, glancing around nervously. Harry jumps up and... "Now, I don't know. Sirius, tell me what happened to my husband." Ginny screamed hysterically, her voice breaking into the scene. "Come on, Ginny, calm down." "I don't know what happened," Sirius said, grabbing her shoulders. Harry jumped. "I saw him, but he's gone. How come it's not here?" "No way, he's not here." Sirius snapped back. "We need to find him now. There's barely any wind around. He can't be missing here." "What happened to my dad, Sirius?" Annie asked, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wiped them away. "Annie, everyone, you all fly to the castle and don't come out now," said Remus. Now all the other adults had joined Sirius in searching for Harry. Ron had conjured up a couple of broomsticks, and he and Ginny were flying nearby to get a better view of the situation. But Uncle Remus, "Dad, that's right, Sirius. Let's go inside and obey me," the werewolf said sternly. The boys returned to the castle at a slow pace. They didn't want to leave. They wanted to find their father. "I can't believe what's happening," Jay said, tears streaming down his face. "We need to find a way to help them locate their dad. We must assist him. He must be... help him. Like Sirius. He's dead. Dad's dead and we can't see him anymore." Annie screamed uncontrollably.
No.
"It's not," Siri said, putting on a brave face, though her eyes were burning from the tears she couldn't hold back. "Yeah, he's right. Because Sirius said it would be a total disaster. Nobody could survive a fall like that." "Annie, shut up. He's not dead," Siri shouted, stopping in front of her sister, now rebellious tears streaming down her cheeks. "Enough," Joe whispered, not wanting to hear anything more about his father's fall. "You know this dead man. Don't try to pretend you're strong. Dad's gone and there's nothing we can do now." "Annie, shut up," Siri screamed, losing her last bit of control as she grabbed Annie by the shoulders and shook her violently. The girl cried out and rolled her eyes fiercely. "Sirius, stop it. The pain," Exo said as he moved toward the brothers. He separated them and hugged Annie tightly, letting the girl sob against his chest. "He's not dead, he's not dead," Sirius kept repeating. He leaned against the stone wall and slid down until he sat on the ground. Cleo rolled up beside him and hugged him to comfort him. Era was standing next to Joe. "I can't believe this," said Ginny, still searching for her husband despite weeping like a Magdalene. She couldn't believe he was... No, he wasn't there. Not until a body appeared. It was impossible that the wind had pushed Harry away. It was simply impossible. "Jin, you should check with the kids. They must be really worried about what's happening," Ron said as he moved closer to his sister. "No, I need to find Harry. We have to help him," Ginny said, shaking her head while keeping her eyes on the floor for any sign of him. Ron didn't respond immediately. He had been doubting whether Harry or anyone else could survive a fall like that. But he didn't dare say it out loud, not just to avoid hurting others, but to convince himself that Harry still had a chance. "Ron will help him, right, Ginny?" The sad look in her sister's eyes made it impossible for her to voice her feelings. "Of course we should. We must find him." When the two redheads flew around the castle for the third time to search for Harry, they combed every tower, checked every inch of the house, and even ventured into parts of the forbidden forest. But Harry remained nowhere to be found, and Ginny's hope was slowly dying away. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. Adults searched every corner of the school grounds for Harry, while the boys huddled in the hallway, trying to keep tabs on the young Potter kids and themselves. Phelias, who had the least connection with anyone, felt deeply shaken by what had just happened. The elves were extremely... Though I respected Harry Potter, I shouldn't have assumed he was dead yet. The body hadn't appeared yet, and without it, Phelias wouldn't accept death. Maybe Harry was still in the castle, maybe a window was open. Someone must have rescued him with a broom. I needed to find a way to search every corner of the castle quickly, but I had no clue how. I sat slightly away from the group, trying to think, relax, and see beyond what those ordinary mages could perceive. He shut his eyes tightly and strained to focus as much as he could. What Phelias and the others didn't realize was that Harry was actually in a spot slightly farther away than they'd imagined. N//A. This happens before Sirius leaves the castle. Harry was falling, plunging into the void. His tears kept streaming down, but the air kept pushing them upward. All he could think about was his family, how much he'd missed them. But that's how things would get better. Even though he knew Ginny and her children would be heartbroken for a while because he was gone. They'd be fine, actually. They'd be better off if he were still around. Much better without the Horcrux, Harry thought. Harry thought, that's a good point. The voice of Eli echoed in his head again. Enough, Eli, leave me alone, Harry said, pulling his eyes shut tighter. I don't believe it, Mr. Potter, Eli said with a sneer. I don't care if your family's better off or worse off. You won't die unless I say so. What are you talking about? Harry asked, confused. Open your eyes and you'll see. Harry obeyed and opened his eyes. He wasn't falling anymore. He was flying. It can't be, Harry said, staring blankly as he walked through the school grounds toward the Forbidden Forest. This is impossible. Not exactly, he says. Remember when you were 17 and my lord was back on top? As Harry zoomed toward the forest, Eli's voice grew clearer and stronger. What's that? Harry asked, recalling the moment he finally defeated Voldemort, or at least that was what he'd believed. My master had this ability, Eli said, remember now? Then Harry remembered that Voldemort could indeed fly. Where are you going? Harry asks after a moment of silence. You'll come see me later, Eli's voice responded. I want to go down. Leave me alone. Eli, Harry said, suppressing the rage that surged through him. You'll see when you get here, trust me. You won't want to come back with those idiots you call kids. Let alone with that nuisance you call your wife. Stop insulting my family, Harry roared, his rage coursing through him as he stormed home, growing more intense with each step. You're getting angry, Harry. Perfect, Eli said with a mocking tone. Harry didn't respond. She wanted him to be mad, she didn't know why, but if Eli wanted to do that, it wasn't good. So she decided to calm down. Just calm down, she said. You were about to kill yourself and save your family, Potter. That's ridiculous. Call me Sissy Harry. Seriously, if you die, no one will protect your kids. It would be easier to kidnap them. As for Ginny, she'd probably be the first to go. Without you around, she'd be the one keeping an eye on them. The children, it's pointless, but I'll try. But you know what? I'll do something far better than just leaving you to die and killing them, Eli said as Harry began descending. I'll bring you to the lesser part of the Horcrux. Your carriage, it'll be easy to control. Then yes, there won't be any hope for your children, your wife, or any other family member. No, Harry said. Eli would make him kill every single Weasley in the world if he dared. He knew none of them would dare to attack him. He couldn't stand to see Eli do that. Oh yes, if you're kidding, Eli. Eli, I swear by whatever you want. If you don't stop bothering me right now, I'll... What for? I ask Eli, my voice growing louder as Harry approaches the girl. You'll go with my parents and tell them I was a wicked girl, that I had a piece of Dark Lord inside me, and that I'll use it to avenge him and finish the task you didn't let him complete? You should, he replies. I know they'll be proud. You're such a freak. Let me go right now, Harry shouted. At that moment, Harry fell to the ground with a loud thud. Though not particularly tall, 3 meters was still 3 meters. He lay sprawled on the Forbidden Forest floor, shivering uncontrollably. Clad only in a hospital gown, he felt utterly drained, like his muscles hadn't been used in ages. Struggling to rise, he managed to brace his elbows on the ground just as he felt a foot pushing him down again, sending him face first back into the dirt. Glancing sideways, he saw a girl's figure stomping his right foot. How's Mr. Potter doing? Eli, get away, Harry shouted, making a sharp motion that made the girl quickly pull her foot away. Come on, don't bother trying, he'll just weaken. But, Eli said, crossing his arms and looking at Harry with an air of superiority. What did you do to me? Harry asked, struggling to stand but ending up on his knees as he leaned against a tree. Me? Absolutely nothing. Everything that happens to you has to do with yourself. I explained this while leaning against the tree in front of Harry, watching the adult struggle to stand up. Impressive, right? What are you talking about, Harry? I asked, staring intently at the girl. Well, you're the great Harry Potter, and look what a simple little girl did to you, Eli said, gesturing at himself. You're not just a little girl, you're a monster, Harry said as he finally managed to stand up. Thanks a bunch, Eli said with a beaming smile. He edged closer to Harry while pulling out a wand from his clothes. Harry instinctively reached for his robe, but oh, surprise, his robe was missing. No wand either. You forgot your Harry Potter wand. What a terrible mistake, but don't worry, I'll bring it for you. And you know why? Harry leaned against the tree, pulling away from Eli's wand as far as he could. Why are you helping me? He asked. You'll be doing me a huge favor at Hogwarts Village. I won't do anything for you, Harry said, gritting his teeth. Maybe you don't, Eli said, turning around and stepping back a bit from the spot. But the Horcrux does. Eli spun around so swiftly that Harry didn't have time to react. A jet of black light shot from his wand and struck Harry's chest, sending him screaming in agony. The feeling was gut-wrenching, exactly like the same sensation he'd endured years ago. Back then, when he was 15, he suffered excruciating pain and gradually lost control over his body. He saw everything through a different lens. Now lying on the ground, he screamed as if the worst Crucio curse were striking him down. Eli stood beside him, still chanting the spell to unleash the Horcrux. It turned out way easier than I thought, Eli said with a smile, while Harry was choking on his throat. Though his shouts carried far enough to reach them, they weren't loud enough for Ginny and the others to hear, though there was someone in the castle with exceptionally sharp hearing. Here it is, Phileas exclaimed in a half-loud voice. He sprang to his feet and bolted out of the castle like a flash. Phileas, wait, we can't go out, Raven shouted as the girl followed the elf toward the fields. Raven, hey there. Henry followed his sister. Oh man, they're gonna make me run at this hour. Come on, let's help your boyfriend, shouted Exo as he walked past the girl. All the boys ran after Phileas, who kept sprinting. He had heard Mr. Potter's words and was absolutely certain they were near Hogwarts Manor, so close that he needed to reach there without delay. Good morning, Mr. Potter. Harry Potter. How nice to see it here. Hey Harry, how's it going? Everyone at Hogsmeade who was there at that hour, just the people setting up their shop signs, greeted Harry cheerfully but received no response. They were puzzled, as Harry was usually a very kind and polite person. What they didn't realize was that he wasn't responding because he wasn't feeling sick or rude, but simply couldn't do so. Harry trudged through the dark streets of Hogsmeade like a zombie. He could see everything, move his eyes, and scan his path, but whenever he tried to speak or move beyond walking, something inside him would hold him back. He slowly made his way toward the Lycoris house, desperately trying to make people realize something was wrong with him. Yet the darkness of the streets kept everyone blind to the desperate cries radiating from Harry's emerald eyes. They hadn't noticed the small snake coiled around Harry's neck like a necklace either. Eli had decided to stay with Harry, as it would be easier to keep track of what he wrote. Harry, stop resisting, Eli said. Harry had tried to keep some control over his body since they left the forest, but it was impossible. How many times do I have to tell you this isn't like the Empire? It's way better. No, leave me alone. Harry, don't try to escape these traps. The Horcrux controls you. Unless your bunch of crazy friends figure out how to reverse the effect, I seriously doubt you'll ever recover. Unless you get so fed up that you no longer need me, then I'll let you rest in peace forever. Harry was completely desperate. He didn't think anyone, Hermione or Remus included, knew how to counteract the effects of a Horcrux. If they did, they'd at least know what it was. But to make matters worse, he had zero clue what Eli would actually ask him to do, or more precisely, what Eli would actually ask him to write in that letter. After all, he'd already entered the Ministry of Witchcraft and Wizardry, so he figured he'd be writing to someone anyway. Mr. Potter, what a surprise! How can I be of service to you? Said a kind gentleman standing behind the counter. Please help me. This snake in my neck is the daughter of the Malfoys who's inside Voldemort's Horcrux. She's controlling the Horcrux within me and will make me write a letter to the Death Eaters, telling them she's got both parts of the Horcrux. Yeah, that's what Harry would have said if Eli hadn't been controlling his words. I need a cat for the long trip. Those words had slipped out of Harry's mouth, though he hadn't intended to say them at all. Well, he'll bring it to you right away if he doesn't have parchment and quill with him. There's something that'll do the trick, the man said before disappearing behind the door leading to the fox cage. All right, get over here, let's do this quick. Harry obeyed Eli and grabbed a scrap of parchment and a quill. He started writing, not knowing what he was supposed to write. But as the words kept filling in, his face turned paler and paler. No, you can't. Alone we can't. But together, Harry, we can make even the impossible happen. Eli said with a smile, inwardly cheering. Hey race, Mr. Potter, the man said, his forearm bearing a giant bat-shaped emblem. All I need is your directions. No, Harry exclaimed. The man looked at him in surprise. No problem, I'll send it myself, thanks. Harry handed the man a few galleons and hurried to the window. There he caught the owl's paw and snapped the letter away. All right, I'll go straight to my dad, said Eli. Van Deerhuyden Mansion, Harry whispered, and the owl immediately flew out. Panic attack struck Harry. He had to alert others. The Death Eaters were on their way, and he still couldn't regain control of his body. Let's go over here, Harry, Eli said. We need to wait for my dad. Without hesitation, Harry rushed toward the door. Have a good day, Mr. P. Harry walked out without even glancing at the man who had been serving him. Eli, let me go. In peace. Don't try to control your thoughts, Harry, Eli said with weariness. I'm giving you freedom now. Soon there won't be a trace of you left in this body. You'll just be my toy. But why? Harry, don't see me, Eli said, as if trying to explain why a dog barks. The only reason I let you keep controlling this tiny fraction of your brain is because I want you to see when I finish off your family, friends, and all those stupid people who worship the great and famous Harry Potter. And do you know what's the best part? I ask Eli with delight that to everyone you'll see die, everything that will be destroyed, it'll all be done by you. Dad, please, stop. Just hold on. Joe screamed desperately as his father tormented Siri with a cruciatus. The boy writhed in agony on the floor. The twins were in serious trouble. The injuries were severe. Sirius' torso was completely soaked in blood, with no part remaining unscathed. Annie lay beside the boy, her chest riddled with gaping wounds. She remained motionless. Ginny wept beside her daughter, whose legs were soaked through with blood and she couldn't move an inch. Harry, love, it's enough. Papa, Siri murmured as her father finally lifted the curse. Joe tried to climb up to her brother, but a pair of glowing chains kept him stuck to the wall. Harry, what are you doing? Stop right now. Hermione screamed as she helped Raven to his feet. The girl was unconscious but still breathing, her injuries matching everyone else, her arm immobilized and a gaping wound on her head. Further away, Harry watched Henry, who wasn't in better shape than his mother, desperately trying to save Sumi from a group of Death Eaters. It was futile, though. The girl had a wound running through her entire abdomen, making her impossible to survive. Apparently, Henry knew the girl was dead. Though his face showed fury, he was still crying. Harry hadn't realized where he was. Hogwarts. Death Eaters and dark creatures were crawling everywhere, with students lying on the ground, clearly dead. The Death Eaters had apparently abandoned their traditional Avada Kedavra, preferring to torment their victims as mercilessly as possible, bleeding them dry, drowning them, torturing them until they died. It was horrifying, but Harry relished it. Truth be told, he enjoyed that sense of power. He saw Aragorn and Tinkertox lying on the ground. It seemed the Metamorphogirl had tried to protect her child, but to no avail. Remus stood beside them, shielding himself from attacks, though he struggled with the overwhelming void that gripped him when seeing his family gone. I looked beyond and saw Cleo and Annabelle fighting back-to-back, their wounds severe. The Mortifagos surrounding them, they were simply teasing them. The two were playing when Exo and Phelias were engaged in combat. The first was trying to escape from a pair of licorices. He didn't have his wand, and they had bitten him several times. Though it wasn't full moon, The boy's skin still bore visible bloody marks. The second had abandoned magic, drawn his bow, and started shooting arrows at any mortifago or creature within reach. He found it increasingly difficult to shoot the arrows. Since his right arm was severely injured, it looked like a wound. Harry spun around, his heart sinking as he saw Ron nailed to the wall. The wooden stakes still driving into his back proved he was the murderer. Sirius lay nearby, his body riddled with wounds like they'd been cursed 1,000,000 times by Sectasempra. Yet his eyes remained wide open, and Harry couldn't believe what he saw. "Dad!" A whispered command made Sirius lower his head. The boy lay at his father's feet, one hand resting on his right foot as if urging him to respond. But all he received was a kick from his father. "Sirius!" screamed Ginny and Joe. As Joe moved, he felt his skin burn even more from the chains. Meanwhile, Ginny began dragging toward her younger twin brother. There was nothing she could do for her daughter despite her desperate efforts. "Idiot kid!" Harry spat out with the most venomous voice he could muster. Siri locked eyes with him, while Harry pointed his wand at the boy. Joe started screaming and tried to break free from the chains that had pinned him down. "Sirius!" Ginny screamed as she tried to sprint faster, but her legs were too bruised to keep her upright. "No! Please! Sirius! Dad! Please! No! No!" Harry fell to his knees in the woods near Hogsmeade. He looked around. No one was dying. No chaos. No loved ones in danger. Then a mocking laugh snapped him out of his reverie. "You're so easy to fool," Eli said with a chuckle. "It was all just a trick, a ugly, despicable trick. You guys. Worse than I ever imagined." "Yes, I know. Thanks. Now get up, we need to reach the meeting point," Eli said as they were far enough away for someone to see them. Eli slipped under Harry's neck and transformed. "This looks much better, don't you think?" Harry didn't even bother to explain himself. If it weren't for his inability to control his own expression, he would have shot Eli the coldest, most terrifying look he'd ever given. "Oh, fine, whatever you want, he won't talk to me anyway." "Well, I don't care, just keep walking," said Eli as he walked toward some bushes, and Harry followed. They walked for a while longer until they reached a small hill, where Eli sat down on a rock to rest. "They shouldn't take long to arrive," the girl said. "But come on, sit down now. I don't want you to get exhausted before the battle." "Well, I want help." "Of course you'll help, Harry. Don't make me laugh. If you're the top priority in this operation, just sit down and I'll explain it to you first," Eli said, pushing Harry to sit on the rock in front of her. "Look, when everyone at Hogwarts sees that great Harry Potter has joined the Death Eaters' ranks, they'll be devastated. And what does that mean? Obviously, it means a new Dark Lord for them, reigniting fear. Gradually our army will grow, and I say our because you'll be part of this too." "Yeah," I said. "I never—" "Harry, don't start," Eli interrupted with a weary voice. "Already I told you. Whether you like it or not, you're now part of Lord Voldemort's army. A very important part, unfortunately, but that's just how things are." A few quick steps alerted Eli. He swiftly transformed and hid behind Harry's left shoe as he watched the footsteps approaching. "Is that you?" a woman's voice asked. Harry saw Pansy Parkinson emerge from behind a rock. "Mom!" The girl jumps up and dashes toward her mother. "Love you, you're doing well," said Mrs. Malfoy. "I'm doing good. How about you, Dad?" "Here, darling," Draco exclaimed. Eli lunged at him, and Harry watched in horror as 5, 6, 10 muggle-bait creatures crept through the trees. "This isn't good." "Oh, come on, Harry. We're gonna have a blast." "Get up," Eli said as he walked toward him against his will. Harry obeyed the girl. "Very well trained, darling," Draco said, brushing his arm across his little one's shoulders. Phileas sprinted across the meadow leading to Hogwarts. Harry's voice had come from a spot near the village. The sun was beginning to peek through the mountains when the elf finally reached the source of the sound, a clear path in the forest near Hogwarts. The boy stopped and started examining the ground and surroundings, trying to figure out what had happened. "Phileas, didn't you get it from Don't Leave the Castle?" Ron scolded, having chased the boys with his broom and arrived before the others. "Mr. Weasley, I don't mean to offend you, but you could keep your mouth shut for a second," said the elf. Ron was about to protest, but seeing the boy fixated on something he couldn't understand, he decided to wait for the others who soon arrived. Dad, try to stop him. I swear, but he's moving way too fast and… Shoo! Silence, Raven, wait, Ron said, glancing at Phelias. Everyone arriving, adults included, fell silent upon reaching the clearing. Phelias moved about, studying every footprint, each broken leaf, and the marks on the trees. After a few seconds, he began speaking more to himself than to others. He arrived here, but I can't figure out how. There's no entrance unless he fell from above, which's impossible. Someone was standing there, probably a girl. Mr. Potter couldn't keep his composure. The girl cast a spell, and now the leaves are all tangled up here. Then he left only one of them. Mr. Potter walked toward that path, but there's no trace of the girl. It's strange, yet only a few footprints remain. Phelias began walking along the path where Harry's shells were scattered. The others exchanged glances, completely baffled. Elves murmured "Exo," and everyone chose to follow him in silence. They walked alongside Phelias until they reached the hill separating them from Hogsmeade. As they began climbing, the sound of curses, spells, flames, shouts, and chaos erupted midslope. The adults quickly drew their wands in alarm. Kids, school's in session now, Remus said, looking at them all. Phelias, come here, Ron shouted as he saw the elf sprinting up the hill. When he reached the top, the boy froze in shock at what he saw, just like Ron himself when he finally caught up. By Merlin, Hogsmeade was engulfed in flames. Mortifagos roamed the streets as people in pajamas fled through the chaos. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, some not yet dead from an Avada Kedavra, others wounded across their bodies. No way, Remus exclaimed, his voice cut off by several gasps of despair as the boys joined them. Kids, get out of here right now, Ron shouted. No, it's too late, Weasley. A voice behind them suddenly rang out. All eyes snapped around as Bellatrix Lestrange stood before them, her body drenched in blood. Not only was she not her own, but Pansy was right beside her. They won't go anywhere, the voice insisted, at least not the Postercitos. They've got a date with their dad. Dad, what's that supposed to mean? I asked Siri, as all the boys now had their magic wands up in the air. Easy, Siri, honey, said the voice of the girl who Siri hated most on the planet. Your dad wants to give you and your brothers a special gift. Then everyone saw Harino. They couldn't be him. The person they'd mistaken for Harry had locked up an entire family in his house and set it ablaze. The family screamed desperately for help. Ron and Remus leaped to the rescue, dodging several mofags. Hermione, Tonks, and Ginny stayed behind to protect the boys. Sirius had gone to verify if that person was indeed Harry. Good. Just like in the old days, no wound. Sully, Bella said, glancing at Hermione, giving her only a furious look. Protecting the saplings? Because they didn't obey, and now they're in serious trouble, said Pansy. Get out of here, Eli shouted as 5 Mortifagos leaped between the boys, scattering them in all directions.
No.
Hold on. Stay together, shouted Tonks as he grabbed the first 2 people he saw and dragged them along Phelias and Raven. Chicos, Sirius, John, Annie. Ginny takes Exo and Era. Cleo, come here. Cleo and Annabelle had stayed together. Now they were with Hermione. Henry. Where are you, Henry? Mom. Henry had grabbed Sumi and was running toward the city, desperately searching for a place to hide. Sumi had been hit by a spell on her left arm and was bleeding profusely. Calm down, I'll get you out of here. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a wound. A big one, Sumi said, glancing at his arm as he walked. Aid! The Potter Trelizos were caught in the chaos. While the Death Eaters weren't attacking them directly, they were being led to some specific location. They had no idea where they were being taken until, hello, little ones, her father's voice. They recognized it. But the icy tone he was using was different. They stared at their supposed dad, his eyes bloodshot red, watching them slowly with a venomous glare. Papa? I asked Siri. Harry looked at me and grined a grin that terrified the kids. It was grotesque, sinister. They tried to back up, but a group of mortifagos blocked their path. Joe spotted a gap among the surrounding mortifagos. I whispered my plan to Siri, but before we could even organize our thoughts, "Dad, let her go." Harry had grabbed Annie by the collar and lifted her several centimeters off the ground, leaving the girl drowning. "Mom, stop!" shouted Joe as she tried to stop Harry, but the push sent him sprawling to the ground. "Dad!" He was about to try to stop his father too, but Harry snapped him with his wand. "I'm sorry, but..." "No, I'm lying, I don't have any reason to kill them," Harry said with a smirk. The Death Eaters burst into laughter. "So, goodbye, little one." Sirius tried to flee, but the Death Eaters blocked his path. He turned around. Joe was barely recovering from the fall, and Annie kept gasping for breath. What could he do? There was no one to help him. Completely lost, he rolled his eyes and waited for the impact. A beam of green light illuminated Hogsmeade. The entire place fell into complete silence as Ginny and the others stared at the source of the glow. The moment the green light flashed, everyone's eyes popped wide open. They couldn't believe what had just happened. All are Ginny, Sirius, Ron, Hermione, Remus, Tonks, Annie, Sirius,
Yo,
Raven, Henry,
Ara,
Sumi, Phileas, Cleo, Annabelle. Alright, I hope I don't take too long with the next chapter. Just a heads up though, I need to update at least 3 other stories before posting this one, so don't panic or get scared. I'd never leave my stories without warning. Please don't forget to leave reviews. Folks, after the storm, everything is in chaos. Well, I won't say anything. Just enjoy the cappy, please. This chapter is all about my gorgeous elf Ito. Phileas Cowier. Love you, babe. Shaun Allegra. You like it, right? Now, another chapter. After all that pressure, after all those threats, it's over. And I'm not gonna kill Phileas. I'll update Teddy's story soon. Seriously, 000. I think if you'd like this chapter, Broken Heart Roa. Harry accidentally unleashed an Avada Kedavra. Castile. This chapter will have more action. Hope you enjoy it.
Ana.
Charisem. It's over. Sorry everyone. T.T. I'm no longer a writer anymore. Too late, too much 0. TT, and for God's sake. I thought it was funny XD how much you loved the previous chapter. This one's longer too. 37 pages in Word. You can't joke around. Hope you like it. Don't stop reading, please. 1. TT, Anagle. Don't keep your mouth open. A fly will crawl into it. Ha 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 XD, I hope you didn't get the anxiety attack. Hesitant face, it's been super late and I apologize. Hope you like the cappy. Ginanina. It's finally here. A long cappy 000. Hope you like it. Apologies for the delay. 13. You can't even remember anything now, right? Thing hell. Too late. Don't even try. Danny Cap. Leave it there. And hey, it was actually pretty interesting. Ha ha ha. Harry's already got it sorted. Well, at least he's not in the bad boys camp anymore. LOL. Between Annie and EXO, I've got tons of stuff planned for them. But don't worry. Everything's in its time. Hope you like the cappy. Miri, I've already followed you. How awesome that you like my fix. You'll see what happens with Harry and Annie. Thanks for voting. Hope you enjoy the chapter. Lord Zoller. I've already updated it, and since it's a // as you said, P.S. you'll see what I did to Zoxo and Elf Ito. Thanks for helping me with that, Sunny. It's the best part. I'll probably put it in the next chapter. Hope you like this one too, Mariana. Hey there. I know you've been following the story. Sorry about the delay. I've been having some issues.
So sorry.
Hope you like it, Fan Merit Eater. It took ages. Sorry so much. But I did update. Hope you like this cappy. Phileas Phoenix. Why are you so determined to kill Harry? Phileas wouldn't kill him. Just because he feels like trash for trying to kill his family doesn't mean he deserves death. Don't worry. In the next chapter, Phileas will be revealed. Don't curse me. I swear it won't take this long. I didn't even realize how long it took. Surprised face, don't worry. I won't kill Phileas. I adore him. XD ha 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 and hell no. Don't you want to hurt me? After the storm, everything is in chaos. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light illuminated Hogsmeade. The entire place fell into stunned silence. Ginny and the others stared in disbelief at the source of the glow. All eyes snapped open wide, unable to believe what had just happened. Everyone, including Mortifagos, stared at the boy with chestnut hair who pointed his wand at Harry. His face twisted in disbelief at what he had done. Henry, I whispered to Sumi as I grabbed her boyfriend's arm. Henry dropped his wand in disbelief at his own act, the most unforgivable. The worst of all, and he'd thrown it straight into his godfather's face.
No.
It's not true. The boy fell to his knees, clutching his head with his hands. Sumi knelt beside him and embraced him. Though they were somewhat removed from the chaos, everyone could see that Henry was the one who had cast the curse. Avada Kedavra struck Harry's left shoulder, freeing Annie. Joe and Siri rushed to assist the girl. The three siblings watched in horror as their father reacted to the curse, his eyes wide open like he still couldn't comprehend what was happening. He let out a faint moan, a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Then he collapsed on his knees, collapsing beside his children. "Mom!" shouted the three young Potter siblings. Amidst the chaos, no one had noticed that what happened to Harry had also befallen Eli. The girl had collapsed and was lying on all fours, gasping for air. "Eli, what's going on with you?" I ask as Pansy helps her to her feet. Nothing, Eli replied. "Come on. We've got to wrap this up." "Harry!" Ginny shouted as she rushed toward her unconscious husband. The Death Eaters remained motionless, awaiting orders. She arrived alongside the Trelizos. Annie tried to revive Harry, Joe checked his vital signs, and Siri stood frozen. Had her father died right before their eyes? There was no time for further checks. Harry didn't even get a chance to say anything to his kids before Eli's scream grabbed everyone's attention. "No!"
Eli shouted.
"That can't be true. Your part of the Horcrux was crucial to pull this plan off flawlessly," he thought. "Idiot!" When Sumi noticed Eli was glaring at Henry, she practically dragged him out of the chaos and escorted him to Honeydukes to head off to Hogwarts. "I want Harry Potter in the mansion, now." And then, to that boy, Eli shouted at the Death Eaters while cleaning the wound thread still on his lip from the forearm, gesturing at Henry with his free hand. The battle continued as Ginny hurriedly set up protective barriers around her children and Harry. The boys helped by casting spells against their attackers. Hermione had seen Sumi lead Henry to the sweets shop and Ron rush over to them, so she worried about getting the other kids out of there. "Tonks, leave the boys to me. Go fight," Hermione shouted. Tonks nodded and dashed toward the center of the battle to help Ginny, Cleo, Annabelle, Era, Raven, Phileas, and Exo stayed with Hermione. All of them held their wands high, ready to assist. "Kids, listen up. They're going to force us to help. Let's break through to the forest. From there, I want you all to run as fast as you can, no stopping until we reach the castle." "Got it? But what about the Potter family?" I asked Phileas. "Don't worry. Ginny and Tonks will protect them," Hermione replied as a few Muggle Death Eaters approached. "Kids, it's time to show what we're made of as duelists." 5 Death Eaters charged at them. Hermione engaged one of them in combat, while the other 4 attempted to attack her as well. But a spell from the boys caught his eye. Cleo had cast a simple spell to distract them. "Here we go, Mortifagos. Good for nothing," the girl shouted. "Cleo, I don't think you should. Come on, Annabelle. Help me here," Cleo whispered to the girl. "Well? But... No, Annabelle, move," Raven shouted, shoving the Frenchwoman so a red lightning bolt wouldn't strike her head. "Open your eyes. Stay alert. Chicos, head to the forest now," Hermione shouted as she tried to fight 2 mofags at once. Phileas and Exo grabbed the girls and dragged them toward the woods. "No, wait, Ada!" Raven shouted as he watched the little wolfess being cornered by 2 more Mortifagos. "Help! Help!" screamed the girl Lupin. "Cowier, stay here, I'll go for Exo said, pushing Raven and the other 2 girls aside until they were left with Phileas. No, you stay with them. It'll help her, Phileas said, shoving the girls again. No, I'll go. Get lost, you proud bastards, and go help my friend, Cleo shouted, slapping both boys on the shoulder. The other Mortefago had already reached where they stood, just a few meters from the forest. Girls, can you handle him? I asked Exo. Of course, Raven said, pointing at it with his wand. Don't give it to us, said Cleo, also taking a defensive stance. Phileas and Exo dashed toward Era. With one glance, they decided which Mortefago to attack. Era lay on the ground, leaning against a tree as she desperately searched for her wand. The other three girls were doing just fine. Annabelle seemed frozen in place, only watching the unfolding scene while occasionally summoning a shield for all three of them. Girls, at the same time, Raven shouted as 3 red lightning bolts struck the Mortefago's right leg, chest, and another one. I'm sorry, Annabelle murmured as she watched the Death Eater fall to his knees, hands clasped at his groin. We gotta help Aunt Hermione, Raven shouted. Cleo was frozen to the Death Eater, and the 3 of them dashed toward the chestnut tree. Exo! Phileas! Era shouted as he watched the boys leap onto each Mortefago to keep them at bay. Come on, hurry up now, shouted Exo as she clutched the Death Eater shed captured. The girl rushed toward the others with Hermione, when suddenly the Death Eaters lunged forward and threw Phileas and Exo to the ground in one swift motion. Stupid kids, one of them said, waving his wand at them. Muggle-style fight, which they've already fallen into, said the other one, pointing them as well. We're in trouble, Cowier, I muttered as I saw his wand flying several meters away from where we were. First, and I hope this will be the last time we cross paths, Phileas said, unable to find his wand anywhere nearby.
Ellos.
Calm down, we'll be fine. Don't let them get close. Ginny and her 3 children had surrounded Harry with a protective circle and cast a shield to shield themselves. But the Death Eater's attacks grew stronger with each passing moment. They wouldn't hold out much longer. Ginny! Tonic arrived just in time to help them. She cast spells at any masked figure that appeared before her and charged straight toward the Potters. Ginny opened a space in the shield for the red-haired girl to pass through. Listen up, Ginny. Boys, close your eyes. Everyone pressed their backs together, straining to hear Tonic's warning without lowering their guard. Meanwhile, Remus went to the school and had just created an apparition space there. You mean to say that we can hide in the castle for just 1 minute to keep the Mugglebangers from finding out where we are? Tonks explained as she hurled a couple of spells at Mugglebangers, closing in too fast. We need to get out of here quickly. You know exactly where and when that happened, right? I asked Ginny. Of course you do, Geneva. You're insulting me, said Tonks as he cast another spell, sending a Mordak away from the scene. Okay, then what are we gonna do? I asked Ginny. He'll show up at the castle in 2 minutes, Tonks said, glancing at his watch. 20 seconds left. Get ready. Joe, Annie, you 2 go first, Treasure, said Ginny, pulling both boys aside and placing them next to Tonks. Remember, we only have 1 minute left, so stay alert and quick. Okay? Sai affirmed the Potter triplets. 10 seconds, Tonks said again while checking his watch. Joe and Annie hugged their aunt tightly, waiting for the moment to arrive. Ah, now! The Mortefago's roar snapped Tonks from her countdown. 8 red lightning bolts struck the shield, shattering it completely and sending both the Potter family and Tonks tumbling to the ground. Stay tight! The blonde-haired girl shouted at Joe and Annie. Mommy! The 2 boys screamed. Then they felt Tonks appear before them, and all 3 of them fell heavily to the ground at that moment. Remus, watch over them. I'm off to find Ginny and Sirius, Tonks said as he parted ways with the boys and returned to the battlefield. Mommy! Siri lay beside her father, determined to stop Eli from taking her no matter what. Ginny struggled desperately to reach Sirithy, had less than a minute left to escape. Get lost, boy! Shouted a Mortefago, brandishing his wand at Siri. The young man clung tighter to his unconscious father. Fine, if you won't leave on good terms. Then on bad terms, Avada. Desmanius! The Mordifugus flew away. Sirius, up there. Quick! We gotta go. Quick! Tonks was walking briskly, his feet moving in a single stride. Wait, Dad. We need to take him, Sirius said, letting go of Tonks to keep him from showing up. I want leave without it, the boy shouted. Down! The red-haired girl and the boy Potter felt someone pushing them and throwing them to the ground. What the hell are you doing? Get out of here. Sirius, where's my mom? I asked Siri, glancing at the man who had saved them from that flash of green light. Go find her near Zonkos. You two go to the castle now. Sirius sprang to his feet with astonishing agility despite his age, sprinting toward the shop while disarming the Death Eaters along the way. Sirius, Vamina said Tonks. Come here. Quick! The woman urged. Siri realized she was leaning against Harry's unconscious body. She moved toward her, and when they finally embraced, Tonks appeared inside the castle. Sirius! Annie shouted, hugging her brother. Will I go back to Ginny where Remus is? Asked Tunkers when she didn't see her husband there. Back in the fray. He said he'd go find Aunt Hermione. Jo replied while checking her father. When his wristband rang, he froze in shock. This can't be happening. Kids, stay here. Tuns checked his watch. 5 seconds left before the anti-teleportation field would activate again. Head to the infirmary. Tuns vanished in a flash, leaving the boys alone behind. What's going on, Joe? I asked Siri as I noticed my brother kept touching his father's chest and placing his ear near the nose to check if he was breathing. Take a deep breath. The boy murmured. What? Exclaimed the other two Potters. Im breathing. I jumped with joy. This is alive. That's good. No, she said, her voice trembling. He's barely breathing and his pulse is dangerously slow. Siri confirmed what Joe had just told them. We're going to the infirmary, Annie said, looking around. She had no idea where they were. In the castlight looked like some old classroom that hadn't been used in ages. All right, let's lift Dad and get him out of here, Joe said as he stood up. Siri paused him. What if someone else comes along and shows up? The shield activated again, Annie said, glancing at her watch. It's been a full minute. Let's go then. We need to get Dad to the infirmary, Joe said, pulling out his wand to levitate his father's body. Raven, what are you doing here? Head to the forest. Hermione shouted as she saw the girls approaching her. Help me. Cleo screamed to one of the Death Eaters attacking Hermione. Annabelle clung desperately to Clio's arm, her heart pounding with fear. She never imagined her Hogwarts adventure would turn out to be so dangerous. We can handle this, Mom, Raven said, pointing at the Mordack with her wand. Chicas. Era was running over with her wand held high. Where's Exo and Phelias? I asked Cleo, glancing at the girl. Fighting against some Mortifagos. Don't worry, they're the best fighters out there. You know what to do, Era replied. Better worry about yourselves, little ones, said the Mortfago as the lightning Cleo had unleashed narrowly missed his head. Girls' lists? I asked Raven. Lists, Era and Cleo responded, positioning themselves for attack. I'm just watching, Annabelle said with a nervous smile. The trio had already come up with an attack plan. Better not interfere. Get out of here, Raven shouted. She conjured a protective shield for the trio. Cleo and Raven unleashed spells at the Death Eaters. The little wolf was a defensive powerhouse. Raven's explosive attacks made her a lethal threat, while Cleo boasted Hogwarts' best marksmanship. With these 3 against 1, the Death Eater couldn't hold his ground for over 20 seconds. See, the 3 girls exclaimed when the Mortifago had fallen to the ground, unconscious. Girls, let's celebrate later, right? Let's go over here, Annabelle said, tugging at Clio's dress to lead her into the woods. All right, let's just go with Mom, Raven said as he dashed toward his mother, who had already finished dealing with the Mordrack in front of her. Lista said Hermione. Well done, Mama, said Raven. I can't believe they actually thought they had a chance against us, one of the 2 Mortifagos who were trapped laughed. Felicia and Exo, the other one, joined in with a hearty laugh. Then they both stepped back a bit to better observe the battle unfolding. The 2 boys were tied back to back on the ground, far from the commotion to alert anyone. The Mortifagos had their wands, Zoe's dagger, and some strange elfic weapons brought by Phelias. With no weapons and 2 potential killers nearby, they were completely out of the picture. Hey Zoller, Phelias said, tilting his head slightly to check on Exo. If they were going to die there, he didn't want to mess with the kid. Tell me, the pale blonde man said, his voice trembling with desperation. He turned his head to look at Phelias. Listen, I wanted to apologize for everything I did to you, Phelias said. Exo looked at him in shock. I've been too harsh with you since I got here. I'm sorry. Well, Phelias, I also feel sorry for the jokes and comments about you being an elf and stuff. If we make it out of this alive, I promise I won't comment on your ears anymore, Exo said, giving the elf a half smile. The boy only laughed at the guy's comment. Okay. And I promise. Hey, shut up. One of the Mortifagos comes and slams both of them in the head. Hey fool, watch your hair when you comb it, said Exo, his hair now a fiery red. Yay yay yay. Metamorphomago, said the Mortifago, brushing a strand of hair from Exo's head. Get out of here, the boy shouted, darting away from the Mortifago. But then the other Mortifago turned his attention to Phelias instead. Just look at this. Perfect. If I ever need a house elf around here, the Mortifago roared with laughter while yanking one of Phelias' long ears. What did you say? The elf exclaimed, his face turning red with rage. You shouldn't have said that, he muttered, chuckling under his breath. So? And why? I asked the executioner, pressing his face against Exo's with a tight jaw. Because that house elf is gonna kick your ass, said the boy. In a swift motion, Phelias and Exo stood up back to back with their hands tied. Exo bent down to let Phelias lean against him, then spun around on his back while kicking one of the Mortifagos. Now it was Phelias who bent down and Exo delivered the kick. As soon as Exo's feet touched the ground, both boys dashed toward where their wands were. Both stunned by the sudden coordination between them, Phelias grabbed one of the strange elfic objects he had brought and snapped the rope between them. The two boys pointed defiantly at their attackers. Exo's hair had returned to its blue color. Ready, Elf Exo replied, as the Mortifagos also pointed at them with their wands. Their toys won't do them any good. Let's put this to rest once and for all. Before the Mortifagos could cast their first spell, two things came buzzing to the scene. After a brief flash of light, the Mortifagos froze completely. One was holding Exo's sword right at his throat, a misstep that would make him a new member of the Headless Hunters Club. The other stared frozen at Phelias' arrow in the bow, which had the string taut and aimed straight for the Mortifago's head. All right, let's wrap this up, Exo said with a hearty laugh. Kids, we can fix this, said one of the Mortifagos. We shouldn't resort to violence, said the other man. Phelias and Exo exchanged glances before smiling. Ah! The elf exclaimed. He and Exo shouted and dashed toward the Mortifagos, who crouched in their positions, pleading not to be harmed. Pitiful, Exo said, taking his wand and disarming both Mortifagos. After tying them up, he added, Let's get out of here, we need to reach the castle. They hadn't even taken 3 steps when they felt 2 magic wands pressed against their backs. Draw your swords and arrows, I commanded in a raspy voice, and both boys obeyed immediately along with their wands. It's the one that, silence, another voice commands, cutting through Exo's curse. The mortifier had already retreated to free the others. They'll pay for what they did to us, said one man as he rushed toward Exo, kicking his shin so hard that the boy fell to his knees. The other Mordfacer punched Phelias in the stomach, knocking him out and leaving him sprawled on all fours. Take them out and get out of here, shouted the mortifier who had ordered them to drop their things. The items were so absurdly close to their hands at that very moment. Get up. I want to see your faces when you die. Exo snatched his sword and leaped up swiftly, spinning around with the blade. As the Mortifago was about to cast a spell, the blade struck his forearm. Exo couldn't tell if he'd cut off his hand, but the Mortifago's scream made it clear the wound wasn't just a scratch, it was something brutal. Phelias seized the chaos to grab an arrow. Still crouching, he fired it and struck a Mokshaf's thigh, causing the man to fall sideways, clutching his leg and screaming. Exo had discovered his beloved sword repelled spells, so he began battling one of the remaining Mokshafs like a Jedi blade deflecting lasers in Star Wars. Meanwhile, Phelias was trying to strike the other Mokshaf that hadn't been injured yet. But the figure kept reappearing, and every time the elf saw it emerge, he would shoot an arrow. Yet he couldn't afford to, as the Mortfago vanished in an instant, leaving his arrows spent. He needed to act fast now. Zoller, the wands, bring the wands. Phileas shouted as he saw only 4 arrows left.
Im zwemt hier.
Exo, the Death Eater who'd nearly had his hand severed, responded. Now standing, he faced Phileas in a two-known standoff. Sensing the Death Eater might counterattack after his earlier arrow strike, Phileas fired 2 more arrows at both arms. Though this immobilized him, he needed to grab the Death Eater's wand to finish him off once and for all. The relentless battle continued. Exo had left one of the Mortfagos attacking him out of combat, not dead. Phileas only had 2 arrows left, and the Mortfago had completely vanished from the scene. The elf kept his bowstring taut, scanning all directions, intently unaware of Zoe's ongoing struggle. You've come this far, the Metamorphomago declared after swiftly swinging his sword, sending the Mortfago's pinky flying. Now Exo had cornered him against a tree. You wouldn't even think of that. Exo pressed harder on the Mortfago's throat as he noticed the creature's anxious glance at his wand, which lay nearby with the pinky. Seeing the Mortfago break into a sweat from nervousness, Exo grinned mockingly. Phileas was having a rough time. The corpse-bearer hadn't shown up yet, but the more he moved toward his wand or Zoe's, a spell from some unknown source would kick in, ending him bouncing back to where he started. The corpse-bearer had him cornered, and then something clicked. You're such a fool, Phileas, he muttered to himself. Then he rolled up his sleeves and focused. He could hear the corpse-bearer closing, and it was an elven wizard, pure and simple. I stood in silence, waiting for any sign of movement. The surroundings were eerily still. Of course, the Mortfago knew I was an elf and would be on high alert. This was the smartest Mortfago? Or rather, the least clueless one had ever encountered. After all, they'd attacked his school years ago with several like-minded individuals. At that moment, Phileas heard a branch snap behind him. He immediately shot an arrow, but missed. His arrow had struck right between Exo and the Mortfago head trapped by the tree. This distraction allowed the hidden Mortfago to strike. The Mortfago of Exo followed suit, diving to the ground and snatching his wand. The elf reacted swiftly, darting agilely to dodge the spells. Only 1 arrow remained, and he had to use it wisely, as the fight between Exo and his mortifier had resumed, and the boy was having trouble with. He tried to control it again, but the corpse-bearer was furious and wouldn't surrender so easily. Fellas leaped over a massive boulder and spotted his chance. The corpse-bearer had lost sight of him, so he grabbed the last remaining arrow and hurled it at the corpse-bearer with confidence. The elf emerged from his hiding place to retrieve his wand, but somehow missed. The arrow whizzed past the corpse-bearer's chest, who had already thrown himself to the ground and dodged the strike. Phileas was jolted awake when a deathly hallow spell struck him squarely in the chest. The blow sent him reeling back several steps. As he stumbled, he collided with Exo, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Phileas crashed onto the man, landing with a thud. Ace off with that sword, declared the mortifier who had been battling Exo. The blade flew and buried itself beneath the mortifier's feet. His companion secured the 2 teenagers back in place. Exo turned his head slightly and shot Phileas a furious glare. Genial Kawier, he said sarcastically, is it common for your kind to throw a tantrum and sabotage your allies during crucial battles? Close. The peak. Zaluri's so-called friendship had ended. It wasn't that they'd actually started one, but after that comment from Metamorphomago, it was clear Phileas had gotten upset. We're back to square one, said one of the Mortfagos. Let's not drag this out any longer. They're quick to slip away, let's get them out of here, the other said. It'll be a pleasure, the Mortfago says, pointing his wand at the 2 boys. Exo and Phileas closed their eyes, expecting the lethal curse to strike. But instead of the expected impact, they hear both Mortfagos moan in agony before falling silent. What the hell? The curse of Exo snapped when he saw Remus standing beside them with 2 Morphagus at their feet, unconscious. Hey folks, how's it going? The werewolf asked as he untied them. Professor Lupin, exclaimed both boys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Exo began, hugging the wolfman. Exo, you're safe now. Why were you here alone? I asked, glancing at both of them. We came to help Era and Ark. Where is she? Remus jumped when he heard his daughter's name. Well, it was with Mrs. Weasley, Phileas explained. We fell behind. I think they thought we'd already made it back, Exo said, shrugging his shoulders. Who's the professor here? I asked Phileas. We're way off from the actual battle. Dora told me Hermione was with the boys near the woods, so I checked the outskirts of town to see if they needed help. But I only found you two, not Hermione, explained the werewolf. I suppose they're already in the castle, said Exo, and the other two nodded in agreement. All right, let's go out here, said Remus, making sure no one else was around. The three of them dashed through the woods, trying to get away from the commotion that had rocked the village. Henry, please don't drag me to Hogwarts, Sumi said, struggling to get the boy moving and into Honeydukes.
Su, leave me alone, Henry murmured.
You're crazy. You've got to move now, Weasley, the girl yells, pulling Henry all the way into the store. Sumi, kill my godfather. I can't live with this guilt anymore. Leave me here, the boy cried out, breaking free from his girlfriend's tight grip. Henry, you're driving me crazy, Sumi said, standing face-to-face with the chestnut tree. Mr. Potter wasn't himself, and you know it all too well. He was about to kill Annie, but even so, kill someone, Sumi. Henry, don't argue with me. A heated argument erupted between the two boys in a candy store surrounded by Mortifagos and Auroras. Writings of curses flew around, some piercing through the now shattered windows. During their rare shouting match, Sumi couldn't understand why her boyfriend had to be so. Henry, stop, Sumi shouted, slapping her boyfriend, who immediately shut up by covering his face with a hand. Henry, we need to get out of here. Henry. Sumi. Ron burst through the shop window. The door was jammed shut with candy wrappers scattered everywhere. He rushed inside and pulled his son into a tight hug. Henry, are you okay? He asked urgently. Henry didn't respond, just tightened his grip on his father's arm when an unusually loud explosion suddenly cut through the air. They have to get out of here, Ron said. Mr. Weasley, there's a passage through. Got it, Ron interrupted. Let's go together. I'll make sure they don't follow. Once we reach Hogwarts, we'll seal the statue so nobody else can enter through it. Got it? Sumi responded, as it seemed Henry had lost his voice once again. Get out now, Ron shouted as he spotted two Mortifagos who'd noticed people inside the confectionery. Sumi grabbed Henry by the back of the store to drag him down to the basement.
What, Su?
My wand, Henry said, letting go of his girlfriend and heading back to the front of the store. Henry, leave her alone, we need to go, Sumi shouted, but the guy ignored her. Ugh. I swear if you don't come back right now, I'll stick my wand in your... Ah,
Su.
Henry hurried back to the store. His father had summoned him. But just as the boy was about to retrieve his wand, a massive explosion rocked the confectionery shop where Sumi was. The father and son rushed to the scene to help the girl. Henry! Sumi screamed, half buried under a mountain of chocolates. Normally that would have been awesome, but with a bunch of Mortifagos all around her help. Henry, listen up. Go straight to the basement and look for Sumi in the amino. I'll search this area. If you find her, signal me through the mirror. If I spot her, I'll take her to the basement. But you stay here, right there. Okay? Ron said quickly. Henry nodded, and the two of them dove into the nearly destroyed store to search for the girl. Sumi, where are you? Henry shouted as he made his way to the basement, though he moved with the utmost slowness and caution possible. Henry! The brown man saw his girlfriend lying on the ground, half of her body covered in chocolates. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! But if it's our dear and beloved Weasley genius. Henry turned his head toward the source of the voice. Eli was watching him with a half-smile on his lips, pointing his wand straight at the chest. You came with me because you're so stupid as to stop the spell I cast on Harry Potter. Can we break the spell? He's not dead yet, right? Henry exclaimed, crouching beside Sumi. Of course not, you fool. That spell only weakened me, not him, Eli replied. Henry and Sumi exchanged knowing smiles. Right? You're totally happy about it. Huh? But you'll pay for that. I'm sure of it. Henry dodged to the side just in time to avoid a curse striking his head. Eli attacked again. Henry summoned a protective shield that was problematic. He wasn't a skilled duelist, though clever enough. But that was as far as he went. He wasn't cut out for fieldwork. Henry, scram! Sumi shouted as she tried to break free from her chocolate prison. Shut up, canary! Eli shouted as he cast a spell at the nearby candy boxes near Sumi. The boxes crashed down on the girl, completely burying her under the debris. Sumi! Henry shouted as he lunged forward, but Eli's spell blocked his path. Both watched intently, wondering if Sumi was okay or, "You'll pay for it." Darn Slytherin. Nobody calls me that and gets away with it. Did you hear me? Absolutely. Demons, how could you fall for a crazy woman who doesn't die? Eli said, emphasizing the last three words. Leave her alone. She didn't do anything, said Henry. Come with me, the girl Sly simply said as she walked toward the chestnut tree. Of course not. I'm not going anywhere with you. Henry took a few steps back while pointing his wand at Eli. Oh, of course. Since you're the genius of your generation, you think you stand a chance against me? How naive. The girl taunted as she edged closer to Henry. Then at least I won't surrender without fighting. Henry shouted before casting a spell toward Eli. The red lightning beam that had been hurtling toward her was effortlessly deflected after a couple of seconds of lightning flickering left and right. Finally, Eli managed to corner Henry against the wall. Ready? I've got you.
Eli grinner tramphantle.
He held Henry's wand in his hand and pointed it at Henry with his own. Henry! Sumi's muffled voice could be heard through the crates. The noise suggested she was trying to get out by moving around.
No.
I can't believe it, Sumi exclaimed, turning toward the pile of boxes where he was hiding. Shut up. Silencio. Eli stopped Henry before he could head to the boxes. Fine, if you really want to come for your boyfriend, I'll help you, dear canary. We're still at it. You'll see when he gets out of here. I'm gonna fire. A massive blaze erupted from Sumi's wand, engulfing the chocolate boxes. To everyone's shock, the wooden part remained unscathed, while the chocolate itself began melting around Sumi. Ah, how disgusting. I'm all sticky.
Su.
Henry tried to run toward his girlfriend, but at this pace he'd end up drowning in melted chocolate. Desmanius. That spell struck Henry right in the chest, knocking him out cold instantly. You're mine, Weasley.
No.
Henry. Sumi shouted as she heard Eli laughing. Realizing his predicament, he was suddenly engulfed in a chocolate storm. Help. Mr. Weasley. Sumi exclaimed as Ron's voice came through the crates. Henry.
Eli, trappel.
Help him. Henry. Ron probably didn't understand what Sumi was saying, but the mere mention of Henry and help him made him rush to assist his son Expelliarmus. The wand flew from Eli's hand and landed in the red-haired boy's. Ron saw Henry lying unconscious on the ground. The girl stepped right up to him, facing him heated. What do you think you're doing? I asked him, looking up at him. Leave my son alone. Ron snapped, pointing his wand at her. Me Atticaras? I asked, raising my hands.
No one.
Don't attack me, just stay away from my son, Ron said. Eli took a few steps to the left, moving farther from Henry. Ron approached while keeping his eyes on Sumi. Once he was close enough to Henry, he bent down to check him over. He paused briefly to look back at Henry. Henry. Son? Are you okay? Saint Death. Eli shouted as the purple lightning bolt struck Ron, sending him flying into a glass cabinet filled with bottles. The impact shattered one of the glass jars, and when he hit the ground, the entire shelf came crashing down on him, leaving him unconscious with multiple cuts from the broken glass. You should know how your son's wand works, he said. Turns out when Ron disarmed Eli, I took away her wand that belonged to Henry. Eli had hidden his own wand so Ron could lower his guard and attack him when he was distracted. Come on, Henry, you're Henry, right? Well, that doesn't matter. Come with me and see how it goes after I lost control out there. Sumi whispered in Henry's ear. The boy whimpered, still unconscious, but Sumi grabbed his hand and pulled him away from the place. Henry. Mr. Weasley. Is anyone here? Sumi screamed. The chocolate had soaked through her entire face, even reaching the middle of her chin. She needed to get out of there. Henry. No one responded. Then he realized the chocolate was no longer rising, it was thickening. That was fine, he wouldn't drown in it anymore. But if it got thicker, he'd struggle to get out. Unable to move, he desperately started flailing his arms and legs, trying desperately to break free. Darn, chocolate. If you didn't like it so much, Sumi grumbled as he tried to break free from his chocolate-induced shackles. Of course, but the one Henry gave me on my birthday, chocolate. And that one I got for Valentine's Day, chocolate. I'm already sick of it. A lost spell from the battle outside had struck the crates near Sumi, causing a collapse. The girl could only cover her head with her arms and wait for it to end. She felt the chocolate sink down, then opened her eyes to see an exit between the crates. The chocolate was spreading through that space. She hurried toward it, and as soon as she lifted her head, she saw Ron's body beneath the shelf. "Mr. Weasley!" the girl shouted as she sprang to her feet. After tumbling and stumbling several times, she finally reached Ron. With a flick of her wand, she cleared the shelf. "Mr. Weasley, please respond," she demanded. He shook Ron, but the boy remained unconscious, breathing faintly yet not waking. His eyes scanned the room, finding no trace of Henry. The thought of that deranged Slytherin girl with her boyfriend sent a sharp pain through his chest. He needed to reach Hogwarts and get help now, without delay. "Mr. Weas." A loud explosion forced Sumi to stop trying to wake Ron. "I have to get him out of here," the girl thought. She remembered the passage in the basement, levitated Ron's body, and moved as quickly as she could while being careful. She carried him toward the basement to reach Hogwarts safely. "Madame Deller, how's my dad doing?" I asked Siri. The nurse had taken the three of us out of the ward to attend to him. "Don't worry, kids," the nurse reassured them. The three young Potter siblings heaved a sigh of relief before hugging each other in a group hug. "Can we go check it out?" Annie asked. "Sure, go ahead." "I need to check those wounds," he said to the nurse, staring at a nasty scratch on Joss' forearm. "Watch out, girls. Walk carefully." They heard Hermione's voice, then saw her appear around the corner, followed by Raven, Era, Cleo, and Annabelle. "Annie!" They all shouted and rushed to hug her. "Hey guys, how's it going?" Hermione asked as she walked up to Siri and Joe.
Oh dear, don't worry, Gio replied.
"Your mother? Keep fighting. Didn't Sirius find you?" Siri asks this time. "No, I didn't see it. I need to go back to the... Is Uncle Harry here?" Raven asked, prompting Hermione to turn back toward them.
Grandma, that's fine.
"He's in the infirmary," Annie replied, gesturing toward the door behind them. Hermione nearly dashed over and suddenly pushed it open. There she saw Harry lying on a bed alone in the room. Everyone rushed over and gathered around his bedside. "I can't believe it," Hermione muttered. She'd seen the Horcrux work its magic on Harry's arm. That cursed object must have been behind this whole thing. "It'll be fine," Joe assured. "You too, when you see those wounds, everyone must stay still," said Madame Delar as she approached them with a medicine kit. After a few minutes, Madame Delar tended to Hermione before heading over to Joe. "I have to go back into the fray. Kids," Hermione declared as she stood up. "Why? Dad's gonna get angry over Henry." "Don't worry, Mom," Raven said as he stopped in front of Hermione. "Please don't go back. Rav, I have to. My whole body hurts." He groaned as he opened the ward door, his sword floating beside him. Phileas and Remus followed behind him. "Hey guys, how's Remus doing?" Hermione asked as she walked toward them. "We're fine, Jin." "Where are Dora and Era?" the werewolf asked, scanning his surroundings. "Papa!" the little girl yelped as she dashed toward her father. "My little Cinderella? Are you okay? Nothing happened to you, right?" Remus said as he held, kissed, and checked his daughter for any serious injuries.
I'm fine, don't worry, Dad.
"Exo and Phileas helped me," Era replied while responding to the hug. "Mom?" I asked, Remus stepping back slightly to look at Era. "He hasn't come. I'm leaving the Potter and returning to the battlefield," Era responded, his face darkening as he spoke. "We need to get back to Remus," Hermione said, glancing at the werewolf. Yeah, we gotta go to Harry. Remus interrupted as he walked toward the bed where the dark-haired man lay resting. Good boy Remus, just sleep, Jo said when she saw Remus about to check the vital signs of the older Potter. The werewolf bellowed in a live broadcast, his face twisted into a grin.
Vivo?
A voice from the door made everyone turn their heads toward it. Mommy! Exclaimed the Potter twins as they saw their mother's red hair rushing toward the bed where they were lying. Mom's doing great, Annie exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched her mother stroke and kiss her husband's face. I can't. Oh, Harry scared me so bad, she said, still kissing him. Dora, are you okay? Remus asked as he stepped closer to his wife and daughter, giving them a kiss to welcome her. I'm fine, don't worry, Tonks said, hugging his daughter and kissing his husband. The Death Eaters stormed Hogwarts just minutes ago. The healers have arrived and are now helping with the injured. What happened? I asked Hermione. Yes, they vanished as fast as they arrived, Tonks replied, approaching Harry's bed. How strange, Hermione said, frowning. How strange? I ask as Remus approaches Tonks. Well, Eli said he wanted Harry wherever that is. Mansion, Cleo exclaimed. I want Harry Potter in the mansion right now. And also, Cleo watched in silence, her face pale as she recalled Eli's words. And why not? I asked Annie. That guy, Raven whispered. Henry! Hermione exclaimed as she dashed toward the nurse's office. Hermione, wait here! Exclaimed Ginny. The chestnut froze mid-sentence as she stared at her. I saw Ron heading straight for him, and Sumi, it looks like they're both okay. Yes, maybe you have help. Someone had kicked open the ward nurse's door. Everyone turned to see Sumi rushing in with Ron unconscious, floating beside her. Please help me. Mr. Weasley, Dad! Hermione and Raven shouted as they rushed toward the girl who had collapsed from exhaustion. She'd run all the way from Hogsmeade to the hunched witch's wing, where she'd sealed it with a spell. After that, she kept sprinting to the infirmary until she could no longer keep going. Come here, Sumi, Remus said as he helped her sit on the bed next to Harry's. Hermione levitated Ron over to the opposite bed, while Madame Delar hurried over to check him out. What happened? Raven asked as he hugged his mother. Henry, where's my son? The chestnut exclaimed as she rushed toward Sumi. The girl couldn't respond. She was terrified. That monstrous girl had taken her boyfriend away. Who knows what he's doing to her now? Sumi, where's Henry? Remus asked more carefully. Seeing the girl's reaction, Sumi couldn't help but sob. Hermione lost her composure. Tell me where you are. Where my baby is. Tell me. Hermione screamed as she shook Sumi over her shoulder, the girl sobbing even harder. Hermione, please calm down, Remus urged, pulling her back a bit as Raven hugged his father tightly. Where's Henry? I asked the girl, the Weasley who's calmer than her mother. He took it with him. I don't know where, but she was there. So upset, Sumi sobbed, Remus hugging her to comfort her. Hermione fell to her knees, dragging Raven with her. Don't worry, Himps will find it, said Ginny, hugging the mother and daughter as she knelt beside them. Ron! Hermione cried out as the Weasley boy began to stir, gently kissing him. Ron, are you okay? Well, I'm fine. What happened? The red-haired man asked as he sat down on his bed. But he lay back down again with a pained expression, having a large wound on one side. Take it, Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Delar said as she approached, holding a potion in her hand. It's cured. Ron, Henry? Oh my God, Henry! Hermione said, unable to stop crying. Henry, who? Ouch! Please don't move, Madame Delar requested as she continued her work. I took him, Dad. We need to rescue him, Raven said. Oh, no! Ron exclaimed, then suddenly realized who was in the bed next to him. Harry. All right then, don't worry, Ron, said Ginny as she stood beside her brother and kissed his cheek. Now we need to go find Henry. All right, it's not perfect yet, but based on what I've heard, I can't keep it still for long, said Madame Delar as she applied a bandage to Ron. We need to find out where that darn snake is hiding, Ron said, staring intently at Remus. Mansion, are you sure Cleo said that? Remus asked.
Sí, estoy completamente segura.
I heard you say that too, Dad, Era asserts. We'll go to my office to discuss it there, said Remus as he stood up, followed by Ginny, Tonks, Ron, and Hermione. Kids, watch over your dad. Wake up before we get back. Don't let him go. Got it? Said Ginny as she stood before her 3 boys. Mom! The 3 young Potter children chorused in unison. Ginny kissed them all, then followed Hermione through the door. Trust me, Sumi, you'll find Henrietta said as he approached Sumi. The girl had stopped crying but looked unusually serious. Something unusual about her. Jo sat beside her father while Raven kept him company. Annabelle remained slightly agitated, and Cleo took charge of calming her down. Exo and Phelias lay down on the beds facing Harry's wing. Annie noticed both boys were slightly injured and looking exhausted. She took a revitalizing potion and headed over to them. Hey guys, Annie said as she stood between the 2 beds. The boys looked at her and smiled. I thought a little potion might do them good. Of course not. I was the one who saved Kawir from the Mortifagos, Exo retorted. His brow furrowed as he glared at Phelias. Zoller, you want me to remind you when the Mortifago struck your knee and I hit you in the leg and now you can't even move? Of course I could move. How on earth did you save me then? You didn't save me, elf. Of course I did it, Mago. Ugh, for God's sake, Annie said, rolling her eyes and resting her head on one hand with a bored expression. This fight is gonna take ages to settle down. Henry slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a tiny room with no furnishings, just a small window and a thick wooden door. He managed to stand up, his body numb from the bitter cold. Stepping toward the window, he saw nothing but darkness outside. The place looked like a cemetery, with fog swirling around every corner, making it even more eerie. He noticed rows of tombstones surrounding him. This was unmistakably a burial ground. Then he realized something. The object was at the same level as the tombstones, meaning it was buried underground. He tried to find his wand but couldn't locate it. Searching his pants, he pulled out a silver lighter his father had given him. Lighting it didn't produce much light. Taking a few steps back, his head collided with what looked like a candle. Bringing the lighter closer, he lit it. After searching the wall, he found another candle and lit it too. When he lit the 6 candles in the room, he realized where he was and stumbled backward until he got stuck to the door. He found himself in a crypt. 2 coffins were stacked on either side, half open with skeletal hands protruding from them. He fought back nausea and tried to escape as fast as he could, but the door was locked. Turning toward the window, he realized it was too small for him to squeeze through. He scanned the room, hoping to spot someone, a guard, whoever that might be, but there was nothing. He began to recall what he had been doing here. Eli must have brought him here. I tried again with the door, but it was too thick. I was about to scream through the window, but as I leaned out a few feet, they suddenly appeared and made me retreat all the way back to the door. Henry, hello, Eli said, rubbing his hands at the tiny window. Elisigio the boy stared at her with half-closed eyes. Where am I? Calm down. We're in a cemetery, specifically the Van der Heyden family's burial ground. The girl replied. Why the hell did you drag me here? Henry demands. Because, my dear Weasley, you did something that made me furious. And now you're going to pay the price, Eli said with malice, then pointed his wand at the coffins while muttering a spell. The coffins trembled slightly and froze. Henry watched in horror as Eli's feet moved away from the window. Henry tried again to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Then a movement behind him caught his eye. Looked at one of the coffins, and the skeleton was moving. He held back his scream and tried to force open the door with more ferocity, but it wouldn't budge. Another skeleton rose up, realizing what they were. I mumbled while pounding on the door, trying to get out. Help. Please, someone help me. The Infernos were about to be fully released from their coffins. Stay calm, Henry, he whispered to himself as he turned to face the monstrous zombies approaching. Think about how you defeated an Inferno. The Infernos from the upper coffins also emerged, crashing down on the standing Infernos. This gave Henry just a bit more time to think. Fire. Fire. That's it. I lit the fire quickly, but that wasn't enough. Henry swiftly removed his jacket and set it ablaze. This would keep them at bay for a while. I hurled the jacket at those monsters and prepared to try opening the door. A wound appeared on my arm, though I didn't care what it was. I stood on the ground, broke the leather strap to sharpen it, and slipped it through the bolt. With a bit of sweater I could open it. The infernos battled the garment engulfed in flames. Henry desperately moved the wound, hoping it would reopen. In a desperate motion, the inferi hurled the jacket straight at him. It caught his arm, burning it and causing him to let out a scream of pain. He hurriedly threw the jacket between himself and the inferi, thinking this would buy him more time. The decaying bodies tried to pass through the small remaining fire, when he heard a crack from the door's latch. The boy pushed it with all his might and managed to open it. I bolted out of there in a flash. The infernos moved with such precision that if he kept running like this, Henry would lose them quickly. He turned back to check the monsters were far away, but when he turned his head, he collided Hedon with a fist to his nose. The brutal blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Clutching his nose in agony, it seemed shattered. "Good job, Weasley," I hear Eli's voice. At least 10 mofags were surrounding him. The boy stood up as quickly as he could. "You managed to escape from the inferi. I thought they'd finish you off and save me the trouble of killing you, but apparently I was wrong." "You're crazy." No, darling, your girlfriend is the crazy one," Eli corrected. "She didn't let you—" "Wah!" A crucio struck him right in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground and rolling in agony. "Don't you dare talk to me like that," Eli said coldly while still casting the curse on the boy. I raised my wand, and Henry's pain vanished. "Now let me be clear. You're here just so I can punish you for ruining the plan." Henry lay on the ground, and Eli had crouched down to get closer to the boy. "Torture and death are the rewards for anyone who dares to stand in the way of the Lord of Darkness' schemes," Eli said. "And Henry, you've really messed up." When Henry saw the 10 Death Eaters' wands pointed at him, his eyes widened in shock. This was going to hurt. The tension in Remus's office was suffocating. None of them were properly positioned, though Ron stood out the most. Despite being nearly skeletal and barely able to stand, he stubbornly insisted on staying there. After all, they needed to rescue their son. The comments and theories ranged from the absurdly simple to the wildly complex, from Hogwarts' floor level to Orion's belt. Though grateful for their help, it only deepened his despair. When the chimney spat out emerald flames, everyone turned their heads toward it. Returning with their theories, they saw Nadir shaking off his cloak as he emerged. "There must be something wrong with something," Ginny said with a third tone. Nadir stepped closer to the center of the semicircle. "Still no progress on locating Henry?" "No," Remus muttered, racking his brain as hard as he could. He had to find fault with everything, just like Ginny kept insisting. "The Malfoy mansion." "No, Nadir, it's under surveillance," Ron interrupted. "If they hadn't driven me nuts," he shot Hermione a meaningful glance. Then the chestnut rolled its eyes and locked eyes with him. "Okay, Ron, but you gotta admit that implanting a GPS tracker under a 2-year-old's skin sounded like a total scam back in the day, especially when the adult in the movie died 15 minutes later." "But it would work for us," Ron insisted. Hermione rolled her eyes and nodded. "Don't start a fight. We need to think clearly now to find Henry." They were interrupted by Ginny stepping in between the two. "Think about everything that happened," said Nadir as he began pacing back and forth, while the others slowly nodded in agreement. Time ticked by relentlessly, yet nothing came their way. They kept replaying every move she made, every word she uttered, every beam of light they glimpsed. Desperation grew with each passing moment. Remus had been watching his wife for several minutes, her lips moving as if uttering something, a finger rising to demand a word, then dropping back down in a head-shaking denial. "Dora, do you have something to say?" Remus whispered. Tonks shook her head again. Remus nodded and continued thinking. "Stop that and share it." The werewolf's shout made everyone look up at him, who was desperately staring at Tonks. The transfiguration which smiled affectionately at him. He remembered Eli had mentioned something about take him to the mansion and, "That's it." Ron, who had been seated for nearly 5 minutes, sprang to his feet. "The Malfoy Manor. Ronald, please. Nadir suggested it when he arrived, and we concluded that he was under surveillance. Okay. I'm sorry. Hermione's scolding made him slump back into his chair. Then if Eli said that, what kind of mansion could he be referring to? Ginny murmured to herself, not for anyone else's ears. Ever since they began searching for Henry, Sirius kept staring out the window. His gaze lingered on the distant woods, and just beyond that, he could almost see Hogsmeade. His mind replayed every detail, as if the images were playing before his eyes. Remus approached, noticing his peculiar smile. A frozen image had crystallized in his mind. A fair-skinned man with long blonde hair and blue eyes, radiating an eerie aura that bordered on seductive. Lestat merely moved his lips, but his gaze shot straight to Remus.
Van der Heide?
Nadir asked as he approached Sirius, who nodded while still gazing at Remus. He was in the battle. Let's think about it carefully. If the Malfoy Manor couldn't be the location of what Eli planned and the Malfoys hadn't been seen, then Van der Heiden's daughter is friends with the Malfoy girl, Ginny murmured, glancing at Sirius to confirm her words. Exactly, Henry must be there. He couldn't have been referring to any other mansion. That place is perfect for hiding someone. Well, it's excellent for concealing someone, Sirius remarked, glancing around at the group. The real problem now is how to get my son back, Hermione said, her voice growing more anxious. I got an idea, Sirius grinned. Remus joined in the smile. When Sirius's eyes lit up like that, there was only one possible explanation. Signified we just need a small space here so we can reappear when we have Henry. They both raised an eyebrow as they approached the window where Sirius began making strange gestures on the glass. Banish! Please, banish! Henry screamed. The crucifixion ended, leaving him to rest. He was in one of the Van der Heyden mansion's rooms, surrounded by mortifagos watching as Eli tortured him with crucifixion spells, cutting curses, blows, burns, and more. Henry couldn't take it anymore. His ribs were broken, his body covered in bruises. The burning burns felt like they'd burn him alive. He could swear that the cut on one side of his body had sliced right through him. Pitiful, you can't stand anything, Eli mocked, making all the mortifagos present laugh. Henry was gasping for air, barely conscious. Give him the potion. A Mordor approached Henry and forced him to drink from a small bottle. The boy tried to escape, but this left another cut on his left arm. As he screamed, the Mordor drained the contents of the bottle into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a warm sensation enveloped him, though he could still feel his damaged ribs and the wound on his side. The pain lessened. If only it lasted longer, my fun, Eli said as he approached Henry with a silver dagger. This revitalizing potion is discount edit, doesn't cure you completely, but it'll make you feel better. Henry couldn't do anything. His hands had been magically bound. Now seated in a small wooden chair, Eli grabbed his face with one hand and the dagger with the other. He thrust the blade into Henry's cheek, leaving a long gash. The boy managed to hold back his scream. Are you being brave, huh?
Elite said.
All right, let's see how you handle this. Eli thrust the dagger's tip into the magic fire that had appeared alongside Henry. The boy broke into a cold sweat and writhed in panic, but two Morphagus stopped him. As Henry watched the blade glint with fiery red flames, Eli swiftly moved the razor-sharp artifact until it pressed against his cheek. I want to hear you regret what you did to me at Hogsmeade, Weasley. How brave you were when you felt this on your skin, Eli said, holding the dagger down to Henry's neck and pressing it against him. The boy couldn't help but scream, feeling a strange chill where the dagger touched his skin. Strange, Eli thought, considering he was burning him. He pulled the dagger from the boy's neck. How does that make you feel? Do you regret what you did? If not, Henry hissed, which cost him another burn from the dagger, this time on his right shoulder. Better you regret it soon or I'll have to kill you once and for all, Eli said, glaring at him. She pulled the dagger from Henry's shoulder. The boy gasped for air, his throat parched. Let him go. Henry was brutally thrown to the ground. He tried to rise slightly, but when he felt the burning heat in his ribs, he gave up. It was too much. I'm getting bored, I said. I'll come back later to see if you regret it. It's all yours, kids, but don't kill him, Eli ordered as he walked toward the door with his parents and Bella. If they kill him, I'll kill you too. Got it? See, the Mortifagos responded. Eli stepped out of the room, leaving Henry surrounded by them. The boy stared at all of them in terror. They were cold-blooded killers, and he was absolutely certain of that. You're a kid, you're all ours for now, said one of the Mortifagos. Let's play. I know, said another Mortifago, a woman to the hanged. A rope appeared out of nowhere, coiling around Henry's neck and tightening its grip. His hands remained immobilized as they stayed tied behind his back. The rope kept climbing until it suspended him midair. Henry began writhing frantically. His airways had been sealed shut, leaving him breathless. The Mortifagos roared with derision at the desperate look in the boy's eyes. Enough! We can't kill him yet, a Muggle slayer shouted as he saw Henry's skin turn blue. With a flick of his wand, the rope sent Henry crashing to the ground. The boy gasped for air, trying to steady his breathing, but his vision grew increasingly hazy. Okay, don't faint now, said the woman Mortifago who had tied him up. Come on, if we're gonna lose the fun, wake up. With this final shout, the mortifier stomped Henry's stomach. The boy writhed in pain, trying to brace himself, but the other mortifier behind him kicked him in the back, forcing him to arch backward. Seizing the moment, the second mortifier delivered another stomach kick. It felt like they were playing football with him. Enough, enough, boys. Think about what we've done, the woman declared. Several of the Mortifagos had already withdrawn, with only a few still watching the spectacle. We burned him, kicked him, hanged him, beat him, tried to kill him with inferi, hurled crucifixes, cast cutting curses. What else could we do? A mortifier asked, as if all this were just a game. Henry was barely trying not to faint. Who knows what they might do to him if he lost consciousness. I got it, exclaimed one of the Mortifagos who was sitting a bit away. They haven't tried anything with water yet. Great Doe, you're not as clueless as you look, the woman said, staring at him in surprise. You survived the small fire, so water shouldn't be too much of an issue, said a Mordak, grabbing Henry by the hair and pulling him to his knees. The Mordak pointed his wand at Henry's face. We don't have containers big enough to hold your head inside, so we'll just make do with this, the woman said, gripping Henry's face with one hand and squeezing the other tighter. Water, said the Muggle, his wand pressed against the boy's face. Instantly, a jet of water gushed down at the chestnut's face. If the Muggles kept torturing him this way, he wouldn't last long, though. In the end, Eli would finish him off. The silent crackles of the cracks echoed through the night. Ron, Nadir, Sirius, and Tonks led the way, the Aurors being more seasoned in such missions. Hermione, Remus, and Ginny followed their orders. They were in a forest when Remus mentioned Van Dierheiden Manor was nearby. Moving silently toward the forest's edge that appeared to be a cemetery, they hid behind trees while assessing the situation. There seemed to be no danger at first. Sirius signaled to Tonks and Ron, who stepped forward until they were positioned behind a stone monument large enough to cover them. After another signal, Sirius gestured for Ginny and Nadir to move a few more stones aside. With Zolar's approval, Hermione and Remus joined Sirius, Ron, and Tonks. Everything went smoothly. They paused once to ensure no one was around before proceeding. Is there still a long way to go before Remus Manor? Ron asked. I don't believe it. I came here once because Anna, the daughter of Lestat Van Dierheiden, got terrible grades in astronomy and, Remus, there's no time to explain to the students, Ginny interrupted, feeling extremely uncomfortable in that place. Exactly, right? We shouldn't have much trouble. Let's pass through the cemetery and into the mansion's gardens, the werewolf explained. All right, we need to find Henry now. Hermione felt a hand on her shoulder. Thanks, love. I know he'll be fine. The hand tightened too tightly. In fact, ouch. Ron, you're hurting me. What about me? Ron asked, standing just a few meters away from Hermione. The chestnut-haired girl opened her eyes wide and slowly turned her head. Aha! An inferno was right behind her. Hermione! Ron shouted as he rushed to help her. He and Nadir unleashed a fiery attack at the approaching inferi, forcing them to retreat. Where did they come from? Nadir asked, still firing shots. That crypt is open, said Sirius. Let's take them there, shouted Nadir. Ron nodded. The two men then led the monsters to their tomb and sealed them away once more. Hermes, are you okay? Ron asked as he approached his wife, still trembling but looking fine. We need to move, Sirius said, glancing around as they began. We don't know if the Mortifagos heard all the commotion. Once again, they moved closer to Hermione, this time with Ron right beside her, walking until they reached a tall, dark, and gloomy fence. Yeah, it must be here, right? Sirius said, glancing at the house perched atop the small Hilla classic haunted house of horror. Correcto, I affirm, Remus. Forward, what do we expect? Ron asked. The men helped Ginny, Tonks, and Hermione jump before they could do it themselves. They needed to move more carefully around the area, as there were fewer shield materials available, just a few water sources and shrubs. Some windows in the house were lit up. We should have just sent them a Hogwarts letter saying we needed to talk to Anna's father, Sirius said. Remus rolled his eyes and shook his head. Up. Hide. Tonks whispered. Someone had emerged from the mansion. Everyone scrambled behind the curtain as they saw what unfolded. When Tonks poked his head out, two figures had flown away from the Placino broom in sight. Shocked, everyone watched as the two figures disappeared into the distance. Let's hurry up before they come back, Ron said as he stood up. Everyone rushed toward the mansion and reached the massive stone wall on one side. The windows were so high that they could see inside. Ron, Nadir, help me up, Sirius said. The two of them clasped their hands to lift him, wanting to see inside. Remus held onto Sirius to prevent him from falling. The women stood guard nearby, while Hermione pressed herself against the wall, her gaze fixed on the right. A glimmer of light in a small window near her feet caught her eye, seemed to lead to the mansion's basement. She bent down and peered inside. The scene she saw nearly... He let out a cry, covering his mouth with a hand to suppress the sobs that were about to burst forth. Ron. Hermione whispered. What's going on? The red-haired man asks, glancing at his wife kneeling by that small window. I found Henry, the chestnut said. Ron quickly leaned toward the window, almost letting Sirius fall. The scene left Ron stunned too. Henry lay motionless on the ground, his hands and feet bound, unconscious. Several Mortifagos loitered around the area, none paying him the slightest attention to the boy covered in woundsway. Must get him out of here. First, we need to get there, Sirius said. Let's go. They all rushed to the lowest and nearest window, made sure no one was there, then hurried in one by one. Once inside, they immediately began searching the basement. Well, split up here, Tonks, Remus, and me. The rest of you go the other way. If you spot anything, alert the mirrors, Sirius said quickly. Everyone nodded and split up. They hurriedly searched every door they came across, praying it might be stairs down to the ground floor. But nothing. Time and again they had to make a quick dash through doors because there were Mortifagos or other people in the rooms. Within about 5 minutes, they had mapped out the entire ground floor and reunited at their starting point. Found something? Hermione asked. Nothing, Remus replied. They stood frozen in the corner of the room, pondering if anyone would come in. It's hard to spot them there. Wait. I've got a plan, he says, leaping onto Tonks' shoulder. Sirius, lend me your cloak. Quick. Sirius removed his black cloak and handed it to Tonks. She put it on and transformed her appearance until she looked almost exactly like Bellatrix Lestrange. Here I come back, he told the others before quickly leaving. Be careful, Remus whispered before his wife left the room. Tonks entered a room where two Death Eaters were whispering in deep breaths. She approached them and said, Remember, Tonks, it's cruel, it's Bellatrix, it's cruel. Ouch. Both Mortifagos turned to stare at her again. I asked one of them. Well, I'm lost. Can't find the basement. Do you know where it's in? Tonks asked. It wasn't particularly cruel, but he couldn't take it anymore. In the other room, the other Mortfag replied, under the red carpet. Of course, Gra. Goodbye, Tonks said as he hurried out of the place. Dora, who said that? Remus asks as he approaches the blonde-haired girl. This one in the room right below that, he said, gesturing toward the red carpet in front of the fireplace. Everyone quickly removed the carpet. All right, remember what we said, Sirius addressed the group. Once we enter, we'll lock the room to prevent anyone from entering. Before they do, we'll set up an anti-teleportation field. The first person to approach Henry will be pulled out as quickly as possible. Got it? Sire, responded all of them. Tonks, you go first. We'll distract them while we get in here, said Nadir. The red-haired man nodded, opening the trapdoor to reveal a set of steep wooden stairs leading down into a dark cellar. There were several muggle-bangers down there when they saw Tonks. Everyone greeted her with some respect. Tonks told them about what they'd done to Henry to distract them, while the others cast the anti-appearance spell and sealed the trapdoor with all the spells they knew. Did they torture him in every way they could think of? Tonks demanded, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at everyone. Yeah, of course we have no other ideas, so let's give it a break for now, the Mortifier replied with a smile. Yeah, you're so lucky to be enjoying your happiness, Ron said as he emerged from the shadows, because it's about to end now. Ricta Sempra, shouted everyone else as they followed Ron. The Mortifagos didn't have time to react. Multicolored lightning rained down, illuminating the basement. Henry remained unconscious on the floor. Everyone, surround the boy, shouted one of the Mortifagos, all of them surrounding Henry to prevent him from being taken away. Quick, they're trying to smash the door, Nadir shouted as he saw the small door trembling under the spells hurled at it from
Piso superior.
They quickly found shelter behind tables and fallen objects, searching for an opportunity to take the boy. After Nadir's precise spell, two Mortifagos collided, creating a large gap that allowed them to pounce on Henry. Ron, now, take him, Hermione shouted as she hurled a curse at the nearest Muggle Death Eater. The scarlet figure leaped beside her son and embraced him. Henry's eyes snapped open slightly when they met, catching sight of his father's hazy red silhouette. Mom, the boy murmured, his voice barely audible. Shut up, son. I'll get you out of here, Ron said, pulling Henry into his arms and disappearing toward Hogwarts. Madame Delar had been there for 3 hours. The nursing staff were tending to Henry, having forced everyone out of the room. Now outside the ward, they waited anxiously for news. Hermione held Raven tight, while Ron paced back and forth like a caged lion. The boys sat silently on the floor, and Ginny was allowed to stay with Harry. Remus had gone to the ministry with Tonks to sort out some matters with the Aurors. Sirius had been in charge of the school as both the headmaster and a member of the Auror squad, keeping everything under control. Sumi was clinging to the door, trying to catch a word. Extremely worried but not crying, she knew it wasn't her style. She was certain Henry would be fine, absolutely certain. Just then, the door opened, sending her springing up. How about this, Henry? Tell me how it is. Please, Hermione exclaimed as she saw the nurse leave the infirmary, looking utterly exhausted. Take it easy, Mrs. Weasley. Your son will be fine. He just needs some rest, said Madame Delar with a smile. Hermione pulled Ron into her arms and burst into tears of joy, while Raven quickly joined in the embrace. Can we go see him? Ron asked, looking at the nurse with pleading eyes. Of course they can, ahead, but without making noise, Hermione cautioned as she saw the group of boys rushing toward the door. Immediately, everyone slowed their pace and entered in an orderly manner. She approached the bed where her son was sleeping peacefully, gently stroking his cheek. Though there were many scratches on his face, he looked mostly okay. Henry murmured as Sumi approached from the other side of the bed and stroked his cheek. The boy made an uncomfortable face, prompting Hermione and Sumi to immediately withdraw their hands, apparently feeling hurt. Hermione sobbed silently, while Sumi's eyes glazed over. Ron and Raven stood beside Hermione, who gently held her brother's hand. Herms will be fine, said Ron, brushing his arm across his wife's shoulder. Yes, I know that, Hermione said. I'll leave Harry for a moment and go check on Henry's status. I'll tell Sirius, Tonks, and Remus that Henry will be fine, Ron said before kissing his wife and hugging their daughter. He gave Henry's arm a gentle squeeze and walked away. The boys calmed down after seeing Henry in better shape than when they brought him here. The 3 young Potter siblings went to see their father while Ginny fetched some food. Raven kept holding Henry's hand while cradling his mother with her free arm. Hermione, now calmer, wrapped her arms around Raven. Sumi moved closer to Henry's face and gently brushed against his cheek. He held her hair, a bandage covering the back of her head. He made sure not to touch Itho. Could he believe this had befallen his poor girlfriend? All those wounds, all the suffering shed endured. A tear escaped her eyes and slid down to fall on Henry's cheek. The boy stirred uncomfortably, as the tear had landed in one of the scratches on his face. "Watch out, Canary. You're hurting my brother," Raven said, hurriedly wiping the tear from Henry's face. "It was an accident and you keep calling it that. Don't threaten my daughter," Hermione snapped, locking her in place with a furrowed brow. "Excuse me, madam, but she yelled at me first and that's because you upset Henry." "He's totally right to be angry," Hermione said, pulling Sumi's hand away from Henry's hair and replacing it with her own. "Does it make you angry that I shed a tear? A tear I let fall for your son?" I asked, trying to keep my composure. "That annoying tear of mine," Hermione snapped, her gaze locked on the girl's eyes. The boys watched from a distance, their eyes wide open. "It's just water. You're in one of your own wounds and you're hurting me," said Raven, pointing at Henry's cheek. "Get lost. You've done enough damage," Hermione said, looking at Henry with sadness. "Excuse me? What do you mean by that?" Sumi asked, frowning. "You know exactly what I'm saying," Hermione said without even glancing at the girl. Sumi couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Am I blaming myself for what happened to Henry? I never said that." "But he did," Sumi shouted, completely ignoring the fact that everyone was listening. "Don't scream at me, little brat," Hermione snapped, pulling her hand away from Henry's head. "You know what? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened." "What's he talking about? I wasn't to blame for Henry's." At that moment, Henry whimpered and turned his head slightly. "Disrupting my little one," Hermione whispered. "You'd better keep quiet." "Oh no, I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley, but we need to talk right now," Sumi said as she walked away from Henry's bed, pulling Hermione along with her. "What's wrong with you? Let me go right now," Hermione said, pulling herself free from Sumi's grip. "Please listen, Mrs. Weasley. I don't know why you think it's my fault, but I don't believe it. I know," Hermione interrupted, her eyes blazing at the girl. "If it weren't for you, he'd be a well-mannered guy now working at the ministry and dating a pretty girl who could actually convince him." "I totally agree. Just because you don't want me as a daughter-in-law doesn't mean Henry doesn't love me. My apologies, girl, but I don't consider you my daughter-in-law. And how can you be so sure he loves you? Maybe you're just a student's whimsy. Maybe it's just his stupid whim to force Henry into what you think is the right choice. Let him live his life however he wants. I respect Henry's decisions, but when it comes to something seriously bad, as a mother, I have to step in. That's not a bad decision by Henry. I love him." At this point, both women were standing shoulder to shoulder, their noses almost touching, with flames of fury visible in their eyes. The boys feared getting caught in the crossfire and looking bad, so they simply stayed out of the way. "Ha! Of course, because he's got a job lined up and you're stuck wondering what to do with your life. How dare you? I know exactly what to do with my life. It's not my fault that Henry didn't tell me. If you love me so much, why did you never tell me? Because he's probably scared you'll react with his crazy inner self. Inside the shop. But what the hell's going on with you? Yeah, I said it. Get rid of that. Just take away the fact that I only want Henry to keep me."
Es la verdad.
"No, it's not. I'm not crazy. Yeah, that's right." The two women were about to pull out their wands and go all out, but the older redhead arrived just in time to stop them. "Hermione! Sumi! Please stop." Sumi and Hermione pulled apart, their eyes locked in hatred. Ginny stood between them, trying to separate them enough. She shouted, "Please let me know when my mother-in-law's crazy behavior stops." Sumi spat as she hurried out of the nursing room. "You're crazy, girl. You'll see, little one." "Hermione!" Ginny stopped her when she saw the chestnut about to chase after her. "Come on. Let's go with Henry." The day went smoothly. Later, Ginny told Ron, Tonks, and Remus what had happened. Ron shook his head while looking at his wife sitting by Henry's bed. He needed to talk to Hermione about this. 3 days had passed since the incident at Hogsmeade and the rescue of Henry. The boy was almost fully recovered from his injuries, but Madame Delar kept him confined. Hermione stayed there tending to her baby, which made Henry hysterical. As long as his mother remained, Sumi couldn't visit him. She didn't want them to hold him like they did when he was brought back that night. Though he hadn't been conscious, the boys told them the fight had ended peacefully.